Just wait here.
The officer moved in
That's
immediately,
insane.
attempting to reach the passenger trapped beneath
Ghost
the
or
vehicle,
Nas?
but the flames are too
Are
strong.
you talking about like
One
energy
officer
drinks?
gets close enough to try, but is forced to back away before getting burned. With nothing else he could do at that moment, he turned his attention to the driver, trying to calm him down as they waited for fire rescue to arrive. And in no time, they did.
Hey, Gus, I'm right here. Dude, am I burnt?
Where you at?
I'm right here.
I think you're good. Oh, you're good, bro. You're all right, you're all right.
3-5, FD97.
Hey, come on this side. Come
He was in the car.
over here.
Oh my God, dude.
Are you?
I'm fine, dude. Are you okay? That's what matters. I saw this car coming out after I left the neighborhood.
Yeah?
Yeah, but he wasn't driving reckless or anything.
You hurt? You injured real bad? Are you good?
Okay, he's trapped in there. I tried pulling him out.
That's fine.
Yeah. He was in the car.
I'll just stay back.
Yeah, dude.
Well, let's. I know it's a lot. Let's go over here, okay? Let's try to get over the car.
This is yours, right?
He's dead, bro. Come over this way.
Passenger or witness?
He was in the car with him.
He was in the car with him?
Yeah.
Tell him to stay still and they're going to have to check him
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, we already told him.
I've known him since kindergarten.
Huh?
Want to check
No, I'm fine, dude.
I know that.
Where we?
That was the reason he's f***ing dead. I don't know what to do.
Just take a breather. Listen, I know it's rough, but take a breather, okay?
What the f***?
Just take a breather, okay?
What the f*** am I gonna tell his parents? What the f*** am I gonna tell?
Does he live in the area?
Sorry, I'm back, guys.
No Vito right now. I'm shooting case.
Alright, we're back. Yeah? Oh, I don't drink energy drinks, by the way. Does that shock you?
Let's try to go over here, okay?
Just stay back here, man. Okay.
Yeah, I don't drink any
These are going to check you
energy drink at all.
Within seconds, additional
sorry,
units
I'm
and
going for
firefighters arrive as they try to put out the fire and
We're almost
secure
done with the short,
scene
guys. Sorry, I
as the
apologize.
flames are brought under control. The reality of the situation becomes clear. Unfortunately, the passenger, who was trapped under the vehicle during the crash, did not survive. What started as a late-night drive between two friends has now turned into a fatal crash investigation. From the very beginning, the driver's own words begin to explain what happened. He was driving his mom's new car, a Porsche 718 Boxster S, a high-performance vehicle, far more responsive and powerful than an average car. According to him, his friends wanted to see how fast it could go, so he accelerated. On a narrow, unlit road with a curve ahead, that decision quickly spiraled out of control. The car left the roadway, re-entered, then crossed again before crashing into a tree and a fence.
Sorry, guys.
Moments
Sorry, guys.
later,
My fault
it
for what?
overturned
Well, here.
and caught
Alright, I
fire.
apologize for being very
Everything
late and
happened
everything
in
right now.
seconds.
I thought I'd blow the
The
short, guys.
outcome was
Like, if
permanent.
you guys want to check it out,
As
it'll be on
officers
YouTube.
continue with their investigation. They also speak with individuals who helped the driver immediately after the crash, the ones who gave him a phone to call 911 and brought him back to the scene.
Hey, boss. Did you give him a ride up here or no?
No, behind us, not me.
All right. When he went back to the campsite, wherever you guys were, what did he say?
He said the car flipped and his friend is stuck in it.
Okay.
And then he came and said to help him, and we drove him back here. So we didn't
the
help.
car behind you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because the reason is somebody died, so FHP is going to come here, and they're probably going to ask you guys the same questions. So I'm basically trying to ask you the questions so that when FHP gets here, I can just relay that to them. You have your driver's license on you?
What up, what, Big K? Big,
All
are
of
you
guys are, like,
sleeping?
hanging out
Wait, what?
as a group over there?
We don't know those.
No, yeah. I'm talking about you two and the people behind you guys. And your name is...
Yeah.
I know you.
From where?
Yeah.
Huh.
You were the one that was driving on 419 that day without a license in the back. Wasn't that you?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I should have been laughing. I should have been laughing.
I knew this car looked familiar.
Hey, it's now low and on wheel.
Yeah, well, I see you riding with a plate now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, sorry, I was running like this. She asked me.
No, you good, man. You see why we did what we did, right? Because of this right here. You know? That's exactly why. All right, boss. So basically, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told him. Somebody died in the accident. FHP is coming, so they're probably gonna want to ask
That's
you guys
crazy.
some questions. Just basically same thing I asked you.
No worries.
So he just basically ran back, told you guys that there was an accident, the car was on fire, and then you drove him here, right?
Yeah, and I just drove him here.
And then you just went back.
Well, I went back because they were still back there.
Right.
So I went back and I was like, hey, this guy just came running up to me. There's
Yeah.
accident up here. Just...
All right, that's fine. I'm just trying to inquire as much information as possible before FHP gets here.
Of course.
So that way you guys can be in and out. Do you have your driver's license?
Be right here.
So basically, I was back in Bromley Road in this cul-de-sac, and I was with my boyfriend and some other people, and then this Porsche like rolls up to us, and just like revs its engine and takes off. And then 10 minutes later, this guy comes running up to my window on the phone, and he's like, "Can you please help me? My Porsche flipped." And then he gets into the car, and we drive like 1 minute away. And this was like 10 minutes after we saw the Porsche take off. And then 1 minute later, we get to the Porsche, and it's on fire. And I was like, it's gonna explode. And then everyone was freaking out, and I saw the guy in the back, and he was like all bloody. He was like, "Please help me, like my friend, like I need one of you guys to help me get my friend out." And then one of the guys we were with went to go help him, and then the police came, so we went to go get our friends, and then yeah.
Their information helps confirm the timeline. Meanwhile, the driver remains visibly distraught and overwhelmed. In those moments, before any charges are filed, before any reports are written, he already understands what's happened. Investigators later determined that the crash was not caused by the road, the weather, or any mechanical failure.
No, but
It came down to how the
driving the
vehicle
car
was being
fast like an
driven,
idiot.
the distance the car traveled, the severity of the impact, and the driver's own statements all point to the same conclusion. The vehicle was being operated in a reckless manner. At that speed, on that road, in that car, losing control was only a matter of time. The driver, 21-year-old Zachary
Damn,
Krusch,
21.
was charged with vehicular homicide, a second-degree felony, along with careless driving. One reckless decision, just to see how fast a car could go, led to a crash that took a life. And for him, it's not just about that night
Wow,
anymore. It's
dude.
something he'll carry for the rest of his life.
Wow. 21 years old, guys. Imagine 21 years old. You just messing around with a friend. You're messing around with a friend, hanging out, doing your thing, and then boom, your whole life changes because you decided to be reckless and drive the car fast, and then literally ruin your life and obviously ruin your best friend's life because there's no longer having a life. That is insane, dude. What kind of, at 21 years old, 21, that is insane. Anyways, welcome everybody to the stream. My name is JonnyboiG. Today we are working on Kazuya because we need more fighting game characters. We will be doing something. We will be painting some new stuff, guys. Next week, guys, we're gonna do 2 binders, and also hopefully we're gonna do 2 spray campaigns. And then the week after that, we're gonna do a practice for Artist Alley stuff. And then after that, we're also gonna do 1 skateboard painting, and then the last day will be like last minute prep, like what we got, put everything together for the Artist Alley stuff. And then the next week after that, when I come back, which will be on Monday, because I'll be leaving on Thursday. So I will, what I will be doing is on Tuesday and Wednesday, we'll be painting more paintings. whatever we need for like anime and stuff, and then after that we'll do Anime Expo, which I will be live streaming all of it, guys. We will be live streaming everything. And then the week after that we'll do Evo. We'll be doing fighting game characters on that, like more fighting game characters on that if we need to. And then that after that I'll come back on Monday, or maybe just Tuesday, because I am leaving on Wednesday. So on Tuesday we'll do like a painting or something, 2 paintings on Tuesday, any last minute paintings for anime, and then we just go from there. So that's the plan right now, guys. So we have we have this week to paint as many as we can, because we'll do some more paintings. I'll do some paintings off stream, or at least some sketches and stuff. And everything ready to go. So that's the plan, guys. All right. So let's do it. Let's do Kazuya. Let's do Shadow, and let's do Metroid tonight. We're gonna work on till like 6 o'clock in the goddamn morning. I know I'm extremely late, guys. I apologize, but my printer was messing up. I gotta get these prints done. So I should be able to print all of it, by the way, by this weekend. By the way, all these prints should be done for sure by this week. By this what do you call it? By this weekend. The next week, I'm gonna cut all the prints too as well, and we should be good. But all right, guys, let's do this. All right, guys. So welcome everybody to the stream. Today's comic book day. We're gonna watch mostly comic book like videos. We're also gonna watch. We're gonna talk about some comic book stuff, but we're also gonna watch other videos too as well. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff in the works, guys. A lot of stuff in the works. Anime girl giving birth to a puppy. What kind of imagination do you have, bro? Just ask AI to do that. Like, what the hell? Oh, Mercedes. Oh wait, she's back. She's back wrestling. How far she was gone? I don't remember. Huh. Oh, the next one. Get one. Wow. Cortez is turned the home of the family in England. There's a more commission. With a minimum of 21 years. Wow. All right. Whatever. All right. Let's talk about. Let's watch the new video on the comic world about Doctor Doom. He's doing something into the multiverse. They're pushing a lot of Doctor Doom stuff right now for obvious reason, for the movie The Doomsday Guys. So they're doing they're doing a lot of comic book stuff for that. Let's watch. Doctor Doom is about to rewrite the Marvel timeline. And let's move this over here.
What's up, guys, and welcome to Variant. Marvel has been doing all kinds of different storylines with Doctor Doom over the past couple of years, leading up to the Avengers Doomsday event this coming December. And despite the fact that Doom is coming off a central role in 2 major Marvel story events, including Blood Hunt and One World Under Doom, as well as being the headliner on several individual titles like The Will of Doom, Dungeons of Doom, Doom 2099, and on. Marvel has decided to reintroduce the character on a foundational level in this 10-part Doom Quest series by Ryan North. And having already read issue 1, I can tell you that this is going to be a full-blown character study of Victor Von Doom. So for me, as someone who really loves this character and is really excited about the potential for the upcoming
they're pushing the hell out of him right now, guys.
I am 100% locked in for this title.
Excited
Not to mention,
for
Ryan North has been a...
Are you guys excited for Doomsday? Anybody? Any fans of comic book stuff? Are you guys? I'm excited for Doomsday to a certain extent. We'll see how it goes. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be awesome. A great event. I'm not super excited for Doom as the character fully, because Robert Downey Jr. is coming back. So like, don't get me wrong, I like Robert Downey Jr. It's just that I wanted more of a different actor to play Doctor Doom, not Robert Downey Jr. That's the only like the only what do you call it con I have for it. But that's about it right now. But we'll see. I could be proven wrong. Like, obviously, maybe he does a really great job. We'll see. We'll see how he does. But let's see what's going on in the new world of Doctor Doom. Oh yeah, Doctor Doom is also really showcased in Tokon. Very great games have been building up very well. So I can't wait to see more Doctor Doom.
Solid writer for the Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom, and artist Francesco Mobili's art in this title is beautiful.
Really great art.
And as always, before we dive in and break it down for you, we highly recommend you guys pick up a physical copy of this issue. Whether it's at your local comic shop or at variantcomics.com, we want to make sure that we are supporting the creators who are putting in the work to bring us these great stories. At variantcomics.com, you can pick up the main cover as well as several of the variants. They're available right now in limited supply. So if you want to grab one, click the link in the description and do that before they're gone. But with that said, let's dive into the story. Doom Quest #1 opens in Latveria with Doctor Doom riding in on a horse and chariot to cheers from the citizens of his country. From his humble origins in our beloved Latveria, the land that would one day both elevate and celebrate him as king, to his fabled first experiments in America, where he set the course of his remarkable life. Doctor Doom is Latveria's first, best, and proudest son. Under his illustrious leadership, Latveria had been transformed from a forgotten backwater into a utopia. But every fairy tale has its villains, as we get panels of Doctor Doom fighting the Avengers. The narration continues. Of course, Doom never lets the petty jealousies of these lessers stop or even slow his vaunted ambitions. His success is our success, and their dark envies serve only to make his light shine even brighter. Our country, our planet, owes a debt to this intrepid soul, and while we can never repay him, we can certainly celebrate him. However, after this triumphant narration wraps up, we find Doctor Doom sitting seemingly depressed on his throne. One of the ministers in Doom's government then comes walking in saying, "Sire, I have the latest national evaluative analysis you asked for, including international comparisons. In summary, sire, Latveria continues to find herself challenged." Doom then snatches the report out of his hand to see it for himself as the minister continues, "Despite certain gains made in the past year, we remain too small,
I will do that. I will totally do that.
You, of course, your glory,
after we're done with the ones we're done right
Doom then
now.
becomes insanely nervous as he can tell Dr. Doom is unhappy. So the minister falls at Doom's feet saying, "Please grant me my life, sire. I bring only the truth as you command." But Doom rises to his feet saying, "Latveria requires more. I, Minister Hanak, require more. We need a project, one to harness Latveria's resources, to finally grow a nation and her people." His minister then offers a dumb suggestion saying, "Sire, a statue perhaps, more immense than any, to awe and inspire all who..." But Dr. Doom cuts him off saying, "Silence. Latveria does not want for statuary. What she wants for is something grander, more ambitious. I can see its shape so clearly, but not yet its details. It is frustrating. Be gone, Hanak. I must ponder." And as the minister races out of the room, Doom tells him, "Continue to give me truth, and Doom will continue to grant you your life." And Doom tells his computer, "Reveal Terminal 1, origin." And the computer responds, "Amsterdam, the Netherlands," which causes Doom to say, "That wretched Minds of Tomorrow summit. Impossible." They refuse Doom and yet leap to accommodate his lesser. Richards would not, could not have been invited to speak. The very idea, as we see that Reed Richards is in fact sitting down for a keynote interview at this summit. And as Doom watches, the interviewer asks, "So tell us, Dr. Richards, what does the future hold?" And Reed tells her, "Impossible to say. The future's unwritten, and that's a good thing. But I do have an idea of what happens after the future arrives, inspired by the cosmists of the late 19th century. It's early days yet, but I've found it helpful to conceptualize it around a single unifying phrase: the ultimate optimization of history." Then as we see this interview with Reed Richards is taking place both on television and in front of a live audience, he continues to say, "We know the time of our universe is finite. One day the stars will go out and life will end. And yet, despite that scientific inevitability, we've wasted so much time on conflict. There are trillions of lives across history lost to avoidable, meaningless death. It's a staggering
come on, don't let that dark, bro.
and for nothing. And if we can reach peace, the end of history, then is it not ethically beholden upon us to try to save them too? I believe this may be the final great task of intelligence: to optimize our history, undoing any mistakes, setting right what once went wrong, thereby ensuring that every moment is filled not with war nor hate, but with as much grace, goodness, and generosity as possible. Call it humanity's retirement project. This big and frankly crazy idea is met with a round of applause, followed by the interviewer asking, an admirable task, Dr. Richards, but surely a colossal one. Reed responds, indeed, but progress has already been made. I've discovered that time has a preferred form, a shape it tries to return to despite changes. It suggests that the only way to induce a permanent change to time's shape would be to arrange your alterations to history such that all of them happen simultaneously. Now, understandably, the interviewer says, you may have lost me there. Simultaneously? And Reed replies, imagine a time machine that can chamber each change made to the past, and once they're all ready, release them all at once. It would require a new kind of time travel. Not sending a body, but a mind. But that mind could forge a series of changes to be triggered in unison upon their return to the present. At this point, the interviewer compliments Reed, saying, well, I for one can think of no better mind to send than that of Mr. Fantastic. Reed then blushes and responds, I'm flattered, but this is all many years off, and I'm not even... But Doom has had enough, and he shatters the screen with a punch.
Oh, come on now,
by
dude.
Saying the unmitigated hubris of that man. Richards proposes to rewrite all of history to his desire, and those fools applaud him? The very idea is laughable. None but Doom could truly be capable of wielding such power. However, that triggers a revelation for Doom that it could in fact just be him to do the very same thing. And he continues... Of course, it is how the injustice.
You know what's crazy? This kind of storyline right here is what the movie might be. Yeah. If you guys don't know, they're saying that Dr. Doom is on a avenged path because of what they changed in the past affected Doom in a very bad way. So that's like an idea right now, but it could be wrong. It could be completely wrong. I've not read too much into it, because I don't want to be spoiled. I just want to like go in, just like see if I like it or not. But we'll see.
Justices of history could be corrected, and how Latveria at last earns her rightful standing in the world. He then says, computer, bid Minister Hanak to return to my throne room. Doom has discovered his nation-building project. And as we turn the page, we see that Doom has gone to work and he's employed the citizens of Latveria to start the building project. And as we're seeing the work being done, narration tells us it is a project larger in both scale and ambition than the pyramids, which is quite a statement by itself. It takes all the resources Latveria has, human, mineral, computational, technological, and more. And none save Doom knows precisely what they're building. They work under Doom's personal supervision, such that no single element gives anything more than the smallest improbable glimpse at what is truly being constructed here. They build at speeds not seen in generations. All the while, Doom is creating new technologies years beyond the global state of the art, and using them to forge innovations that would otherwise not be seen for decades. And each of them then forms but the tiniest part of his new machine, a colossal and infernally complex mechanism coaxed into being millennia ahead of schedule. And as we see Doom standing in front of this new mystery technology, the narration continues. Latverians call it the Doom Engine. Nobody outside of their nation even knows it exists. The narration then continues. That is, of course, until over a year later, when armed with only his mind, his will, and the might and wealth of a nation tapped dry, the Doom Engine exists. As Doom looks on his creation and says, at last, inevitably and at long last, the will of Doom is made manifest. The narration then concludes, it spins up for the first time, functioning precisely per Doom's parameters, which, by maddening coincidence, are precisely as Dr. Reed Richards breezily described on that long ago broadcast. We then see Doom walking through the facility with Minister Hanak, who tells him the engine will be ready within minutes. All readings are satisfactory. But Doom asks, and now you desire to ask its true purpose, yes? But this minister is a hardline brown-noser, and he responds, of course not, sire. I need know only what you tell me I need know. But that kind of groveling always pleases Dr. Doom, and he says, good, Hanak. good. But I will tell you, Hanak, nonetheless, it is a time machine unlike
I will
all
tell you either
others
way.
before constructed. It will send my mind
Look at
into
her
the
asshole.
body of
Look at
anyone
her
in
asshole.
history, giving Doom total control over them and their choices. This is how Latveria becomes glorious. Dr. Doom then begins to enter information into the machine, starting it up effectively while saying, my first stop, the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, wherein Latverian land was ceded at the stroke of a foreign pen by men who cared not for her people, nor her culture, nor her dignity. However, Doom's speech is cut short as an alarm is triggered and the computer tells him borders compromised. So Doom pulls up a security camera and he sees that it's the
X-Men and Avengers
X-Men and the
and
Fantastic Four all
Holy
incoming.
shit.
We then jump inside the Quinjet where we see
They're all
Captain
there.
America, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, and She-Hulk, with Captain America saying, he'll know we're coming by now. Expect fire shortly, everyone. And that fire arrives quickly, but Iron Man and Johnny Storm are outside and they start taking down the missiles while Tony says, I see it, Cap, and I gotta say, it really feels like Doomy's taking this personally. Johnny then radios into Reed Richards and says, you sure we're making the right call here, Reed? And Mr. Fantastic replies, I've suspected Victor of building something sinister for over a year, Johnny, but the power drain we stymied too late confirms it. He's caused blackouts across most of Europe. Then as he steps out onto the edge of the Fantastic car, getting ready to jump down into the facility, he says, there's but one use for this much power, but I believe Victor's built the machine I only dared speculate about. Our best hope is to stop him before he can use it, followed by all the heroes from all three teams descending onto Doom's facility. With Cap saying, we hit Doom fast and we hit him hard. Everyone knows the plan. Avengers and everyone else move out. We then cut to Dr. Doom, who's standing outside the facility and looking up at the heroes as they descend. And he tells Hanak their envies prevent them from accepting the gift of a better world when they are not its author. Activate all Doombots, Hanak. Hanak replies, all, sire? And Doom responds, every one. Doom then turns and races into the facility while saying, the invaders must not be permitted to interfere. At which point we see Minister Hanak say, as you command, my liege, and begin to rip the flesh off his face, Doom? Revealing that he himself is a Doombot. A massive fleet of Doombots then begin to attack all of the heroes and overwhelm them one by one. And as they're gang piling onto Iron Man, Tony says, what are the Doombots doing? They don't normally, repulsors can't support the weight. I'm going down. But at the last moment before he hits the ground, Tony unleashes everything, blasting the Doombots back, allowing him to land at least without killing him. Captain America then walks up and kicks his arm saying, Tony, my extra keen super soldier senses tell me you're still alive. To which Tony replies, that's not a thing. And Cap sarcastically tells him, and yet, here you are. These Doombots, they're fighting dirty, like their lives depend on it. This isn't normal. But Tony replies that's their role as decoys. He tells us their job is to take the hits, at which point Cap says, and hope the others are having more luck than we are. So this part of the attack was a diversion so that other heroes could get into the facility undetected. And as we cut back into the building and return to Doom, we see that the two heroes that everybody's running cover for is Johnny and Sue Storm. And after surprising Doom and knocking him down, he rises back to his feet saying, Invisible Woman, Human Torch, you clearly have no idea what you're attempting to stand in the way of. For if you did, you'd know how motivated I am to ensure you do not succeed. As he unleashes a massive energy blast onto Sue and Johnny. However, Sue manages to create a shield that protects both of them while saying, oh, I wouldn't be so certain. Reed told us all about it. You're trying to rewrite history. You're not as complicated as you think you are, Victor. In fact, you're really rather simple. She then uses her power to lift Dr. Doom in the air and slam him down to the ground while telling him he's nothing but baby's first supervillain. However, here's the crazy part. Just as Sue seemingly has Dr. Doom on the ropes, that doubt that we saw from Johnny earlier comes full circle as we see him hit Sue over the head, his own sister, knocking her out. Now, I don't know why yet, but he then turns to Dr. Doom and tells him, go, allowing him to get to his machine as if he wants him to change history. So Doom then races back to his time machine.
Wait, why would he betray his sister? What just happened?
Only to find Mr. Fantastic is there and he's pulling it apart. So Doom screams, Richards! And Reed replies, Victor, how did you're not supposed to be here yet. But Doom replies, silence, and remove yourself from my glorious device, as he begins to pull Reed away from the machine, which honestly seems like a pointless exercise. Regardless, Reed says, I can't permit you to, but Doom blasts him with energy while saying, you permit me nothing. You have no say, no will over Doom. Reed then begs Doom, saying, please, Victor, listen. You can't alter history to your image. That idea was for the future, when we'd evolved past these petty. But Doom cuts him off, saying, petty? Petty? Doom will show you petty. You cannot stop me, Richards. You never could.
What?
And now, you never will. As Reed Richards is forced to watch Dr. Doom disappear into time. But Reed is a fellow genius, and he's always got a card up his sleeve when it comes to dealing with Dr. Doom. And remember, this device only sends Doom's mind, not his body, to possess a specific person at a specific point in time. And while both of those things were supposed to be what was selected by Dr. Doom, Mr. Fantastic then stands over Doom's dormant body while saying, I'm sorry, Victor, but a Doom unchained throughout history is simply too dangerous. I couldn't stop you here, true. You left me no time, but I could nevertheless stop you there. And as we see Doom open his eyes in what was supposed to be the mind of someone at the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, instead he finds himself inside the mind of one of the lower class passengers aboard the Titanic on April 14th, 1912. He then realizes that Reed got the better of him, which enrages Doom, and he sends everything on the table flying. And on the final page, we see him screaming Richards as we see the Titanic chugging across the ocean. And that, my friends, brings Doom Quest issue 1 to a close, and we now have the setup for this 10-part storyline. And you know that Dr. Doom is going to find his way off the Titanic, but the cover of issue 2 with Dr. Doom wielding a Tommy gun should be everything you need to see to keep reading this story. And honestly, the idea of the Marvel heroes having to chase Dr. Doom through time to prevent him from changing history in his own image is a really fun concept to explore Dr. Doom as a character and introduce him to some new readers.
Did you ever play? Yeah, the fighting game. Oh yeah, I played the first one and the second one. It was really funny because when one of them was like, I think it was Xavier was in the game. It's just hilarious. By the way, but like, I'm still wondering, why did the Human Torch portray Sue Storm? Like, that's the part I'm very confused.
But that's just my take. What do you guys think of this first issue, and do you want to see more? Jump into the comments below.
That's crazy. Why did he do that though? Hear me out. Torch helping Doom was an actually Doom going back in time with his machine, controlling Torch to begin these chains of events. Just my theory. That'd be crazy though. You got paint on your mustache? Did I? Probably did. I probably did. Oh wow! I just saw your name, dude. What the fuck, dude? Why do you have that name? Like, why are you doing that to yourself? All right. Next comic book video, guys. The best X-Men story that cannot be adapted, and you guys already know what story that is. I'll let you guys know. It is the story of the Phoenix Returns, the Phoenix story, the Phoenix Saga. He tried it twice and failed twice, guys. They tried to adapt the Phoenix Saga twice already, guys, in the movies, and they failed it twice. You know why they failed it? It's because this movie, or this saga, deserves more than one movie. It deserves a series of movies, like 3-part series of the Phoenix Saga, to get the full story and get it more better and right for a movie experience. But would they ever do that? Who knows? Or at least two-parter. At least a 2-part.
So, we're saying goodbye to the Fox X-Men again. Kind of like that time before, or that other time. Okay, we're really bad at goodbyes, but with one door hopefully closed forever, a new one opens up. With Spider-Man Brand New Day apparently having a focus on mutants, it begs the question, how are they going to adapt the X-Men? I mean, they have such a deep, rich history with so many stories to tackle from decades worth of they're doing the Dark Phoenix saga. Which is a no-brainer. You can advertise it as, this time we're gonna get it right, guys, believe me. Which has me a little worried to say the least. I'm not the biggest on the MCU already.
Well, here's the thing. I think this is a great way of doing the Phoenix Saga for a big storyline for the MCU. They need to start in the beginning because they kind of did it in the first two original movies, like the OG X-Men and the rebooted X-Men, not really rebooted, but rebooted, I guess you could say, X-Men as well. They tried to do those two Dark Phoenix storylines, and they did little hints here and there of like Jean Grey throughout those movies, but it wasn't enough. So I think them doing as a whole phase of of Marvel with the Phoenix Saga will be really great, because the whole phase will be enough storytelling of Phoenix and build up this event pretty much.
While I know they can play pretty loose with adaptations, the Fox movies were on a whole other level. I mean, in the first movie alone, 2 Omega-level mutants, Storm and Jean, were going head-to-head, struggling against a ferocious Toad. Now, I'm not saying that you can't like these movies. I'm no stranger to liking bad movies. I will say that these movies are far from faithful and removed a lot of what I loved about the X-Men. The color, the grand sci-fi scale that rivals Ancient Aliens and batshit crazy, boiled down so much of the melodrama that Claremont introduced into, stay away from my girl, pal. The original story was about love, tragedy, a culmination of over 100 issues and ideas. So excuse me for having little faith in Joe, Anthony, and Greg Russo to adapt one of the most influential and nuanced comic storylines. But I really don't think this is just an MCU problem.
Shadow.
I believe that the Dark Phoenix saga is nearly unadaptable in film. The cartoon surprisingly got it pretty well despite everything.
Close. It was close.
A massive part of the Dark Phoenix saga is how Claremont builds on what he and other writers established before it. To jump in at Uncanny X-Men 129 is to miss the years of careful character work that makes the payoff all that more devastating. To properly appreciate what Claremont achieves, it's worth tracing Jean Grey from the beginning. Jean Grey's early childhood was surprisingly not noteworthy. Dissimilar to many a superhero, she grew up with a loving family, a decent home in upstate New York, and had a best friend by the name Annie. But all of that would come crashing down at the age of 10. A car would come tumbling down the street, would strike the poor girl Annie down. Jean looked on in horror, her friend taken from her in a blink of an eye. She held her close, hoping someone will help. But help would never come, and worst of all, in this very moment, Jean Grey would unlock her latent mutant ability, telepathy. But she didn't know how to control it. For weeks after Annie's death, Jean would experience her friend's final moments on repeat. Jean would spiral into a deep depression and lock herself away, terrified that what she's suffering through is something that nobody else can even begin to comprehend. Well, almost nobody. As the professor himself, Charles Xavier, someone who shared her gift, was able to tell her that she has something truly special. This was her own special place, something that she should embrace with open arms. She soon would find herself taken under Xavier's wing to learn more about her mutant gift, and would go on to become a founding member of the X-Men with the likes of Beast, Iceman, Angel, and of course, Scott Summers. The original 5 would go on many merry adventures, take their very first major test, the Juggernaut. Charles Xavier's
that's the first bad guy,
a man of pure unstoppable force. The X-Men threw everything they had at him, and it wasn't enough. It took every ounce of Jean's telekinetic ability just to stall him long enough for the team to finish the job. A brutal introduction to what this life could actually look like. Their bond would grow. They shared a gift, a dream for mutants. They always saw her as sort of an older sister figure, someone who was level-headed but compassionate, always willing to lend a hand to help the people she cares for. Though the mission to the living island, Krakoa, would prove to be the closest the original X-Men ever came to a true demise, capturing the team and leaving Cyclops as the sole survivor to make it back to Xavier, believing he lost almost everything he'd built. Xavier did the only thing he could do, assemble an entirely new team to go back in and pull them out. And
Oh,
it worked.
right.
But for
I remember
Jean
that.
and the rest of the original 5, seeing that Xavier's dream didn't depend on them alone, that there was a whole new generation ready to carry it forward, finally, for the first time, she could live her own life. Maybe it was a little selfish to turn her back on everything she worked for, but at the same time, she dedicated the last 8 years to the mutant cause. She almost died for it, and after that, she has more than earned her flowers. So her and the rest of the original 5 made the hard choice of leaving the X-Men. Well, almost the rest of the original 5, as Cyclops decided to stay. You see, while Jean knew what life was outside of the X-Men, Cyclops didn't. She had a family at home, while for Scott, this was his only family. He didn't have anything else to live for besides the X-Men, but Scott neglected one thing. Scott had something else to live for, Jean Grey. Jean wanted to live the rest of her life with Scott, but they still loved each other. Knowing how much Xavier's dream mattered to Scott, they would share one last burning kiss before going their separate ways. Okay, not really for long, like 4 issues long. Jean and Scott would soon reconnect, go on dinner dates, and their relationship flourish. And hey, soon enough, Jean would once again rejoin the X-Men.
Yay!
Stuck in space, the X-Men have little hope. To make things worse, solar radiation seeps into their shuttle. Though there's one person who has a chance. Jean Grey. She goes out and guides the ship, so there's a chance that maybe the X-Men can live another day, even if she won't be there to see it. 27 minutes. Not too bad for the rest of my life. Despite how much she tries to hide it, she's mortified. She's going to die, but pushes through nevertheless. In this single scene, it shows how much Jean is willing to throw everything away for the sake of the team. Something that'll be persistent throughout the entire saga. But the worst part of it all, she may not have enough energy left to save the X-Men. Her body withers, her hair falls out from the strain of having to run the majority of the radiation. But her silent cries are answered by a cosmic being, the Phoenix. A force so powerful, it's the life of every single being that is and will ever be. This being is deeply moved by Jean's personal story, ready to sacrifice everything for her family, for her love, Scott Summers.
Which is crazy,
she embraces the Phoenix Force, and while she did die that day, she emerged.
So imagine, we have never seen this in the movies at all. Imagine telling the story how she got the Phoenix. I think a lot more people have been like, damn, dude. That's how she got the powers to the Phoenix. At least in the OG version. Damn.
Just something so much more powerful. No longer known as Marvel Girl. She's known as the Phoenix. Leading to the survival of not just the X-Men, but also Jean herself. The Phoenix Force is kind of odd. You see, Claremont wanted to move away from the damsel in distress story that Jean was kind of falling into, and thought a massive power boost would be a push in the right direction. For all intents and purposes, the Phoenix is Jean, and Jean is the Phoenix. Even though it took 20 years for Jean to actually unlock it, a cosmic being doesn't really work laterally in time or perceive it like we do. But the thing is, editorial really didn't like this approach. Jean was simply too powerful. So for a short period of time, when Jean died, her body was placed in a cocoon so it could regenerate, and her consciousness was put in a vessel created by the Phoenix, making them separate beings. But pretty much since Grant Morrison's New X-Men, this change was reverted back to the original plan of the Phoenix and Jean being one and the same. Does this make sense? Not really. But, we'll go with it. But after they land, it should be a powerful moment for Jean, unlocking her true potential. It's somewhat somber, actually. Despite surviving, Scott emerges from the water, mortified of what happened to Jean, ready to get himself killed just so he can see her. And even after she emerges, she's placed in the hospital for care. And knowing that she's safer now, he sneaks off from the rest of the team and cries, for he thought his lover was doomed. It took Jean quite literally dying in space, becoming one with a cosmic force, crashing into Earth, for Scott to realize that the one thing he truly lived for was not the X-Men, but it was Jean herself. When the entire time she viewed him so highly that when the Phoenix shows her the essence of her hopes and dreams, it's Scott himself. Every time he was given the chance to reject the dream that was thrust upon him, he fails to seize it. Until now, unknown to either of them, arguably too late. As this isn't just Jean anymore. This is Jean with a force of nature. Something so powerful that it isn't grounded by Jean's humanity, but it only heightens it. She feels emotion more intensely than anyone can begin to imagine. The Phoenix makes the highs so much higher, the lows, they're absolutely.
And she ruined Marvel's Capcom 3.
This here is a key element to the Dark Phoenix saga, is that this story is first and foremost a tragic romance. What makes this story so interesting is that it's a low point in the relationship. Despite some hurdles, Scott and Jean are able to bring the best in one another. Jean is one of the few people to allow Scott to see without his visor. Through all the red, he can still see her face for all its beauty. But here it shows that they haven't earned this point of the relationship, that they couldn't be any more different emotionally. Scott, while emotional, is true, we've even seen it, but what's more true is that Scott will bury these emotions away so he can be the Cyclops the X-Men need. Jean hasn't fully broken him out of his shell completely. Jean's emotional awareness has been heightened to the extreme. The same sensitivity that allows Jean to be the strongest telepath is the same that makes her just as tender. This tenderness and compassion is not a weakness, it just has to be treated with proper care. But this struggle is something so beyond humanity that it's almost impossible for Scott to truly comprehend or understand her. Despite being able to quite literally peer into one another's mind, they still can't get over this emotional barrier. But despite all this melodrama, it doesn't separate them, it only brings them together. Besides all the grandiose story elements to this tale, it's still between two lovers than anything else. Then we turn to the movies for a moment. Considering how important these two are to the overall narrative, Scott Summers, the guy I droned on about, has less than 4 minutes of screen time. And Jean is really only comparably better. Yes.
So in the original movies, they did Wolverine as the love interest for some fucking reason, instead of Cyclops, which is the most dumbest decision they ever made. Now they try to fix that with the other one, but I tell you, like the way that they approached her, getting her powers, how she was dealing with them, and all that, all this time was like really, really bad. It's like really, really bad. But yeah, the first one, dude, it was like, wait, hold up. Wolverine is the love interest of the story? That makes zero sense.
The movie that's based on the story, that's quite literally named after her, is only in the movie for 14 minutes.
Yeah.
Somehow less than Magneto, who, spoiler alert, does not appear once in the whole Dark Phoenix saga, and is somehow more important than Jean proper. By not just skimming over the relationships, but the characters themselves, you do a massive disservice to your adaptation of the storyline. You cannot have a Dark Phoenix story without Jean or even Scott. I know, an insane statement to make. I've not even talked about the 2019 Dark Phoenix movie because look, at least I remember Donut Lord Cyclops. I forget Ty Sheridan Cyclops was even a character. It's really that forgettable, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Talked about Jean's mental state, but I really haven't gone into detail or bring them up. I think a perfect example of this is in the following issue. X-Men number 105, where we see Jean in her flat talking to her parents, showing them the place. She's easygoing, serving food and telling stories about her roommate, but suddenly Firelord crashes into the building, threatening her and endangering her family. Instead of being firm and assertive, she takes it to the next level, referring to herself as solely Phoenix once more, and even threatens to flat out murder him. And yet a part of me still wants to get Firelord to kill him. My power is hitting me like a drug I've never felt, such ecstasy. God in heaven, what have I become? Essentially, ecstasy is such an interesting word that Claremont chooses to use. It implies she's not just heightened, but overwhelmed. Her psyche can hardly handle what's happening, and this is just a baseline encounter for the X-Men. And despite how everyone around her tries to reach out, it's something only she can ever relate to. When the fight ends, again, a switch flips and Jean reemerges, stammering, and finding it difficult to explain to her parents what's happening to her, because it's completely otherworldly. This right here is where other adaptations get it wrong. The Phoenix itself is not a force of evil. It's a miracle, a second chance, a gift born from love and sacrifice. The real tragedy is what comes next. The character who feels everything more intensely than anyone else in the universe is put through the worst. In the very same team she gave up everything for, failing her. All to the point of mental erosion taken to its extreme. The Phoenix Saga was the second chance. The Dark Phoenix Saga is having that second chance at life crushed. Dark Phoenix Saga starts with the X-Men saying farewell to their member Banshee and Moira. The X-Men get back on the Blackbird and make their way home. But for Jean, this is no Blackbird. She is not surrounded by familiar faces, rather a man, Jason Wingard, who she believes she's madly in love with. They hold each other and almost embrace, all while in the back of Jean's mind, this isn't right, something has to be wrong, and she rushes out, leaving the arms of who she was made to believe she loves. Not too long after, a humble man comes from behind to ask her if she's okay. When she turns around, she no longer sees the roaring seas or even a ship hand, but rather Scott Summers. He notices something is wrong and tries to comfort her, but she can't put it into words. Her astral plane, something thought to be her own personal sanctuary by the professor, is being slowly invaded. Jean holds herself back from truly opening up to Scott after confessing how much they love and care for one another, because she knows how much pain it would bring Scott, the perfect leader, but having to confront their harsh reality of not being the one able to fix everything, and on top of that, it had to do with Jean, it would shatter him completely. So Jean, concerned for Scott, putting his well-being over her own, pushes it down, despite how harrowing it is. When they return, Professor X informs them that Cerebro has picked up the trace of two different mutants, Kitty Pryde and the other, Dazzler. So the team splits up. Scott, Jean, and Kurt head out to Manhattan to find the underground pop sensation. Their search leads them to a sleazy night.
There we go, that's better.
We get a further glimpse of Jean and Scott's disconnect, where he tells her to use her powers to spy on their minds. Ever since the professor returned from his little space romp, Scott has had every single one of his decisions challenged by Xavier, causing him to not think clearly and wants to make sure this job is done quickly. Jean says to herself that it's easier said than done, as she's essentially forced to confront the repugnant thoughts of the nightclub goers vividly, even with a quick scan. But what she also sees is a man in the corner of the room, Jason Wingard. You see, the Hellfire Club was not something that Chris Claremont just came up all on his own. It was actually based on a real-life legend of an actual elite sadomasochist club in 18th century England. Claremont himself mentioned how when creating the club, he wanted to give them this edge of innocence to them to show how their perverse nature infiltrates the most innocuous of places. An example of this is when Jason bumps into Jean and venture back into the 18th century, no longer in the depraved, dimly lit nightclub, but a beautiful church, hosting a wedding ceremony. And to her surprise, she's the bride and Jason is the groom. You're mine now,
Madeline Pryor.
Bound to me till the end of time. Throughout their encounters, Jason intentionally uses these terms of possession rather than endearment, that despite Jean being this all-powerful god, Jason, a man, views her as property to own, that he can just remove all her autonomy and claim her as his own. This church isn't the only place that is affected by the pervasion of Jason Wingard, but Jean's own church. Her mental plane is being invaded by this outside force, sealed with a kiss. Every facet of her being is overwhelmed by a physical and emotional tidal wave, the like of which has never known. To put it bluntly, this is assault. Gaslit her into believing this was a union between two ancestors, but instead of embracing one mind, body, and soul, Jason takes it from Jean, and when the vision fades and she's brought back to reality, she's disgusted and pushes him away. I know it's a little bit of a stretch to say, I think Mastermind is one of the most repulsive villains in the X-Men history. It has this level of groundedness to it. The scene is all more horrific after remembering how much the Phoenix enhances this pain. Something that would already be awful
goddamn weirdo, man.
is all the more terrible for Jean, and sow the seeds of what will soon be known as the Dark Phoenix. We soon have Nightcrawler return and warn them that something is up, and they have to rescue the rest of the X-Men. As while they were searching for Kitty Pryde, Emma Frost and the rest of the Hellfire Club have kidnapped them. And when they head out, what I find interesting is that they see Jason standing outside the club, and Cyclops calls him his rival. someone who's directly challenging Jean's affection when that couldn't be further from the truth. Jean wasn't only repulsed by Jason, but was also taken advantage of. I know this is me coming off as I'm being rough on Scott. I want to preface before I get ripped in half, I absolutely love the guy, and if this happened in front of Scott at any point after this, Jason would be a red mist in 5 seconds. But I think it's an intentional decision on Claremont's part. This page shows a perfect glimpse into Scott's character flaw in this arc. How with the professor returning isn't just ruining his confidence as a leader, but also his own personal image as a man, bleeding into his decision making and how he processes problems in both aspects of his life. On top of that, I feel that this is a perfect criticism that Claremont levied earlier in how previous incarnations of Jean were handled, placing her as his damsel in distress that needs to be saved by her lover, but in the process neglects her own personal feelings, only focusing on one-upping his rival for a woman's affection. I don't think this is too far of a stretch, as later on in the 80s, Claremont would explore the Hellfire Club and show the misogynistic hierarchy between its male members and its female members, especially with characters like Emma and Sage, who were also victims of the club itself. I know some people may say that I'm looking too deep into this, that Claremont wasn't just using this moment as a critique of sexist tropes in comics, but I think this undermines his intentionality as a writer when his most famous examples of it is the mutant metaphor, placing the mutants as this marginalized group that faces discrimination for being born with the X gene. The purpose of the mutant metaphor is to explore the general idea of otherism, marginalizing individuals or groups by defining them as fundamentally different to a normative in-group. Take Chris Claremont's seminal work, God Loves, Man Kills. The first few pages in the book focus on 2 black children running in the middle of the night in peril, seemingly for hours. But no matter how far they run, they meet the Purifiers. They coldly open fire on the 2
Purifiers
children,
are the ones
hanging them on a swing set to be an example to
so the Purifiers are some of the big villains in X-Men. They're humans. They're literally just put down mutants. They're pretty much like people who are discriminated against mutants of all kinds. It's like more of a darker story, as you can see, with the whole children thing getting killed, like the mutants getting killed and stuff. Because again, a big part of X-Men, believe it or not, has to do with discrimination. Because mutants are discriminated because they have power, and they're different from regular humans, quote unquote.
The innocent. The plain text reading is pretty simple, with the intentional subtext that 2 black children are killed by a mob of white Christian extremists is not something that should be discarded. It was an intentional choice to show how racism and hate bled so deep that it seeped into one of the most innocent locations, a school playground. To say that this is just looking too deep into a comic book would be a disservice to Claremont's legacy as a writer, as he wrote one of the first and most significant comic book series to deeply and consistently explore socio-political issues and open the door for other writers to explore similar topics. Not to say that it's perfect or Claremont himself properly uses the metaphor all the time, but with Claremont especially, there's always this underlining subtext to his work that should never go unnoticed. Jean Grey, despite being all-powerful, is still a victim to how men view women as playthings that can be controlled, and how the men in her life fail to see what truly happens to her, and I think a good example is in the following issue, where after the X-Men rescue the team from the Hellfire Club, Jean is confronted none other by Emma Frost, and a psychic battle ensues. But something as powerful as the Phoenix is all too much, and Jean quickly overpowers the White Queen with zero remorse. Storm senses something is wrong with Jean, something entirely new is emerging from their friend, and she tries talking about it with Scott, but his self-doubt eats away at him. If he, as a leader, failed the love of his life, what does that say about him? So he tells Storm that they're probably just assuming things, and Jean will never take another life, which is such a great way to set up Storm taking up the role as leader from Scott by showing how they would both navigate such a difficult situation. Storm is able to pick up on the more subtle notions of
Storm and Jean are the best friends.
For character. It challenges his underlying flaw that he believes he has to be the perfect leader. Gosh guys, is Claremont a good writer or what? Gosh, guys, was Claremont a good writer or what? With the help
We do not want to talk about that
of
story.
Warren, they're able to get a lead as to who is behind the Hellfire Club and why they're so obsessed with the X-Men. The team puts together their best disguises and are immediately found out, and Jean Grey becomes the Black Queen, a member of the Hellfire Club against her will. At least we got a really cool Wolverine panel. Enough said. While they are in the Hellfire Club, for Jean as the Black Queen, she time slips into the 18th century and she begins to torture these traitors. Scott, captured with the rest of the X-Men, has one more ace up his sleeve. He tries thinking all the times him and Jean were together and prays that a single stray thought catches Jean's attention and he can infiltrate their astral plane. But as he starts to time slip and barges through the door, he's met with Wingard, who challenges him to a classical duel. Swords clash, and despite Scott's best efforts, he's overpowered, and the final ties that connect Jean to the X-Men are cut in one single slash, leaving Scott on the floor dead. Okay, not really, and this point didn't work as the shackles of the Mastermind are loosened and Jean is able to regain control, freeing the X-Men. And as they beat down on the Hellfire Club, Wingard tries making an escape, but Phoenix catches up to him and enacts her revenge, that he used her dark, repressed part of her psyche, so she might as well return the favor. In a blink of an eye, the Mastermind's brain is flooded with every nanometer of the cosmos. His mind is unable to control all that information and breaks. It's such a bittersweet moment. At least for Jason, there's a sense of finality to his ultimate fate. He gets to rest, while for Jean, and she has to go on living with it. This isn't something the X-Men beat. It's not an obstacle to overcome. It's a very real and tragic event that sticks with you. Something that doesn't wrap up in a single issue of a comic, and we see that collide. Jean Grey, a young woman of extraordinary beauty, strength, courage, a charter member of the Uncanny X-Men. None of that has changed, and yet everything has changed. She fights the X-Men, saying that it didn't have to come to this, but it's something that she has to do to truly leave the life she had led previously. Even after Wingard's presence is gone physically, the pain he brought her still lingers. After knocking them out cold, Jean flies up into the stars, releases a fiery nova in her despair, consuming an entire solar system. At the edge of the solar system, the Shi'ar Empire sees this and makes their way to Earth following Jean. Jean returns home and sees her parents. A joyful reunion is cut short as she can barely contain Phoenix. Stray thoughts of what her family thinks of her, how they fear her, and it hits like a truck. The weight is unbearable, and the Dark Phoenix resurfaces, flying away, until the X-Men sneak up on her. Beast created a power dampener, a device that can stop her from tapping into the Dark Phoenix. Scott and Jean argue, saying that she failed to kill them because she loves them too much. Charles comes from behind, blasting her with a psychic attack. He tries to own up to his mistake, but she retaliates, saying that if he didn't meet her, that she seeks revenge for what she has gone through. Getting into a clash once more, the sky erupts with psi energy, though Charles he's able to keep up with because Jean deep down is tired of all the pain she has gone through. Charles is able to seize the moment and stop her, and Scott catches her. He proposes to her and they embrace, but all is not low, as in a flash, the X-Men are captured. For the murder of countless species, Jean Grey is found guilty by the Imperial Guard and is sentenced to death.
Totally forgot about that.
Xavier, with his big fucking mouth, demands a trial by combat. I think a really neat detail is that she puts on her Marvel Girl outfit before in an attempt to try to return to simpler times. Before everything that ensued, they're no match, and their only hope is once again Jean, who tries to use the Phoenix. The Shi'ar, terrified of the Phoenix, orders to destroy the Earth. With the little control she has, she begs
her
like
it becomes a cosmic-like story.
But nobody can bring themselves to go through with it. So Jean, once again, makes a sacrifice for them. Jean rushes off into a tunnel with Scott close behind her. In the end, she felt that death was the only way to stop it. As she points the ancient weapon at herself, she tells Scott she loves him, and in a single blast, Jean Grey was no more. The X-Men completely heartbroken. Even the Watcher seems more.
See, like imagine they told that in the movie with the cosmic stuff and everything. So, like in the movies, you need like a big storyline for that. The first part is the human nature of herself becoming the Phoenix, but not being a bad guy, right? But like losing control. The second part is the Dark Phoenix saga, like the Dark Phoenix version of her. That's why you need like 2 to 3 movies, like a whole phase of hinting of Jean Grey becoming the Phoenix and her struggles and stuff like that would be great. Like if they do a two-parter movie of the X-Men and the Phoenix story, I think it would be phenomenal. Because yeah, like it's like a storyline. Like the only way to save everybody is for me to kill myself, which is dark, but yeah.
Mournful. In the end, she was able to save the world one last time, and that's where the Dark Phoenix saga ends. Not with a triumphant victory, but with a choice. How do we even adapt that? You don't. To put it plainly, they haven't really tried. They completely removed the subtext. Such a key element in what makes it so powerful. Trying to frame it that Jean was never able to control the Phoenix removes her agency as a character and makes her seem this weak-willed individual when that's the exact opposite. Jean is one of the most steadfast and compassionate members of the X-Men, and the reason the Dark Phoenix is even a thing is all the negative emotions built up that it took the worst thing that could have happened to her for the cracks start to form. And do I really think that the MCU is able to handle such a topic? No, I really don't think so. I'm sorry. But to completely remove it would be, to me, the coward's way out. It's like adapting Magneto, but completely removing his backstory. You completely remove the nuance from the story. As well, both movies kind of frame the Dark Phoenix as the end of the X-Men, when that's far from the case. Just like Jean, it was the end and rebirth of the team. It also set up so many new characters. Dazzler, the Hellfire Club, Kitty Pryde as the next audience surrogate. The ramifications being blue and gold, astonishing, new X-Men, X-Factor. So much of what later X-Men would cover can be traced back to the singular storyline, and by framing it as the end, it kind of stops the X-Men from hitting their ceiling. A massive part of the Dark Phoenix saga is that they have to live with what happened, because the fight for mutant kind can never end. From there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 8 years down the line, the Dark Phoenix movie is some genuine kinography and gets an Oscar. Maybe I'm just a pessimistic idiot and this video will age like milk and you guys will get your sick kicks out of it. It wouldn't be the first or even the second time.
But yeah, I will say this, guys. Yeah, I think that I think the MCU could do it, but they need this phase to become darker. Like they need this phase. Like they need to not ignore the dark parts of the story. They need to stop doing fully family friendly only like stories and go for more little bit darker stories, especially when it comes to the Phoenix. I'm not saying the whole phase has to be a dark story, but the phase when it's leading up to the Phoenix saga, they need to start adding those elements of being dark because that's what the story's about. It's literally about a woman's trouble and how she can like and her emotions amplifying like crazy. She's not a damsel in distress. She's the hero who saves everyone. And it just sucks that like they keep like putting her in a weird way in the movies. Like they need to keep saving her, but it's actually the opposite where like the way that the story ends, like she saves everyone. So could they do it? I think they could, but they need to like really start building up like they really start building the story from the beginning of like the first X-Men film, and then like the phases between other characters and other movies, but then like end credit scenes or something like that. Start building off of that kind of thing, and then like the first part will be her becoming the Phoenix. The second part, her becoming the Dark Phoenix, because they're different. There's a complete. That's why like the character looks different from her like Phoenix version, which is like the green one, right? And then she becomes the Dark Phoenix. Well, you can still use the same one, but like she becomes the Dark Phoenix with the red outfit. Hold up. Can I get it right? Hold up. Yeah, and she becomes like the darker Phoenix in that version. So that's why you need a two-parter to make this film work, and they need to not be afraid to talk about the dark aspects of this character and not ignore it. That's like the biggest problem with the whole X-Men Dark Phoenix storylines in the movies is that they keep ignoring that, and it's like they should not be ignoring that. They should be embracing that pretty much to tell that really good story. Like what makes so adaptable is that there's a big movie studio refuses to give us an idea of Jean. So many stories start off with Phoenix already being dark and evil that we don't get the time to care for what she lost, what was lost. All we get is memories from other characters that you want to care, but it's never enough to make us actually care, which is true. That's why they need to really focus on Jean Grey. Like she needs to be the main character of these stories of the Dark Phoenix. Like 14 minutes only in the X-Men film for the Dark. That's insane. No, she needs to be in the majority of the film. Not Cyclops, not Wolverine, not the team. Jean needs to be the main character of the story. They can understand what she goes through and how she becomes the Dark Phoenix. Jean Grey could have lived to become a god, but it was more important for her to die as a human. I read the Dark Phoenix that they don't try to shy away from the fact that Jean actually did evil shit as the Phoenix. They don't brush it off as an evil entity possessing her. It is generally treated as like the proper way to aftermath of the X-Men at all their opinions on whether or not they have the obligation to stand up for her as her friends and family. So, yo, what up, Graf? How's it going? But yeah, I feel like X-Men the animated series did the Dark Phoenix a lot better than the movies. Yeah, I mean, for like a kids show, the Dark Phoenix, the show did it a lot better. Yeah, they did like the best they could. But yeah, they need a big proper whole saga of just yeah. But yeah, it's one of my favorite stories. It's favorite stories of a lot of people. Same thing with like the Days of Future Past, but I think they did a good job with that one. But yeah, no, that's cool. Like, we watched two videos of Doctor Doom's story, and then we also watched the Phoenix. But yeah, tomorrow we will be watching. Tomorrow we will be we'll be doing what do you call it? Not like tomorrow, like because today's Thursday. Friday we'll be watching the whole Summer Game Fest. All right, let's see. Hold up. The economy sucks for artists. Let's talk about it. Oh yeah, that's I'm not full time artist alley.
Are you contributing to your Roth IRA? When you're 70 years old, do you want to be pulling your wagon and your suitcase? I don't think so.
Precious sunshine child, you're not jaded yet like I am. I don't think artists.
How can we contribute to MRA, by the way, as an independent worker? Do you guys know? Let's see.
Alley is for everybody.
But there's a reason why I don't do artist alley full time, guys. I don't think it's sustainable
just
for me.
finished setting up. It is currently 4:01. I think I was here for the past 5-6 hours, though I will say it's mostly because I've just been making sure that the whole display is the way I want it, so then I can do minimal things tomorrow. Usually I would split it where I would do some of it, or at least a skeletal portion of the display on day 0, but then I realized I just get stressed out on day 1, especially right before con starts, so I figured we'll just do most of it now while we have all the time. This is probably one of my favorite displays so far. It looks very big. Looks really nice. I feel like this is probably my most full looking 8-foot display, and I'm very happy with how it turned out.
I got the
lots of fun
basket too, by
things
the way,
for this weekend.
which I have more
know
stuff to
for
put
this
through.
vlog, I did want to make it a little bit different in asking a few other artists some questions. If you're familiar with how the artist alley landscape is, especially if you're within the US, you know how difficult the economy has been for a lot of us freelancers, small business owners, artists. The artist alley scene is not very.
Yeah, because the economy has changed so much, man. Like it's like that's why artist alley is not sustainable for a lot of people. Only for like veterans right now, because at least they know what to do, where to save money, and also they have the inventory for them to continue selling stuff without wasting so much money on products. Like for example, I'm the reason why I'm only doing 3 shows because I can only make I can only spend a certain amount of money on these shows, right? So like all in all together, I think I'm close to 3K, maybe less than that, with like booth costs, hotels, food, gas, parking, what do you call it? Parking, uh, uh, parking prices where you have to like pay for parking, and then stuff like that, right? And then product like print, ink, paper, stickers, that's all that kind of stuff, and any other products, right? And so I'm at so like in this year I'm at around close to 3K or a little bit under. I think like 2,700. Um, so for me, that's very low. That's very low. It doesn't seem like it's high, guys. I mean, it seems like it's high, but that's very low compared to a lot of other people because they do this full time, right? And also like Artist Alley is a hit or miss. That's why I only do big art shows in one medium, in two big art shows, because at least for that, at least where I know I'm confident enough that I'll at least make my money and profit. But the thing is, like, if I do this full time, it's just way like I don't think I could even do that because the money that you need to do full time, guys, is a lot of money because you have to pay your taxes. I have to pay my taxes literally at the end of this month for all of like last year and this year. Artist Alley put together and paid those taxes for those shows, which freaking sucks. And then not only that, yeah, like it's just all over the place, man. Like it's just certain things like hitting costs out of nowhere, like where you don't expecting to pay things and all that. So yeah, it is a struggle. It is a struggle. Like at least for me, this year is not as much of a struggle. At least this year is more calmed because I prepared like last year, and then this year we prepared this year too as well. But like it's not like bad as last year where I had to prepare everything from scratch. This year I have stickers already. I had prints ready to go. I had designs ready to go. I have keychains. I have all this kind of stuff ready to go, and I don't like that. All that work story was done already. So, um, yeah, it just really depends where you are with your life right now.
Forgiving right now. It's pretty difficult. So in this vlog, I did want to not only talk about Anime Riverside, how it's been, especially since this is my fourth Anime Riverside, but also chat with a few other
I decided
artists
not to do
on their
remember set, by
experience
the
with
way.
Artist Alley, whether they just started or have been doing this for several years now. If you're interested in that, feel free to keep on watching. Also, if you're new here, hi, I'm Macy and I'm the artist behind Volcana, a small business focused on kawaii art designs and products. I've been doing Artist Alley for about 5 years now and have had my business for about 6 years. Some of the largest.
So I'm my business is around. That was TwitchCon, by the way. My business for Artist Alley, I gotta take off 3 years in total. I started in 2019. COVID took out 2 years or so, right? So I'm around like 3.5 years of Artist Alley stuff, like 3.5, around there.
Conventions that I've vended
It's kind
at
of
are
confusing,
Anime
but yeah.
Expo, Otakon, Anime Central, and more. So if you're interested in small business and Artist Alley content, consider subscribing. Yay!
All right, let's see if they got the questionnaires real quick. Hold up, there we go.
It's like,
What's your favorite food?
pizza.
Why haven't you joined the army to help defend our country?
What are the thoughts of, like, what are your thoughts having done this for 5 years now? How do you feel Artist Alley is going in this direction?
I would say Artist Alley definitely is not the same as it used to be. Things are always going to progress and change. The particular trend that we have seen with Artist Alley in the last few years has been that competition has just like exponentially on the rise year after year. So it has been harder to get into conventions that I would otherwise consider more safer options, and it's even increasingly
the big ones.
difficult to get into the conventions that were already considered difficult to get into. So competition is just like on the high, and so as people who rely on Artist Alley a lot for a good bulk of our income, it becomes a bit concerning when you can't get into the big conventions that you're kind of banking on getting into. So in that regards, it's been a bit difficult being in the scene, but also just the general economy is not the greatest right now. And so when people have a lot of disposable income, professions such as artists tend to see a like good amount of income for us as well, because disposable income means they have more money to spend on unnecessary.
And usually the disposable income comes from like big art shows compared to smaller art shows. because the smaller art shows usually people spend on like things like for collectibles or autographs and stuff like that. That's what they go for those conventions. That's why Nostalgicon is the hit or miss. So we'll see how this year goes. I did pretty good last year for 2 days, so we'll see how this goes this year. And um, but like at the end of the day, like the shows that I have bigger chance of making my money and more are the big art shows. That's why I was gonna do DreamCon, but I just couldn't do it this year because I miscalculated my funds and all this kind of stuff. But anyways, but luckily I got into Evo 2026, and I also got into Anime Expo 2026. Like since I got into Anime Expo last year, so even though last year I was in the wait list, was I'm super grateful. So yeah, like things worked out this year, but next year I may not even get into Anime Expo. I may not even get into Evo, or like that stuff like that. So that's why I always gotta look for other alternatives, like New York Comic Con, or because and then like there's also Emerald Comic Con in Seattle, like stuff like that. I always gotta look for other big events I need to go for and pick, because if I cannot get the ones I'm used to or the ones I want to be in, I need backups, and that's just the hard part about being an artist, especially doing artist alley, because you just don't know which ones you're gonna get in, which you're not gonna get in. But if you're full time, you apply to multiple artist alleys, like in smaller, to small, medium, and big conventions. So you have so many opportunities to get all those. But for me, I'm very selective because I don't want to spend my money on things that I don't really want to spend my money on. Because I tried to do 1 day convention, it didn't really work out as much because it was pretty bad show. I did just get back in it and experience again on January. I got some money, but it wasn't like great at all. But it was just a day show, so it wasn't expensive at all. Um, but like yeah, those I'm never gonna do those. I just want to do it again. I just want to try it once to get back into it. But yeah, I'm never gonna do those ever again because those are a waste of your personally, guys. That's a waste of your time.
Things like art is not a necessity. So when the economy is doing well, us artists are usually doing well. The economy has not been doing very well as of
No, it's
recently.
not.
It's kind of reflected in our sales and our revenue throughout the year as well. And at least for me, I know since Artist Alley has been a bit more volatile and I'm not getting into as many conventions as I would be in the last few years, I've had to really think about turning to other streams of income and relying more on those and attending more small one-day events that I usually wouldn't attend in the years prior, just because the amount of larger events that I'm getting accepted into has been these days. So it's a matter of needing to accommodate and adjust for how kind of like hard and difficult the times have become within this scene.
I do feel that way, especially last year, because I think that was one of the least amount of conventions that I've gotten into, especially with the bigger cons. And it was definitely eye-opening for myself, realizing how I need to either do more events or find other ways to make income, because, you know, if your source of income, the main one being conventions, you're not getting into them because the competition is high. What do? I could either get a job, or another job, I guess this is my job. I could either get another job, get a part-time job, or try to do more events that might not be as lucrative as the larger cons, but I'd have to increase the frequency of.
Which that's what I do, guys. This is so the way I do it personally, guys. I do deliveries. I'm a delivery guy. I'm a delivery boy. Shout out to Fry. So I do that as a part-time job to earn income every single week. Plus I do commissions, plus I do conventions seasonally, right? And that's how I've been building up my income. But because I'm not depending on Artist Alley all the time, like these artists are, they have to like there is more of like a risk, right? Because they're risking every single time they go to convention of losing money. At least when my part-time job is making me money every single time, I'm not losing money. So like that's why I think a part-time job would be great for a lot of artists, especially if you get a job that you can make your own schedule. Um and oh, we already, but Johnny Joe, we actually heard of that last time, by the way. The Hudson Hotel. Yeah, we actually heard it. I believe isn't it has an ending too, by the way? Are they making a movie? No, that was the circus. Never mind, sorry. But anyways, so back to this. That's why I have a part-time job, guys, because it makes life a lot more easier and it makes things more stable instead of depending on one source of income. Because I think like I think like depending right now on Artist Alley only, is a really big risk right now, especially for new artists and who are barely getting into it, because right now the economy is not so good, where people are very selective for obvious reasons of where they want to spend their extra money or save their money of places they want to spend on. That's why big artist alley shows are so sought after, because most likely everybody wants to spend money on those shows. And will they want to spend on a lot of money on the 1 day events? No, they're probably just going to just check it out.
Events in order to
Because they don't
match
cost a lot of
up
money to get
the
into.
income that I could get at one large con. This year I am lucky, but I think I needed that difficult time last year to tell myself like, okay, I have this opportunity. I need to save up all that
you're
money
making
so
season
that
3?
if
Okay,
I
okay.
experience the same thing next year of not getting into a lot of conventions, I have some income to kind of back myself up with that. And I think that's something that us full-time artist alley artists need to consider now, because it's so volatile. I think having a small business or running your own business is already
what up,
volatile
Hal?
enough.
How's it
but
going?
knowing how much more so it is now, you just have to save as much as you can at this point.
Is one of those things where you have to recognize that your profession really depends on the state of the economy, and the income that you're going to bring in is heavily dependent on how well the people are doing. And if it's not so great, then they're not going to have that extra income to be spending on art, which is totally understandable. We're going to expect to see a plummet in our sales. Last year was my lucky year, and this year I'm definitely experiencing a big decrease in the amount of events that I'm doing. And then you even have to consider, like, do you have the energy to be able to keep up with doing all of the small events that might not make you as much, but will make you something in to replace like the loss of a bigger event that you would otherwise get into. I've been doing a lot of like small local 1 day shows, and even though they're not like as busy and crowded as an anime convention, just the process of having to get there, set up day of, do the sales, take down day of, and rinse and repeat weekend after weekend is enough to make you really tired.
I'm doing a Kazuya.
It's also like considering is that worth it as well. It's rough out here these days.
No, for sure, because it makes you realize that your return on investment with a smaller convention is much less in terms of like profit margins versus a larger con. But then if it's harder to get into a larger con, you're either saying no to a few whatever amount of money that you can make at a smaller con, or you have that weekend off, but then there's no income, especially if your income derives mostly from an event. It's really tricky. I can imagine that it is much more difficult for people with chronic illnesses or just people who might not be able to take the physical toll, because I'm already getting exhausted. I mean, of course, we're still young, right? But aging is still a thing. Like, I'm thinking back to 6 years ago, 5 years ago. I'm a little bit jaded. I don't know about you. Just like, I'm still excited about events. I mean, that's with business in general. Artist alley, or even outside of the anime convention scene, it's volatile out here. There is no business that is particularly stable. Really, there's businesses that are more stable, and there's some that are more volatile.
Yeah, that's why whenever people ask us, oh, should I do Artist Alley? Should I start Artist Alley? I'm not gonna discourage you from doing it, but I like always heavily advise you to know what you're getting into. Would I recommend starting Artist Alley right now as like a thing to test out part-time? I would. As something to rely on as your full-time job currently, like, probably not, because you don't have like a strong foothold within the scene, and it just makes things so much more difficult. So it's like a go for it, but like precautiously go for it. Please do your research beforehand as to all of the expenses and everything that goes into
do not know your
Artist
expenses.
Alley. It is a big like down payment for a lot of the, like, your setup, your table, the expenses that accumulate throughout the weekend, your merchandise. It's a lot of an initial investment, and it doesn't always return.
That's a good point on the down payment of just doing events, because we're lucky that we have that, I guess, consistency of events. So, oh, you have this event coming up, that event can help fund the upcoming event. But you have to think that not only are you paying for your table fee, which could be in the few hundreds of dollars, if not closer to $1,000, depending on where you are, but you also have to pay for hotel, you have to pay for flights, and at least for hotel, depending on the website, you don't have to pay right away. There's still like that prepayment period, but flights are expensive. Gas is expensive now. Yeah, the merch is so expensive, and you also have to pay for that ahead of time, because if you want to get your merch a month from now...
That's why I do my own prints now, guys. Do you think YouTube is giving copyright restrictions for no reason because I got copyright for a video the other day and I did nothing? It depends what kind of what thing you're using for the copyright, like music and all that. They copyright for that kind of stuff, or even images or videos, because they use AI to do that kind of stuff nowadays, sadly. What are you watching? So I'm watching the Economy Sucks for Artist Alley. I'm not gonna watch the whole vlog, by the way. Well, I just want to watch this part of the section to talk about because this is what like I'm an artist who does Artist Alley, but I don't do it full time for a good reason. I have a part-time job, I do commissions, and I do Artist Alley. That's why I'm living my life right now. Because the biggest reason why is because I don't want to depend right now full time on Artist Alley because it's really bad for the economy right now. Like the economy is not as good. That's why I only do Artist Alley when I get into good shows, and that's it. I'm very selective of what shows I get into. Because I'm not doing small shows. I will only do big shows, at least medium to large shows. I'm doing one like and so like there's one show that I may end up doing, which is LA Comic Con, but I'm not sure I'm gonna do that one. I think really good last year, but like this year, I don't know. I want to risk it because I may want to get into TwitchCon instead. But again, it's all a gamble because TwitchCon is at least has a free booth, at least for the most part, unless they change it. Um, but yeah, that's where we're at right now, and yeah, it's just that I just want to like talk about this because it's like as an artist is something that I feel like a lot of people need to think about and how they want to approach things. And then for me personally, it's like if you have a part-time job, that'd be really great. At least you have steady income, at least coming in, so you don't have to like fully like pay for everything through Artist Alley, or even like have some money saved up that you're willing to risk to lose and start doing Artist Alley. Yeah, no, that doesn't matter, Johnny. It depends if it's even like 30 seconds, 8 seconds, the AI will copyright it. It's just how
Couple
it
months
is.
from now, you got to pay now. Do you have that 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 plus dollars? That's the question. And it's like, especially if you don't want to go into credit card debt for this, it is very easy to get into credit card debt for this. And I don't want you to normalize being in credit card debt for your business. That's not good.
Practice good financial habits.
Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. You gotta
Yeah, I
think
don't get
about
in debt
that,
either.
right?
Yeah.
And then on top of that, insurance, especially if this is your full time. Do you have health insurance? Luckily, if you're
Event insurance.
yeah, event insurance. Yeah, event insurance, all those things. And if you're married, hopefully they have a full-time job that does supply you insurance. But in my case, I'm not married. I have to pay for my own health insurance.
Small business sucks, y'all. It costs us so much.
And then like retirement, like are you contributing to your Roth IRA? I mean, I don't know if you want to do traditional IRA, but I would not suggest that. But most she's freaking out over it. Are you maxing out your Roth IRA? Like, if you are in your 20s, you should not wait to contribute into your retirement funds because the longer
stop working at one point.
Yeah, it's like you want to do this for the rest of your life. When you're 70 years old, do you want to be pulling your wagon and your suitcase?
And that's the thing that I'm barely started in my 30s, guys. I'm already looking into that. Yeah, I'm starting late, but it's better late than never, guys. My life got fucked up, man.
I don't think so.
The con would even let you in. I think you're considered a liability at that point.
That's why you need event insurance. There's all these things that you have to think about. And then on top of that, what if your merch doesn't sell? You put in thousands of dollars into an event. You cannot guarantee that you'll make money, right? Of course, you can hear all these, even us. I mean, I don't share my numbers. We don't really share our numbers, but some people share their numbers. You cannot expect to make that much money. There's a whole lot of factors. We can get into that at some point. But then also, on top of that, your living situation. Like, if you live with family, that helps a lot. But where are you going to store your products? Luckily, if you have smaller items like stickers, pins, and keychains, it can add up, but it can take up.
This is why I'm grateful where I live, guys, because I have 2 rooms. I'm not saying that lightly, guys. I'm not saying that to like show off or anything like that, because my brother moved away. He has his home. And then my uncle has a smaller room, which I offered the bigger room, but he didn't care. Which I'm like, are you sure? Like, I don't, because I only go there to sleep and put storage. So that's the lucky part about me. It's like I have a room where I sleep and store stuff, and I have this room where I do all of my art stuff. I am extremely privileged compared to a lot of people, especially in this space. This is why I could be selective on Artist Alley. This is why I could do. I could work part time, and I'm not trying to take advantage of. I'm trying to take advantage of everything, of like money that I'm saving for no rent, because I do pay for my phone bill. I do pay for the internet bill. I do pay for certain subscriptions like Amazon because everybody uses it, so I pay for that. And so like I pay for like electric and stuff like that, right? And then I also contribute to obviously the car stuff, right? Gas and like fixing car parts and everything because I'm driving the car. But luckily I saved majority of my money is saved because or if I'm barely starting to save now because I'm making more now. Luckily, not extremely amount, but I'm making more. It's like I don't just I'm not spending money on rent. You know how many people could say that? Not many people. Not and rent is high, dude.
Like a small space in your office or in your room. But when you get to the point of having bulky items like Ita bags, apparel, it takes up a lot of space. It's like when you're apartment hunting or just looking for a place, you have to consider, do you have space for that? And not only that, can you even afford to not have a roommate? Because if you have a roommate, they're gonna take up space. So
is your roommate gonna be okay with being surrounded by merch? Yeah, you have to be okay with living with the fact that you will be living amongst boxes and all the time. Are the people that you're living with that okay with that and accommodating? I used to only have one bedroom, and so my bedroom was in the bedroom and my office was out in the living room. It just turned the living room into like a storage room because there's just boxes everywhere all the time, and like I'm practicing my artist alley setup, so it's like everything's on the floor and like it didn't feel like a living room anymore. Like, are you okay with like a portion of your house just feeling like an office / warehouse all of the time if you don't have the financial ability to be able to have a place and rent out a separate room for your office? It's like the mingling of your business and your personal life. It's gonna be like this, and it's really hard to keep work-life balance when that is the case. When you feel like you wake up every day and you're just like, boom, small business stuff.
yeah, it's interesting because I'm in that weird situation where I actually want to downsize because my current office space is like $3K-ish a month, which is a lot. That is a really nice
$3K a
apartment,
month,
right? Yeah. And I don't want to keep paying that much per month. So if I want to downsize, I have to sacrifice an extra room. Like right now it's about like 2 to 3 rooms in my office. If I want to downsize, can I decrease the amount of inventory that I have in order to fit that? But then also, that's just an office space. That's not even including my living space. So imagine like the cost will add up monthly, and that's not even including events. So it's very easy to spend 10K. I don't spend 10K like every month,
more
but
black
it's
guys.
easy to get to that point, especially when you get into a lot of cons and you have to pay for everything, and then...
It's easy to have those months where your credit card bill just skyrockets out of nowhere, because you'll have some months where your events are already paid for, your flights, your hotels, your merchandise are already paid for, but you'll have those months where it's like you got into 2 events, so you're booking those events, you're booking those hotels and those flights, you ran out of inventory all at once or something, and now you're like placing 3 separate orders of inventory, and like now your credit card bill is like $10,000 in 1 month. And even worse, that might be your low earning month in terms of revenue, because let's say you didn't have a big event that month.
Yeah, that's why like I literally had to spend about $400 on stickers. I had to spend so many on stickers, dude, because the 3 events are happening all at once. It's 3 weeks of just event after event after event. I don't have a break where I can make more. Well, the only thing I have control, which is really great, this is what I do this, I could make my own prints. Like if I need more prints, guys, I have 2 days to make more prints, and I could cut them at my hotel. So that's the very good news about everything that I do, guys. So let's say I run out a lot of prints at NostalgiaCon. At least I will have 3 days to make more prints and cut them at the Ava show. That is the very good news about me having my own printer.
And so you're only relying on online sales, and so your like revenue is all the way down here, and your spending is all the way up here that month, which is why like budgeting is so important as well, because those months will come and they will hit you, and the credit card bill will slap you in the face, and you're going to be very sad, but you need to be prepared.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's why I think it's funny when I see not everyone does this, but some of those content on Instagram, TikTok, whatever, where they film videos where they're like, oh, I only made this much this month, and it's very pity marketing. But the thing is, I understand feeling that. Like, I've been in many situations where I felt bad for myself because I didn't make enough to at least hit like certain baselines and all these goals. But at the same time, like, you are not entitled to people's money. Like
exactly,
you said, this is a luxury. People do not have to buy our products or art or designs. And for people to even buy something, even if it's as small as like a sticker or a button, they didn't have to do that. They just wanted to do that to support you, or just because they thought it was cute. Because you're not entitled to people's money, if you don't do well as a business, you got to start working on something else. Not necessarily like working on something else, but like, yeah, not a new job, but just in general, it's like, what are you doing that isn't working? And then just pivot from there. I've had so many situations where I had to think that way. That's why I pivoted to keychains. That's why I pivoted to mystery keychains, because I like gacha, people like gacha, and it's like,
People
I
love
can't keep doing
gambling.
the same thing every time. If I keep doing that, I will not make money.
Like I said at the beginning of this segment, the artist alley scene is constantly changing and transforming, and if you're incapable of adapting to those changes, it's going to be really hard to make it long term and continue to make money within the scene. And also,
also another thing about me being a part-time, guys, another advantage I have is that I can make unique artworks for every single convention. I'm doing unique artworks for NosadiCon, I do unique artworks for Anime Expo, and I do unique artworks for for Evo. What's the topic? Oh, I'm just watching. This is not gonna be like the whole video, by the way, because she's gonna get into like her vlog very soon. But this is the economy sucks for Artist Alley. Let's talk about it. We're talking about the Artist Alley, and I'm an artist who does Artist Alley. It's seasonally, and so I'm just talking about my experiences with Artist Alley. Like, yeah, it's very expensive, but compared to a lot of people, it's less expensive because I have different advantages, and I made some different advantages. And yeah, it's like, because again, Artist Alley is a luxury thing to do, and not everybody's gonna like want to buy your stuff. That's why that's why, like I said, like for me personally, the reason why I'm able to do things like be able to do like traditional paintings, and do like a unique art paintings and stuff like that in general is because I do a seasonally Artist Alley. I'm not doing them every single week, every single month, so I have time to prepare for every single show and make unique artwork for every single show. That's what makes my booth very unique and compared to everybody else, because at least I could do that compared to everybody else who just sells mostly prints, mouse pads, keychains, etc., which are very good stuff. Which I want to make mouse pads too, by the way. Is that at least I could do traditional art pieces, which is very not like it's very sought after because a lot of people don't really do it for obvious reasons because people don't have the space to do it or have the time to do it.
when you do see people that share their numbers and you're like, oh my god, that is so much, yada yada, you have to be aware of all the expenses are in the back end. Like, that might be how much they earn at the event, but how much was table, how much was food, how much did the merch cost, how much for flights and hotel, and all the time that is spent preparing for that event, that number is not what they're bringing home at the end of the day. It's
Also
easy to like
too.
see numbers like those and be like mystified by that. That is not the profit. But if you work it right, and if you work, you know, your products and your branding and stuff right, it is possible to make an income. But I would be very wary of going into it without thinking about those things beforehand.
Problem is, even if people know that there are expenses that are involved with the revenue, not even profits, just revenue, right? Revenue minus expenses is profit. People don't like to see that. It's like, I want to know how much you made. And it's like, you don't know how much I spent. Now that you've experienced this for 5 years, now you're going into your 6th year, starting next year. For people who feel like this is really difficult right now, what advice would you give for them?
If you're new to the scene, I always have recommended that people start really small first. Pop-ups at your local boba shop, if they have them, like those cup sleeve events, any small one-day art markets you can find, those are much lower risk in terms of entryway into vending in person. And then see how you feel about it before you save up enough to be able to invest in like a bigger Artist Alley convention. The vendors that have been in the scene for a while, I can't even speak for the veterans, because even though we have been doing this for a good amount of time, well, some people have been in the scene for like 10 plus years, and we are not there. We've been in the scene long enough that I think my one piece of advice would just be to be very adaptable and welcoming of change, and constantly being on the lookout and researching what you can do to change your products, your setup, your branding, your marketing, because the moment you stop changing and adapting, that is when things become stagnant to the point of no growth at all in terms of your business and your revenue. The moment you're complicit in staying the same as you are, that's when like things kind of fall apart, because like
that's why like as an artist you got to look at what's trending and what's the interest to you, because for example right now like you got to look into like, oh, what's trending in the anime world, what's trending in the comic world, what's trending in the fighting game world, what is trending, or like what people like in those worlds and stuff like that, and what also you like too, because again believe it or not, people will notice um of things that like you're just drawing them for the sake of like being trendy instead of like doing it for because you actually like it. People will notice that, and people will be like, all right, because people could tell like the art pieces are not as good as the other art pieces. So that's why when I do my art pieces, it's like I do things that I like the most, right? I like One Piece, I like Dragon Ball, so I do those things the most compared to every other anime right now, right? But that doesn't mean I won't do any other anime. It's just that I'll be most focusing on those are the ones that I like the most because that's where I'm at, and that's why I like drawing. I could do them pretty quickly. But yeah, it's just like you just gotta find a right balance in general. You know, you just gotta find the right balance, what works for you, and kind of go from there. Really. But yeah, it's like it's a struggle, but you know, it could make you can make it work.
I said, this scene is constantly changing. People are looking for more things. Different things are popular different years.
Yes.
The market influences which tier of items sell. If the economy is doing really poorly, lower price items usually go much more. If you're not open to being very adaptable, it's going to be very hard. So if you're like in a position where you feel like you haven't been doing well as of lately, income is bad, you're not doing well at events, really take a look at the things you can be doing at your own table, at your own brand to improve upon it and kind of give yourself a better chance.
Being adaptable is very important, whether in Araceli or just being in business in general, because it's very easy to get comfortable with what you're currently doing. Like back in 2020, all you could do is just, here's a sticker, and then it's like 200K views. So easy on TikTok and Instagram. Now you kind of have to work for it. I think people like personability, but the problem is you also kind of have to be a little bit chronically online if you want to do well on social media. And the thing is, you don't have to be on social media to do well. Like I've seen many artists who do super well
but it
in
works.
person
It helps
events
out a lot.
who probably maintain an email newsletter. There's many other things. You don't have to use social media, but the easiest way to do well.
Oh, by the way, guys, I'm making a new website. So the new website is gonna be much better. It's gonna connect the store where you guys click on it. You guys go straight to the coffee store, so you guys don't have to like search for it or anything like that. Like now everything's all separate. You guys would just have like literally the website will be like portfolio, terms of service, about me, and store. So each of those things are gonna be right there for you guys, and is one click of a button. You want to check out portfolio? Boom, done. You want to check out the store? Boom, done. And I could have done this a long time ago with Adobe, and I didn't know that. I'm so mad at myself.
Is to work on your social media, unfortunately. Also, quick thank you to Ellie. Look at this. I love this ribbon. This is so funny. And then look at the
Is that it for that? Yes, I think it is. Okay, yeah. So that's pretty much it, guys.
Towards the entrance, for example.
So, anyways, yeah. So I just want to watch that part about like the struggles of Artist Alley, and it is a struggle, but hey, you can get through it. It's like that's why just gotta keep figuring it out, and hopefully everything works out, and just keep adapting. That's the biggest thing I'll say for sure, guys. Is you have to adapt what's going on. That's the biggest thing, guys. All right, guys. Sorry, I watched that video, guys, because I tried to do some like videos for YouTube for future reactions. So hope you guys don't mind that. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me and checking out my streams. But how's everybody doing today, guys? We're working on Kazuya right now. And next we're gonna work on is Shadow the Hedgehog, which will be another, I think, somewhat good fast painting. And after that we're gonna, or we could do Metroid. We'll see. I'll decide right now. But we're gonna do I think so. Right now I have a couple characters I need to sketch out. We do have. I'm gonna draw Sub-Zero and Scorpion today, or when I wake up tomorrow, or later on today. Sorry. Yo, what up, Cat? Thanks for the raid. How's it going? Yo, what up, Evil? How's it going? How's it going, Evil? Hi. How was the stream? Oh, by the way, guys, let's check out the new Supergirl trailer, the final Supergirl trailer from Marvel. Practice. Oh, okay. How many hours did you play? Guys, let's check out the final trailer for Supergirl real quick. I need to get back. I want to play Rivals. I will be playing more video games after January, guys. I will be playing more video games after oh sorry, the first week of July. Sorry, not January. The first week of July, guys. After that, I will play more video games for sure, guys. By the way, guys, I will be putting some stuff in my store very, very soon, guys. Keep a lookout for that kind of content. It'll be prints, stickers, all that good stuff. If you guys want to buy some cool stuff on the store, I'm gonna have a bunch of new items for nostalgic like stuff, fighting game stuff, and also anime stuff too as well, guys. So if you guys want to check that out, it'll be in my store very, very soon. Makes me wonder if people ever take a good look at themselves in the mirror. But you always gotta look at yourself in the mirror, all right? I need to get back into Rivals. Yeah, I mean Rivals is awesome. I've been wanting to play for a while. All the new characters, Cyclops in it, Gambit's in it, Rogue's in it. Like, there's a lot of characters I want to play. I want to get into it. Oh, you don't play often? Oh my god. Thank you for the 200 bits. Yo, Bortis, where Bortis? How you been? It's been a while, bro. Sorry, watching the Supergirl trailer. Thank you. Oh my god, holy shit. I got thank you. I really do appreciate it, man. 200 bits. Thank you, man. Candy, do you want to be for the community drawing? By the way, you will also be part of the YouTube video. Yeah, that's right. I'm putting in a flavor idea though, because it's a gumball machine, which we'll be working on it soon, guys. I do apologize that I'm delaying everything, but I will close out the gumball machine community drawing soon, and we'll start the next list. Like I said, this month's gonna be a little bit tricky, and next week, July we should be able to do maybe 2 community drawings in 1 month, guys. I do apologize. But we will be adding you. So if you guys resubscribe, donate bits, or all that kind of stuff, guys, you guys, or use your points for free, with Twitch points or Kick points or anything like that, you guys will be adding to the new one, all right, guys? Hold on, let me redeem one before I close it. It's on. Okay, there you go. Okay. Yeah, this looks fun. This looks really fun. I will for sure be watching. I think this looks great. I think it's like a fun film. I think hopefully it does really well. How you been, Warboarders? What have you been up to, man? All right, let me write your name, by the way, before I don't do that. Which I appreciate all the support. And we go towards Anime Expo, guys. Yeah, all the money I get through streaming right now, guys, is helping me through Anime Expo. Cause I'm actually below $400. So I do appreciate it, guys. Let's see. Okay, so let me add you right now. No, I didn't know it was going on until just this second. That's why I gotta put a bot on, or just join my Discord, guys. You guys get get updates of what's happening and all that. You got some really cool stuff. You guys will be part of a YouTube video too. So let me see. Why is it on cooldown though? Oh, I misspelled it. Sorry, guys. Let me see what's going on. Why it's not working right? Because it should be 1 per person every single month. Let's see, whiteboard is, and then you said it. Oh, you said surprise, right? Okay, surprise. Maybe I'll make you like a surprise gumball. Let me go to my Twitch real quick, guys, to see what's going on with that, with the point system. Let me see real quick. Request. Stress, community art. Oh, you also redeem one. By the way, I'm gonna reject your community art whiteboard is because you already you give me bits. So I will be rejecting it. So you save those points for next month if you want to be part of another one, right? So you don't waste your points. So let me figure this out real quick. I already have you on the list already, by the way. I already have you on the list. So you don't have to worry about that. Manage points real quick. Let me see the community drawing because whiteboarders did it already. So maybe it's 1 per person every month. Did I put that by the wrong way? Hold up. Community art, edit. Let's see where I'm at with that. Oh, sorry. All right, redemptions cooldown 7 days. Redemption per stream is 2. Oh, okay, I see. I'll change that to 1 or 0 actually. Sorry, I did that wrong. The limited redemption per user per stream is 1. So there you go. I don't know why okay, my bad. I left it on 7 days, guys. That was my bad. My bad. Limited redemption for per stream is redemption from viewers. Make it 10, I guess. Limited redemption per user per stream. Oh yeah, once. One person could. There we go. Okay, cool. There you go. Now I think if you refresh, you can use it now, guys. You can use it now. There it is. There it is. There's a lot of points, guys. It's 10,000 points. All right, let me know what you want for your gumball. What flavor? But yeah, guys, yeah, if you guys want to help out with the stream, guys, because right now I'm trying to raise up some money for Anime Expo convention. You guys could if you guys want to commission me, I will be open. It'll be a little bit slow right now, where I pretty much most likely will be starting your your commission until next month. But I'm just saying it's just to help out for the convention for Anime Expo. So if you do have commissions open for that, if you guys are willing to wait, I will have some stuff for the store soon. I'm working on a new website where I have connection to the store, guys. So that's what's going on too, guys. So I'm gonna show you guys some like a preview of it, because I still need to design it and all that. So this is the store right now. Hello. So I want something simple, right? So the home part right here, guys, is gonna have like buttons where you guys can click on the pages and stuff, and then portfolio is gonna be right there. Like portfolio is gonna have like traditional art, digital art, stuff like that, and then it's gonna once you click the store, it'll take you straight to a new website of my coffee where the shop is right there, which I think I'm gonna change it to shop. And we guys will go straight to the shop. So you no longer have to. You guys no longer are gonna have to figure out the shop and everything. Not only that, I will buy a domain name soon. I'll be buying a domain name, guys. Of this very soon, and you guys will be able to check out my website by hopefully by my name and all that. But I have to do it after Artist Alley stuff though. I put you as grape too, by the way. I put you as grape. But yeah. By the way, guys, I am excited for Supergirl. By the way, sorry. Yeah, we gotta be done with this painting right now, guys. By the way, to go work on the next one. Let me see. Oh, here we go. All right, let's check out this one. Chicago's most dangerous 17-year-old rapper. All right, let's go. Let's go right to painting, guys.
Just when you thought Chirac's most infamous individuals.
But by the way, I've been thank you guys again so much for the support. By the way, guys, I should be announcing that to make this in my alert for my bot. I will be RL streaming for the first time ever, guys, on my conventions. That's right. I will be IRL streaming for my conventions. So I'm excited for that. I will be RL streaming. So that's gonna be really fun. Hopefully, we're gonna figure it out. But we're gonna do a lot of IRL streaming though. Yeah, because we're gonna do Nostalgicon is gonna be the test subject. We're gonna do one test stream before we go to Nostalgicon, by the way, on my phone. And then we're going to do I'm gonna stream Nostalgicon, Evo 2026, and Anime Expo as well. So if you guys want to help out with that, guys, just come by the streams. I'll be multi streaming because I'll be doing a trial version on Streamlabs and Prism. So I'll be doing those two. Since I can't spend any money right now because I'm completely broke. Unless somebody wants to like donate $20, then I could like subscribe to Prism or Streamlabs to do multi streamings. But right now we're gonna do the free trials, so that'll be good. Because guys, right now I spend way too much. Because like you know how it is convention time. But yeah, I will be I can't wait. I will be RL streaming, guys. So it'll be a brand new stuff of content. So you guys can like follow me on Twitch, Kick, or YouTube. My YouTube has also been going very well, by the way, guys. We've been uploading really great content there. So if you guys want to check it out, you guys will check it out. It'll be awesome. We're uploading a lot of reaction content this week, guys, because there's a lot of video game stuff going on. Like on Friday, we'll be uploading a lot of stuff for Summer Game Fest, and then on Sunday we'll be uploading another reaction video because, and I'll give us a reason, because I need more time, because I'm working on a tier list of a fighting game tier list of content creators, which I made unique artworks for them too as well. So keep a lookout for that. It's gonna be super fun. It's gonna be a small video. It's not gonna be a long video, guys. It's gonna be 8 to 12 minutes because we're gonna start with 6 to maybe 7 content creators, guys. And after that, when we do episode 2, I was thinking about doing patches / DLC and building up the roster of characters that we do as content creators. I think it's gonna be super fun. Hope you guys check that out. I cannot wait for you guys to see that, and it's gonna be super fun. Anyways, let's check out this video.
Couldn't possibly get any younger. They somehow got even closer to being fully fledged child soldiers. At the moment, Fully Chop is making major waves in both the Chicago drill scene and the streets at large. And by the looks of it, he's another Chi-Town rapper who sees no line between the music and real life.
1, can't leave the house without my gun. 2, can't leave the house without my gun. 3, nah. Let me see. Yeah, just can't leave the house without my gun. The whole 3. You will never see me without no gun.
Now
Thank
17 years old,
appreciate
he just
it.
keeps
Thank
upping
you.
the ante, often seen wielding guns that are even bigger than him.
Civil Star. Thank you. What the hell?
Suddenly, he's being viewed as the next big thing out of the city, following in the footsteps of people like King Von, Bloodhound Lil Jeff, and Baby Chief Do It. And as his profile grows, so does the feeling that this story, like so many before it, isn't heading anywhere good, especially if the rumors are true. There are 3 things that set this whole thing in motion, but first, let's go back to where it all started. From the jump, life wasn't always going to be easy for Demira in Wales. Growing up in the trenches of 59th and Paulina, early footage already showed the kid he was becoming.
Man, get fat all day, man.
Look what took Chicken Ching.
His late cousin, killed at just 15, was his biggest influence. So the moment he had a chance to get active, he took it without hesitation.
Bad as hell, just be bad as hell, little ass boy.
But thank you again. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Running around the hood.
So around what?
We're good. We're good.
I said stealing bikes, ding dong, bitch. I'll take it.
Yeah. So around what age would you say you was outside bad as hell?
Like 12.
12?
Okay.
Yeah, bro. 12.
Kind of introduced you to the street life. Who were you hanging around?
Big cousins. I'm big cousin Sosa that died.
Repping PGF, the Psycho Gang family, the crew has been at war with multiple factions across the city, including the Bloodhounds and Inglewood's 147 Sharknum. Coming up in the set, Chop watched his OG PGF Nuke sign to Alamo Records and rack up millions of streams. That was all the motivation he needed to start rapping, and he's considered himself a student of the game ever since.
I ain't gonna lie. When I just play songs, I be like over listening, cause like the shit they be, some people be saying something like some real shit. Like if I listen to your song, I gotta really listen to it. Like I over replay that bitch. Like I play it back like 3 times. You gotta say some real cold shit. I don't really know. I don't really know. I was finna say the Joker, TV Joker. I ain't gonna bop. Joker was talking that shit before he died. He said you got 1 to 3 hatching parking like yeah. I'm my dead brother.
But the music didn't slow him down one bit. His debut video, Bounce Out, saw him flexing allegedly stolen jewelry and featured faces that will become a major part of the story, including Q50 with Lil 50, Lil Queso, and Lil Speedy. Back then, these guys were running riot in the streets. At a time where he and Queso were barely old enough to drive, they were seen attempting to steal.
Bro, they're like really bad. They're really bad with nicknames, man. Little. I'm sorry. Like, what the hell is that?
A DoorDash driver's car.
Then you gotta take his bullshit as well.
Really? Fucking losers.
In other instances, they were involved in a high-speed chase with the police that was documented on IG.
Of course it was.
Yeah, stop chasing. He ready to stop chasing. Fucking him up, big fucking him up. I told him, blood.
But his inexperience with firearms caught up with him early. He basically blew his thumbs off.
I was at the zoo, I did some dumbass shit. Put my hand in the water, shark bit my shit. Shit crazy. What happened to my thumb? I think I wasn't a high blood. I don't know, some goofy shit. But I shot myself though. Some rookie goofy shit. I don't know how I do that goofy. That was rookie goofy shit. I learned my lesson from that shit. Play with fire, get burned by the fire.
That's the thing that people forget about these Chicago drill rappers. Behind all the posturing, they're still kids, and Chop is no different.
I used to use the pump, AR. That's all I used to use, pump and AR. Belt and shit. And that belt on that bitch for sure. I ain't gonna lie, I had hella skins on Fortnite. I ain't gonna lie, I played literally with every skin. What skin I used to use? Let me see. Damn.
Playing fucking Fortnite and this guy's a gangster?
No, I know what skin I used to use.
Are you kidding me?
That Color Ray skin. No, not Color Ray skin. I forgot his name. He was an event though. Yeah, Killer Roy. Yep, Killer Roy. LV, Killer Roy. Yep. I used to use the what pick I used to use? I used to use the icebreaker with the Killer Roy. Her and shit. Don't run to me on that. We'll get it, you know that.
Still, none of this changed the fact that once he started rhyming, he made a splash instantly, gaining traction with his uncompromising lyrics. Fully Chop got the wildest lyrics for someone who's probably still got a curfew, and they weren't wrong. Fully Chop really lived that life. So much so that it was about to set him on course to war with some of the people that he once called friends. The first thing that set it all in motion was the backdooring. In modern Chicago, killing your ops isn't always enough. The new code involves backdooring. This basically means that you wind up getting hit with a surprise betrayal from those you'd once thought to be your allies. And these days, the young
Did I hear that right? Wait. So, killing your ops, which is really bad, but like killing your ops is the way to get in. But now, yet they came up with a new way. It's called backdooring to betray your friends. What kind of bullshit is that? What the fuck? Are you what?
young generation actually condoned this as part of the game. For Chop, it all began when guns went missing, and former friends Lil Speedy and Queso suddenly became ops.
First, he was like part of your initial friend group before that kind of fell apart.
I don't want to answer that.
Okay.
Y'all definitely was in videos and shit together at one point though, right? For sure, right? You was around?
Yeah, that was brother. I just did some goofy shit. I was so I don't want to hit that motherfucker no more. I don't want to hit that motherfucker no more.
Just trying to figure out the crew that you were moving around with like early on, because I know you rest in peace to Q Lil 50. So him, Queso, you, was there anybody else like that really was part of like your sort of generation?
It was just, I ain't gonna lie, it was just phone them, other phone them too. I don't want to say their name shit, but other phone them, they know who they is. They was with us too. I'm from this shit. It was just us for Angle, bro.
And how y'all built y'all bond though? From school? Like where y'all was kicking it at, where y'all even got close like that?
Yeah, we used to go on like 3 minutes and shit, like 2 minutes, like get up with hoes and shit with each other, shit like that. Like basic shit. That's how we got close for bonds, you know? Like if you go on 2 minutes with somebody, like if you do anything with somebody for that, like bring y'all bond closer, you know?
Yeah.
So that bring the bond closer. So we was just like, you know, going on 2 minutes and shit. That's how our bond got closer, for real.
And cause we all know Q50, Lil 50, that was your homie. He was the one that
that was my twin.
So yeah. Q50 with Lil 50, who was he to you? Like where y'all friendship and bond really came from?
That was really that's my twin, for ain't gonna lie. That's my twin. We did everything with each other for. That's my twin for sure. Ain't gonna back. Where our bond came from?
Yeah.
Let me see, fool. It used to be like me. It used to be only like who I used to really be around. Just me and Quan, fool. Like it used to be me and Quan and my big brother, fool. So saying Quan, little brother, it just be us, fool.
This conflict kept escalating, with Chop and Q50 with Lil 50 flexing the weapons whenever they got the chance.
So it's something where y'all took his pipe?
Nah, that's Lil Cuz.
That's baby Cuz. But he was playing in the middle, fool.
That's my Lil Cuz.
If you ain't with us, you against us. It ain't no middle.
What about this?
Oh my God.
It's
about that.
Hey, that's still Lil Cuz.
That's still Lil Cuz.
That's Lil Cuz right there.
That's still Lil Cuz.
In the middle.
But that's what they mad about. Smoking dog. You know, my dear brother, baby dog. We smoking both the dogs. Smoking both of the.
The second thing was bodies, real or alleged, that started piling up. And Chop wasn't shy about letting people know that he was involved. More specifically, that he was involved in the deaths of Murdoch and Baby Murdoch from 147. Two people that he consistently brought up in interviews and his music.
Died in the worst way on all my dead people. Folks died with his Drake, folks died with his button. Then it gets vicious.
One died, you know, with his Drake. One died, I don't know. He had a gun, I think.
Both of them got up though.
Both of them got up.
Big Doc and Little Doc.
You know, my dear brother, baby dog. We smoking both the dogs. Smoking both of the. My dear brother, that's my favorite.
For a minute, it felt like Chop and his crew were untouchable. Then reality hit. While visiting his father, his friend Q50 with Low 50 was shot multiple times in an alley and didn't make it.
For a shooter and an explanation after a 15-year-old boy was shot and killed overnight in West Woodlawn.
Courtney is live at Comer Children's Hospital with what we've learned. Courtney?
That boy was rushed here last night to the hospital after he was wounded in that shooting, but he did not survive. As of this morning, his identity has not yet been released, and police are still looking for the person who pulled the trigger.
Over here now.
Supposedly, he too was backdoored, leading his sister to actively lash out and call for revenge without even leaving the grounds of the hospital where her brother had just passed.
I give y'all 24 hours, and that's 20K on somebody here. I give y'all 24 hours. I bet y'all whoever did whatever be killed. I'm done talking now. On my dead cousin, y'all know I'm not no bad.
In interviews since, Chop has openly admitted that the news left him rocked.
So where was you at when you heard the news that Q50 died or he had passed away?
I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to.
How did that affect you? Or, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the thing. You hanging out with him every day, and then, you know, being from Chicago, y'all lose a lot of people all the time. Because, like, was this one hit harder for you compared to everybody else you might have lost? Or, like, what was your initial thoughts?
I don't know how to answer that for. I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah. Was that like
that did break me though? For I'm so that broke me for. That was my everyday homie for. I was waking up to him type shit, you know. That was my everyday homie for. I ain't gonna about that shit did break me though.
Although no one was officially apprehended, it's believed that Lil Tay of Trap City, who allegedly had 5 bodies, was responsible. But before there was a chance for any retribution on Chop's part, Tay would pass in a car accident. Despite everything, Chop stayed locked in on Queso, especially after he called Q50 an alley cat, a direct reference to how he died.
With Queso, for good, I smoked that little boy. I'm gonna pay him no attention.
Things kept escalating until footage surfaced of Queso getting his gun taken by one of Chop's older associates.
I'm gonna kill your ass. You.
And just days later, Queso was found dead in his own residence at South Parnell Avenue from a gunshot wound. In the wake of the news, Lil Speedy posted 3 hats, commonly used as slang terminology for bodies. As for Chop, he posted a picture of a bloody floor with the caption, "Lil Speedy gun jam on me." Chop then took it even further, going on social media to celebrate the 15-year-old's death in front of his family.
Of course he would. Of course. Wow, of course, yeah, totally. That works well for every rapper right there. It works so well for them. So well. Good job. Applause.
Since then, Queso's own mother claimed he accidentally shared his location with Chop, which is how Speedy got the drop on him.
In the living room, so I looked and he was sitting right there on the floor. And I still walked up to him because I didn't know, he just looked like he was sitting there like he was asleep, like he's, Right. And as I got closer, I just lost it. Like damn, like cannot be real, Yeah, so that's how that happened. And I found it, and I'm tripping because they all on the internet talking about, he playing he didn't even have a game. So I don't know where they got all that. He was playing the game, and that I walked in, my baby was sitting there, and he had money in his hand. That's why I was tripping when Speedy made that song, and he remade it, and he made the internet know, say, oh no, y'all say he died playing the game. No, he died with money. And I knew right then and there, so I say, see, okay. But yeah, so I just let them keep on running it.
Less than 24 hours after Queso's death, his untimely slaying was once again celebrated in the video for Fully Chop's Super Slime, a track which he racked up over 10 million views at a time of recording. But most people watching were not impressed. They were just horrified at the complete lack of remorse. It made it clear that this kind of thing shouldn't be celebrated. Y'all in competition to be the toughest corpse in the grave. Y'all didn't even give life a shot before you jumped into the streets. This video is the result of straight pain and unresolved trauma. To any kid seeing this shit is not cool, and nothing you want to admire. These are all children who were betrayed by someone once upon a time, and they're tired of being numb. This is how they express all of that. I truly hope the best for everyone reading this and watching this. Unbothered by the backlash, Chop kept referencing the situation in his music. And off the mic, he kept making headlines for all the wrong reasons. At one point, he blatantly took a friend's gun on live once again, putting it to his head as though this were just another day in his life. Aside from selling his fellow gang members out at the drop of a hat, he's also capable of irritating fully grown men to the point of crashing out.
I'm saying, did you go laugh?
Hey, what fully top at? I don't want to
right here. Did you go laugh about
to
us?
a gangbanger.
Don't do that. Hey, wait.
What is wrong with y'all? What's up? What's going on, Top? What it is?
Hey, Mirror, get outside.
You get outside. What the?
Block on Sosa. We can bump right now.
Man, Sosa, you who?
Yeah, I know.
Hold on, fuck Sosa. It's man, fuck Sosa though.
Hey, I don't get no fuck what you talking about. Joseph, Sosa, fuck. Lola, where the fuck is you at right now? Drop your location.
Right now.
Drop your location right now. On 50, I'm gonna pull up. What's wrong with you? You on 80th and what?
Carpenter.
80th and Carpenter?
Yeah.
On Dion, come on Dion, let's come on. We can do it right now. Go on tape.
Pull up right now.
Ain't no pulling up. I just said we finna walk to you. I'm 2 blocks away. We finna walk.
Okay, come on. Come right here.
It got so bad that M Block DIY pulled up to his block and attempted a drive-by on IG Live.
Wow.
Who is that? That's the UPS man. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Hey, which house is fully Top house so I can blow that up, y'all? Which house is his?
Wow, dude.
I don't tell you, I'm done playing with you. Stop saying my name, little boy. Your ass not out here in these trenches. You know who you playing with? On my cousin. I ain't got no mask on my cousin. This what you want me to come back to? You want me to treat your ass like TJ? All right, cool. Cool. This what you want. We don't play with y'all tweaking with all that cross-western talk. On Dion, stop talking about cross-western. On that car. On that car. On that bitch. Tear it down.
Like many in his position, Chop has a habit of saying too much. His no-jumper appearance made that clear, with PGF Muda shooting him looks that said everything without a word.
Hip-hop and rap music is dead as fuck. Shit sounds garbage as fuck now. It's a bunch of wannabe rappers nowadays. The problem is, it's not wannabe rappers. That's the problem. I wish it was wannabe rappers, because this is like, you know how many people have died in hip hop more than have way back in the day. The biggest hip hop deaths happened with like Biggie and Tupac and maybe a couple other ones here and there. But now in today's hip hop, majority of these young rappers die almost every single year. They died instantly, dude. As soon as they pop off and all that, they die instantly. They're dying more nowadays than they were back then. So like, I'll say, like, I wish that they just go like making like no longer being in a gangster or that part of life, but it's just like it just sucks. Like hip hop does suck right now, dude. I'm not gonna lie, it just sucks. You know, like I prefer the beef between Drake and Kendrick Lamar. At least like that's like mostly words and shit. And that's it. That's where it ends for the most part.
2 days after that, that's when we took these goofy straights. They was our homie at first. They got some goofies though. They was our homies. We knew where they parked. They straight at. We took that bitch. We went to their shit like.
You took what? A straight?
Straight. It's a car.
Yeah,
they car. One of their car from them cars. They had 2 straights, so we knew where one was at. Cause LaCaso, he was sharing his load with me. For he didn't know he was sharing his load with me. On phone them. Bus to go to the park. Like,
okay.
From his house, we got on the bus. We went to the park. So it was a trend like that. You know, like trends on Instagram. Before there was a little trend, we get there. Before we see motherfuckers skied up. Oh, before they all got skis on over. So they all got skis, book bags, all type of shit on. So we getting that little hoes and shit. For no, it's hoes and shit. We get in the park. Oh no. I see the 50 them for on. I ain't knowing they ass, but Quan and Michi know they ass for like he know 50 them already on Sosa, but I ain't know they ass because they been outside. Michi And Quan, they been outside with 50 of them already, so I ain't know they ass, so cause my first come back around, like, no. Cause I was put up for it.
Even still, this couldn't stop him from wearing the badge of Backdoor King with pride.
They be saying you one of the backdoor kings, nigga. They be like, man, this nigga be cool with a nigga and be plotting on a nigga the whole time. So like, what's up? Cause like you, Queso, all y'all niggas was kicking. I seen the bounce out video. All y'all niggas was friends kicking and shit, and I don't know what the. When you record the bounce out video, when was that? And where was that at?
The bounce out, that was a photo block.
Oh yeah, where y'all shot that video at?
Them shit on shoot. Yeah, that was on photo block.
His lyrics were just as incriminating as the interview. On the track Do It Right, Chop seemed to hint at even more bodies than what the streets were already saying. Spitting, get up close, don't do no missing, different guns for different killing. I'm up 10, don't like that feeling. Meanwhile, new tracks like Toilet Paper Head saw him even dissing Q50 with Lil 50's sister, Jada, declaring that she knows she'll die with him after she sided with his op Lil Nooney after he publicly dissed his deceased brother.
Boy, ain't no fucking way, bro. Boy, ain't no way, bro. Boy, ain't no way, bro.
Bro.
Boy, ain't no way, bro. Boy, ain't no way, bro.
You be with your brother, Ops. G20, man, take my recipe. How you feel about being with Ops?
Bro, get your dumb ass on.
How I feel being with Ops?
The Ops kinda cool.
How you feel about DMG?
I would say something, cause did you just see that video of Lil Zay talking about my little brother?
Nah. How you feel about PGF?
Skip that question too.
Lil Nooney, a soldier for rival crew 147 Sharknum, has been all over Chop's music for one reason. He's believed to have killed Chop's cousin Sosa, the same cousin who brought him into the streets. That put a target on Nooney's back, and he didn't help himself by laughing about a PGF assassination attempt in an interview.
Why they keep on talking about you, bro? Like, why your name is in all their songs?
Shit.
I guess the $1 million question is, how the Lil Nooney ain't get hit?
Man, we high as hell, man. Just thinking like, how the fuck do we get hit? I don't get hit, man.
I ain't get hit cause somebody was doing 60 miles per hour and they was shooting out a window. That's why. I thought it was gangster when you get on feet.
Right.
But we gonna change the subject.
Sorry.
Yeah, we really gotta change the subject now.
And that wasn't the only time his aim got clowned. More footage surfaced of another attempt that didn't exactly help his reputation.
Wait, is he like a stormtrooper? Like, what the fuck?
And the third thing was the simplest and most avoidable of all. He just couldn't stop talking. And at this point, he's struggling to get himself out from under the mountain of trouble he's built for himself. A year ago, Fully Chop found himself behind bars. What started as a routine traffic stop turned into something much bigger. He was in a stolen Kia, and when they ran his name, an active warrant for his attempted murder of a 15-year-old on 57th and Wolcott came up. Chop was released shortly after, while his co-conspirator Quan Get 'Em Done stayed locked up, which naturally sparked snitching allegations. In reality, they simply had more evidence on Quan. Later down the line, he served a 4-month sentence in juvie on parole violation, only to be seen prowling the streets with firearms once again.
Fucking juvie, bro.
Catch me a VJ, put niggas under the furlough. Roll how to hop in the brook. These bitch ass niggas out here really had they room. We put off in the grade, they knew it was us when he died. We rolled on the tomb. Niggas ain't still get back, we chasing the city. Niggas keep dying in too. See so many niggas outside the car.
They coming. Go ahead, bro. How you coming? 10, fuck 12, man. Fuck 12. Oh, there go my fuck 12. This bitch so dry. One about something for, but 12 coming for. Right, why focus behind us, nigga? Come on, there, come on, this bitch Jado. I want about self for this bitch.
Now unable to promote his music himself, the duty has fallen to his management as they post hashtags demanding his freedom as he prepares to drop his new project, Fully Loaded. As always, this spell in jail has not killed his momentum whatsoever, leaving his fans arguing that releasing music from inside the pen is only going to benefit his already flourishing career.
Are you kidding
That's how
me?
you can't stop the grind energy. If Fully Chop is really dropping heat while locked up, that just adds to the mystique. Fans always tend to run projects like that up even harder. A project titled Fully Loaded already sounds like it's built for pressure moments and street buzz. If the rollout keeps the momentum, it's gonna do numbers fast. The music career is moving. Everything else around it, not so much.
This is the
Stuck in
problem
the
with
same
hip-hop,
cycle,
dude. It
Chop
really
seems
is
to
a
know
big
deep
problem.
down that this path isn't one he'd recommend to anyone.
So how you feel about, like, you know, you Fully Chop, people looking up to you and shit now? How do you feel about a kid that might be like, I don't want to be like Fully Chopped and shit? Like, what would you say to him? Somebody that might want to jump up the porch because they see how you move.
Don't follow my footsteps. That's all. Don't follow my footsteps. Stay in school. That's all I want to say.
In the same vein, Chop doesn't see rap as just a hobby. He clearly wanted to make it big, as he believes it's his only way to ever escape the trap that he's in.
I don't really know. I might get no bow. I'm gonna be on the block. No bow.
Yeah.
Oh, I might go to school.
Might go to school.
I'm for no. Fuck gonna make a way. Oh bullshit.
Like so many before him, Chop is a walking contradiction. He knows leaving Chicago is the only way to survive, but his ego won't let him fully commit to that.
Put up, like some about fire type shit, you know?
Do you ever plan on, like, leaving Chicago, like, long term?
Hell yeah, but not, no, but I don't know how to say. I'ma always come to Chicago. That's where I grew up at. Like, you know, I don't really.
But yeah, I want to leave.
But you see how Cheeky did it when he got some money? First thing he did was move to California. He got up on down. So, like, if you know, you don't plan on, like, all right, let me leave states and shit might be best for me and my clique to move out here to change our surroundings and shit. Like, did he move when he got on? Like, he stayed in Chicago or he ain't never?
He moved.
Yeah, he moved.
Yeah, so.
Sure.
He moved to Jersey.
Every drill rapper out of Chicago wants to be the next Chief Keef, but if Chop keeps going the way that he's going, he might not get the chance to find out. He's 17, so the time to change course is now.
Fucking
Before
hell,
the
he's only
streets or the
17?
system take that option off the table entirely.
Bro, what the fuck? He's 17 only? It kind of feels like he's like close to his 20s or early 20s, but then what? Obviously juvie and all that, but that's crazy, man. Like, they're living lives so fast, like 100%, like so, like, quickly, more than ever, man. It's insane. It looks like. Sorry, guys. I'm like adding the tapes like at the border. There we go. All right, guys. So let's finish this up so we can start on the next character. All right, guys. That's why I wasn't talking too much, guys, because I want to finish this so we can start the next painting right away. Right away. All right. But yeah, that's crazy how he's 17 and he's been causing all this mess. Very sad though. Let's see. Um, hold up. All right, cool. Let me see. Sakuna's back. I mean, who cares? Oh yeah, guys, we made something really cool. Our System Works maybe working on a Naruto game, a Naruto fighting game. You guys know who Our System Works? They're working on Tokon. But also not only that, they may be working on a Naruto fighting like game. Wait, what? Oh wait, my frontier bill went down. Oh shit, it is. Oh wow, my frontier bill went down. All right, cool. That's cool. Sorry, that's really cool. But yeah, so like, do you guys like? Have you guys ever played what do you call it? Dragon Ball Fighters. Yeah, so like they may be working on Naruto, and it may be announced literally tomorrow on Summer Game Fest. That is a possibility right now. Because yeah, let's see. Our System Works, the creators of Guilty Gear, Token Fighters will announce a new fighting game tomorrow, which it didn't happen by the way. Rumors suggest it could be the next Naruto fighting game. Tomorrow we'll get answers. Hype. Update: the reveal Our System video game will be on July 4th. Sorry for the confusion with the excitement. Oh wait, July 4th is Anime Expo. What? Why would they announce a new fighting game in Anime Expo, not like in Evo or in Summer Game Fest? What? Huh. Interesting. I don't know. Okay. Guys, there's some new body cam footage for the Brixton minifix. The guy who owns it.
Okay, I've explained that to him. Right now, I'll look into.
Did you take pictures of those things?
Yes, I got the case number that he's referring to, and I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way, okay? Again, I don't know all the specifics. I don't know why this whole thing has been happening between the two of you. I'm getting two different stories from each one of you.
What is he possibly saying?
He's saying that he had $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos.
He didn't. No, he did not.
Right. Never had
So,
that.
So, officer, again, this is Hammond. I'm with the corporate office.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So, what's happened is we had a former franchisee that entered into an invalid consignment agreement with a
Invalid
separate
consignment.
person. That person sold their Lego sets and didn't pay the person that they entered. And this has nothing to do with Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider is just a YouTuber that got a hold of the story and then went to this guy and said, hey, if I can harass these guys and if I can do some stuff and get some money out of them, will you pay me some of that money? And that's what they're trying to do, is the individual who actually owes the money left the United States. They were one of our franchisees. They were terminated as a franchisee for violating all sorts of rules. They then fled to Europe somewhere. And so we've been trying to deal with this situation. We've been trying to help the person up in Oregon, but because we found out later that they've been all working together to try and force some money out of us. So we've had our attorneys working on it. We've been in contact with the Marion County Sheriff's Department, the Marion County District Attorney, the Kaiser, and this is all up in Oregon. And then they started flying down here, coming to our corporate offices, and now they're heading to our staff and other individuals' personal residences to just harass and continue to try and extort money out of them. And so there's already a case in Provo because they've been passing fraudulent documents up in Oregon. They created a fake contract, forged a manager's signature up there, threatened to kill her, all sorts of things. And all of this while he's wearing glasses that have
That's a
camera.
lie.
I don't know if you see the camera.
Is he wearing the glasses today?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's wearing the glasses. Yeah, so
Yeah,
you're on
so
YouTube.
he's filming you guys, he's filming everything, and he's trying to put all this stuff together to put together an additional extortion attempt on us. Okay. So that's what they're doing. And he like, if you go to his channel, Reckless Ben, that's what he does. He just goes around and he does stupid things, and he harasses people, and he chops and screws up all of this footage, and that's all he's trying to do is get footage right now. He's just trying to get more footage to put more videos out there to get more clicks and likes. He has nothing to do with this case other than he just and he was the one who vandalized the store over the weekend, along with Mr. Mansell, who's the original person who consigned it to a completely different entity, a different party. we just know that, you know, like, because that other person, that other party, they went bankrupt and don't have any money, they're just going after somebody else that they think they can just extort money out of.
Gotcha. Okay.
He's lying his ass off.
Has the, I guess, the store had any sort of lawsuit filed against them by this Ben Schneider or the Mansell?
So again, going on the fraud that the Marion County District Attorney's office is
They won't sue because they get a counter sue.
looking into. They filed multiple small claims court claims against a completely separate entity, and they used fictitious names to do so. All of the cases were then dropped because of it, and but none of them were filed against the actual individuals. They weren't filed against Josh or his entity. They weren't filed against us and our entity. They were filed against completely fictitious entities or otherwise.
All right, hold on. I gotta check out the full video, guys. The full video is out, by the way. The full video is out. Threatened to kill, but also they had the foot up on the YouTube for the said classes where he obviously never threatened to kill her and never forged anything due to read law where ignorance is no excuse. All small claims were all dropped. No, man, they won the case by default because you guys didn't respond to them. So let me find the let me find it real quick. Yeah, so they finally released the body cam footage, guys, of the guy acting like a fucking victim.
Daughter's flipping out. My wife is scared. What am I supposed to do? I'm trying to work. I'm on a call. She's like, I think they're coming in. All right. What the hell are we going to do? Because he tried coming in the door yesterday. What do I do?
Again,
what do I do?
He did not even. What?
I'm not sure what to do on your end. I don't know the full story, but we're going to look into some of these previous cases and see what we can do on our end just to hopefully resolve this for you.
Will you call the Sandy Police Department, and I don't know if you guys can coordinate? And maybe they've got some statues that they're working on?
Well, that's going to be a different city, so we'll deal with what we can right here. But again, I'm going to look into those previous cases, and I'll be back with you, okay?
The officer. So I've been this first officer, Officer Tonga, I've been sending him all the things because he's like, just send it here. They've got a case in Provo that they're working on because they've gone to businesses in Provo and harassed them. So they're getting them on, I don't know, but some kind of interruption of commerce. Does that sound like a crime? That's what Provo's working on.
Interruption of commerce or
because they keep going to that business and harassing employees.
Interfering with the business.
Well, and that's what they've done with our business.
Commercial obstruction.
I mean, I got calls I'm supposed to be on, work I got to do, but I'm out here ignoring work.
With this. So how'd you get your address?
You just Google my phone number and my wife's information and everything about her. So he got my phone number from one of the employees or somebody up there. And so he just Googled it. He's from California. He lives in California. So he flew out here to get YouTube content. Because we closed the store. We put the store out of business. So now he's got no more YouTube content. You know what I mean? I'll show you the kinds of things he does at the store.
Does he have anything that he's recorded here? That he's put on YouTube?
I don't know. I don't follow him. I don't think we've given him anything because they keep coming up and they only get police. I just call the police.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not going to come out and
make a show.
Make a show. Give him what he wants. He just wants YouTube stuff, right? So I'll show you what he looks like.
So I was going to say you could put your house into a trust and then not have your information on the trust.
Yeah.
It's a hassle to do, but it'll also possibly buy you some privacy, right?
It could, yes.
I don't know, how long have you lived here?
6 years.
Yeah.
So let me see if I can find the one where... Maybe it's easier this way. Man, I'm cold, man. 5th, 6th. Three, 6. Okay, so check it out. He comes up. He just wants YouTube content. So they come up to the business. Look, he's wearing his underwear. So check this out. This is the kind of stuff they're trying to do and do at my house, right? So that's him. And where does he live? He lives in California. But this guy in Oregon that thinks that this business stole his Lego hired him to destroy us in the eyes of the public view because they don't have a civil case. They'll lose it. Yeah. I'm not responsible for a contract that you signed. It's that simple. And they hung that sign up. But they're just... This is who I'm dealing with. This is who's freaking taking pictures of my house, you know? Would you be comfortable with this guy coming to your house and bugging your wife? Would you like that? No, I wouldn't. And I know that's not your jurisdiction, but I'm just giving you an idea of...
And that was in Oregon, then?
Yeah. This is on the 6th.
So he had to have drove up then from California.
Or flew up, and then he flew out here to get more content for his show.
So they did make contact with him?
Who?
The police, they made contact with him.
So the police up there are...
No, here.
What do you mean?
You said he flew out here.
Yeah, so he flew out, he was here on Sunday. So he's come to my house Sunday, Monday, now Tuesday. So he keeps sending people to my house, right? Driving by, taking pictures in the windows, knocking on the door. That kid's probably part of it. I get his info maybe. My wife thinks he's not, but I just don't trust anybody. Maybe he's not. I mean, what would you do?
I'd put my house into a...
Trust? Alright, I can do that. I'll do that tomorrow.
And then they can't access it. Make sure that your name isn't tied. Like, you're not using your names in the trust at all. It just... Because that completely makes all your stuff confidential.
So I work for a law firm, so we can do a trust instant.
Yeah, and then... So there's like a free people search as well.
Yeah, free people search. How do I delete off of there?
So there's a thing in free people search. You can go in and request that your information be removed.
Oh, really?
I would go in there and make...
And then I'll change my phone number.
That's what I would do. And then whoever you change your phone number to, request the carrier not list it anywhere. You know, that you're wanting it to remain private.
I thought I'd done that, but I didn't know about the people search thing.
Because free people search, I mean, that's tools that just anybody can use.
Anybody, and that's how we got it. And he got my sister, sorry, I'm sick.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to get you sick. But he got my sister's address in Pleasant Grove and went and pounded on her door and tried to get YouTube content from her. And she's like, dude, I got nothing for you. You know what I mean? She don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
He's just trying to harass me. Like, that's all it is YouTube content and then harassment.
Yeah.
Careful, I get a jacket.
No, yeah. Is he in the car right now?
Yeah. It's just not, that's fake. It is a lie. She's impersonating a process server. That is.
Hi, how's it going? Sorry, we're doing Katsuya. Sorry, I forgot to mute myself. We're doing Katsuya right now. We're about to start another character right now, which is I'm thinking about doing Shadow right now because I think it'll be a faster painting, and then Metroid. We're doing these paintings right now for Artist Alley shows, also to sell on my store. So that's what we're doing right now. So we're gonna do a lot more fighting game characters because I'll be at Evo 2026 for an art show, and also we'll be at Anime Expo for an art show too, which I will be live streaming for the first time ever. I'll be doing a POV Artist Alley shows. Like, I mean, the camera will be almost on me, obviously, but we'll be doing that soon too. So I'm super excited. I'm preparing for it right now, and yeah, we're just having fun, chilling right now, and we're watching the body cam footage of the Bricks and Fix scandal about this guy lying to the police about him saying he has a fake processor, he has a fake lawsuit. It's not a real lawsuit, but it's actually real. They confirmed it, even in the video, even the cops confirmed it. That is a real lawsuit, so he's lying his ass off, and he is being a big baby.
It's not a real lawsuit. If it was, it would go to a law firm, and then the law firm would send out a process server. And see, that process server is not going to be.
No. Literally, it's saying they cannot go to the next step until it makes contact with you, try and see if they can make a progress with it, and see what's the next steps. But nope, you're not letting them
Be friends with the guy that's been harassing me.
I'll talk to her some more about that. But for right now, you want her trespass. You don't want him anywhere near the property, and I'll start looking at charges for stalking.
Yes, stalking.
And this all stems from the store in Oregon.
Yeah, I showed him a video. He shows up in his underwear and breaks things.
Own the store, or you just work for Bricks and
So when we first took it over, we were just employees. We're there to rescue it. Then, like 4 months into it, we said, sure, we'll sign a franchise agreement. So like April or May, we signed a franchise agreement for it, not knowing how big of a mess this is. And then we operated it until this last month. We closed the doors, and it's closed forever.
Okay. And
because of them.
How was he associated with the store?
He's not. He's a YouTuber that this guy hired to harass us because they know they don't have a civil case. So they said, we can't sue you, we will lose. So we're going to take this in the eyes of the public and just defame.
They did sue. Oh, they would follow. How you doing?
Public's eye.
I'm so used to saying that. I'm sorry.
He's a YouTuber. He lives in California. He has.
Bro, they did a lawsuit already and they won. By the way, they did. What the hell? Oh, I was like, what the hell? Did I paint that too? What the hell? All right, guys, let's get started on the next character. All right, guys, we're gonna do Shadow the Hedgehog. Cool. All right, we're done with that. Look at that. We got Kazuya. What do you guys think? My art style. Is it weird? Is it cool weird? Let me know. We're gonna cut this up real quick, and then we're gonna go straight to the next character.
Nothing to do with the store. He is just exclusively trying to get content.
He's got a video of him vandalized in the store, kind of in Oregon, right?
Yeah. He's hanging signs. They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm gonna murder you," to Amanda, the manager. And
when did he say that? That's his lying his ass off.
And I was like, all right, get to it. And the lady, got scared. Obviously, she didn't kill her, right? They fake signed Amanda's signature, and they said, "Oh, well, you said you signed this, so you owe us money. Start writing checks." Blah blah blah. That's forgery, vandalism. They helped. This kid went to the park, and he set up a little table. He printed a tablecloth that says "Bricks and Minifigs," and he had a fake raffle. So people started coming into the store.
Guess what? It was a real raffle. There's a reason why he wasn't arrested. And also, guess what? After all this, how come you just don't sue him? Why you just didn't sue him? That's a clear answer, right? That will shut him up. That will scare him. I don't know. Why wouldn't you sue him? Right? I love how people can go from a blank page and create art. I know, right? I love creating art. It's a fun privilege. And hopefully I can continue doing it for the rest of my life. But, art, it is what it is at this point because of goddamn AI. But you know what? AI cannot replace my brain as of right now. I can do what I want with it right now. And hopefully people like my art style.
Or like, I won the raffle at the park. We didn't what raffle? We're not doing a raffle. Yeah, you had a table set up. He sold shirts out on the corner. He hung signs. He called the store a billion times, threatened the employees.
No, he did not.
Now they're coming to our houses. And they went to corporate headquarters on Monday.
Okay.
So Provo's working on a case too for whatever reason.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, that makes things a little more clear. He has no association.
He's a YouTuber. He's just trying to get content.
Okay.
No, he's not. Well, I mean, yeah, he's trying to get content, but he's trying to get used to our old man.
Process server's really getting right with the YouTuber. I mean, how stupid does he think I am?
Yeah, you're a dumbass.
Like, the kid delivered the fake UPS, the fake package to me. I'm looking at him, I'm like, you look like you're 16. I'm like, you work for, you look at his hat, UPS. He's like, yeah. Sign here. Man, I'm like, what the heck? Then I was sitting there just thinking about it. I went to church and came back. I'm like, oh, I bet this is that scammer, you know? So I called the police. I'm like, dude, I want you to come look at this fake package. And then they started, 2 cars pulled up. And then the cop showed up on Sunday.
There's a reason why he hasn't got arrested, by the way.
The kid tried to come in the house in the door.
Where's evidence
and
of
then
that?
today they're taking pictures. I'm just done.
Is there evidence?
I'm done with it. There's got to be something you can do, right?
Yeah, do them.
We're screening charges. That immediately gets the attorneys involved in looking at the case, right? It's not having to be further investigated or.
Sue him.
It's going to go right to the attorneys.
Why don't you sue him?
Let me see, man.
You have a case, right? You can sue him.
Careful, I call Ammon, the CEO.
No, go ahead. You're not in trouble or anything right now. We're just kind of wanting to know what you want done on this. You know,
as much as we humanly possibly can. What I really want. I want them to go to Brandon's house. Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
Just here with the police again. They sent another. They have fake service papers. And the girl is like, she's like, oh no, I got to serve him these papers. Like they printed up a fake lawsuit, you know? And I'm like, oh yeah, do you think the process server would really be riding with the YouTube guy to deliver papers to a guy that he's been harassing?
Yeah.
I'm like, do you think I'm stupid?
If they're getting paid.
But I don't know. I'm just done with them.
There you go.
Yeah.
You know, the girl came up to the house and then I was working. I was on call. So Kaylee's like, oh, she's coming back because Ben told her to come back and take pictures inside the windows. So then she's taking pictures in the windows. And yesterday they tried to come in the door. And then Sunday they delivered the fake package.
All right, let's do a shadow.
So, did you call the police again?
Yeah, they're here. He's standing here. You're on speaker.
Okay.
I just don't know what to do, man. I'm done with these guys.
So,
More lies coming.
sorry, officer, what's your name?
Oh,
what's that?
He just saying hi. Officer.
Oh, Pitt.
Pitt.
Officer Pitt. So I'm assuming Josh has kind of explained what's been going on and what's happening. They're using electronic communications to stalk and harass our staff pretty aggressively. Obviously trying to take pictures inside, like somebody's home. They tried to come into our office yesterday, and we've now had multiple agencies across multiple cities and multiple states dealing with these individuals. And the Sandy police yesterday were ready and willing to arrest these individuals for Utah statutes for cyberbullying and digital stalking, because they're using electronic means for communication and coordinating their stalking.
Fucking loser, man.
It's digital stalking, not stalking.
It's all of the above.
Okay, got it.
But because they're continuing to use additional tactics and other things like that, thinking that they're being cute and whatnot. The reality is they are causing financial, physical, and mental problems. The harm that they're creating, going after the individuals. Like, their families are afraid to leave the house.
Yeah.
Because they're doxing people. They're doing things to try and like generate like hate and online. Like, so they're actively spreading falsehoods online. They're doing all sorts of things just to extort money out of us. So we've got a pending extortion, like a case that the Provo Police Department's working on us with. And there's lots of things, but they're ramping things up and they're continuing to send people, and they just won't leave people alone.
Yeah.
This can't continue. So somebody has to be arrested to show that they can't continue to do this.
They're not arresting anybody because they're not breaking any laws.
Knocking on somebody's door. This is stalking.
He would have been arrested a long time ago at this point.
I've already looked up the laws. The laws in the state of Utah.
Like, the reason why they haven't gotten arrested, like fully arrested, guys, is because there's no evidence of them breaking any laws. They're just bullshitting like crybaby bitches right now. They're just lying to the police right now. They're making themselves the victim of all the things that came out on both sides. By the way, at this point, they're lying their ass off. No wonder people are still not on their side, or people are like looking at like, with unbiased lens, because they're making it very hard of like, yeah, I think I see their point, because they're making it very difficult to look into their side. It's so stupid, dude. There's no except the guy that bought a Lambo and made a hands on the car competition. You had to pay like $20,000 to take part. They never called because he didn't like the amount of people surrounding a Lambo. They called the cops, and the cop was like, they are not harming anyone. They're just standing with their hands on the car, so there's no case. That's exactly what's going on, because like what they're trying to do is like the legal way, and they're trying to avoid the legal way because they lost already a case a civil case with them, which they closed the store, so they're trying to do another lawsuit so they could get the product at this point. And they arrested the guy right now, Ben Reckless, at that time. I don't know what's going on now, but they arrested him, and then they let him go because they had like nothing really on him. And it's just so weird, bro. Like, these guys are just acting like the victims, where they actually are not the victim. It's the old man who's the victim. You still going on about this? Well, no. There is, okay. Chicho, there's body cam footage of Joshua Johnson, body cam footage with American Port PD, which is Bricks and Minifix. This is actual footage. The actual camera footage just came out.
Aren't trained just to threats of physical violence when it comes to harassment. So there's other forms of harassment that absolutely qualify in this case. And we need the police to take action to get these people to stop causing harm to individuals and their families.
Get the Legos back, and they'll stop.
That's the case officer. Like he was saying, he's going to submit, have it screened for charges with our prosecutors, right, with our city prosecutors. They're going to review everything, and then ultimately arresting someone for an offense. They go to jail, they get booked, they get let out. Yep. It's going to go through that whole same process. What's going to happen is, if he's got multiple incidents with multiple agencies, it's all going to go through our district court. But then they can kind of combine it.
Let me see when the guy comes back, by the way. The guy was trying to get the papers and trying to give it to him.
Trespass. Talking with him, he's telling me a different story. Again, I don't know all the specifics of your case. He is very adamant that he wants to serve you with papers. Okay.
That's fake. That's illegal. You can't pretend to be a process server.
So
you can't. It's illegal.
I've explained to him that you don't want to be served papers. He's got to figure something out. If it's, again, I don't know if there's an actual case right now in Oregon.
It's a Class A misdemeanor to impersonate a process server in the state of Utah.
So right now,
I want her arrested for impersonating a process server.
So
that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
To them and explained that he needs to go a whole different route about this and to not come onto your property as well as her.
No. I can't just go and pretend. I can't go print up fake documents and go try to process serve people. That's illegal.
Okay. Have you two been to court before?
No, he can't. No, he's a YouTuber.
Okay, you've never been to court with him.
No.
So these papers that he printed up,
fake. Yes, 1 billion.
Lying. He's lying.
Okay. Never been to court with him or
Never
anyone
been to court.
associated.
Nobody's ever been to court.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
Okay. What was the reason behind your story?
So they're trying to use this fucking YouTuber thing as an excuse that's not legitimate or real. This is a fucking dumbass. The Lambo guy was smart because he used the money made from his hands on our car commission to pay the Lambo in full and made a profit, so he was able to pay halfway for a new Lambo from himself. That's cool. They made all his money back and then half. Oh, okay, that's cool.
Closing this month.
His harassment and vandalism. Yeah.
Okay. So on your own accord, you guys.
On my own accord, yes.
Okay. I've explained that to him. Right now, I'll look into.
Did you take pictures of those things?
Right. Yes. I got the case number that he's referring to, and I'll check with the court, see if it's a valid civil case that he's trying to push through, and we'll go about it that way. Okay. Again, I don't know all the specifics. I don't know why this whole thing has been happening between the two of you. I'm getting two different stories from each one of you.
What is he possibly saying?
He's saying that he had $200,000 worth of Star Wars Legos.
He didn't. No, he did not.
Right.
Never had that.
So officer, again, this is Ammon. I'm with the corporate office.
He's the CEO.
Oh, hi.
So what's happened is we had a former franchisee that introduced.
Hold up. I want to see them check it. Okay, so this is redacted, by the way, audio. Yeah, it's all redacted. I want to see them, like, I think this is when they're checking the case number and all that. And then everything. Okay, hold up. Yeah, this is when they're checking the case number, by the way. This downfall is gonna be so epic. Whoever leaked these unredacted videos is a hero. I mean, there's redacted right here. I love how he's just a YouTuber. That's what I'm saying, because he's taking it as like he's just a YouTuber. He's not taking it seriously, which is a really freaking big dumbass. If you watch any of the videos, even if he hates the guy, you can see that it's like, oh, he's actually doing legitimate shit. Like it's like, they make a lot of money, dude. Like. So hold up. Oh wow, there's a lot of videos. Okay, here's when he attempts to serve it right here, and then him being arrested. What? Oh wow, all these videos are right here. Unredacted reckless vent interrogation body cam. The stop that, like, they said they had drugs that had nothing on them. Let me check out this one real quick.
Sir, do you need medical attention?
We're gonna move on.
Yeah, this is what the court requires us to do. If we want to take him to court, we have to serve him. Got it. Did he call the cops because he doesn't want people to serve him, or? I don't know. I haven't talked to him at all. So. Yeah, my guess is he's usually pretty defensive. Okay. Like, he does illegal things and then calls the cops on people. That's how he gets away with his crimes. You know, he has the police cover for him. So I'm assuming that's what's happening in this situation. He's like, if I call the cops on him and they can't serve me, and then I can win the court case. It's gonna work. So, are you still living here in Queens Creek?
I just moved here.
Where'd you move to?
Salem.
Salem? Okay. Here, I'll give that back to you. What's your address in Salem?
My address? I don't have it memorized. Okay, it's right.
And that's a house?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. And then so you're saying you can't serve him because you're part of the whole
It has to be
process?
someone over 18 and someone that's not involved in a court case.
Okay. Okay. So, and do you...
But I'm not going on his property.
Right, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Do you have an ID on you? That way I can just document that you were here with her and she was trying to serve.
I can tell you I don't have my ID, but
Okay.
I can tell you my name, date of birth, address.
Okay. Perfect. Are you living here in Utah too, or?
I'm in Los Angeles. I came all the way here to serve these court papers.
What's your name?
Benjamin Schneider. He's home right now, did you say? Or?
I don't know.
Okay.
So let me go talk to the case officer, see what info he's got, and then we'll go from there, okay?
Okay.
So just hang tight here for a sec.
Awesome, thank you.
Sorry, I'm a bad streamer. But yeah, I literally just said I just imagine making that kind of money, even the fraction of that money. The like Mark's gonna make $78,000 to $180,000 per month. Man, just that's the dream. Even just making a fraction of that kind of money. And I was saying, speaking of that, I do have a YouTube channel. If you guys want to check it out, I do post like literally weekly, week videos, within like shorts and also regular videos. If you guys want to check it out, because I do have that content right here, guys. What I do mostly, so what I usually post on the weekdays, guys, are art topics, things that are going on in the art world that I want to talk about. But not only that, we do upload reaction videos like I did this past Wednesday because of video game stuff. So I want to post some video game content this time while I'm doing an art piece. But and then on the weekends we do variety content, guys. Every like once a week we do variety content. Either is a reaction video of like of an art topic that I want to talk about, or something with comic books. Or in recent time, I did a video about my $500 gamble of me buying my own printer. So it's a whole new episode, new series I started. It's like create a gamble, where things I take a risk on, and how much money I invested on, and see if it works or not. But yeah, like I said, the weekend videos are all just variety content, guys. So like I did like I played the betas, I did Xenoverse, I did the Overwhelmed one weekend when it's like it's a new thing, guys. And then on so I do Tuesdays, Fridays, Tuesday, Friday, and Sunday videos. Shorts are Wednesdays and Thursdays of artwork that I'm working on. I just uploaded this one just right now. I do 2 videos and then 1 variety video of something that has nothing to do with art. This one's a variety video. It's a cop video. You guys should check it out. And then I'll also upload what do you call it? I do upload like official art pieces, official like pieces that you guys missed on stream or things I'm working on. And I'm just taking it more seriously this year. And if you guys want to know more of my origin, it's because I got in a car accident 3 years ago where it left me like this what do you call it, like big ass scar on my drawing hand, and took me 3 years to repair my life, I guess you could say. And this year I decided, hey, you know what, let's make content and see what I could do with content if I take it more seriously, think about scheduling, topics, all that kind of stuff, and just see how it goes. Oh no, that was just on and off. Like I didn't take content seriously until this year. Like I did try in 2019. Was like in 2019 I graduated from college. In 2021 I started doing Artist Alley and I tried to do content again. But then COVID happened, and then 2022 to 23 I was doing some content, figured things out. Got into a bad car accident in 2023, all the way to 2026 right now is where I could finally function again and do things. Because I went to doing reaction content to art topics and not really have an idea what I was gonna do until this year in January. I was like figuring it out, and then now recently, last month, like literally last month, I figured out what kind of structure I want to do with my content and put it and give to you guys like more high quality content and an actual schedule. You guys get almost like a full week of straight out content of artwork and variety videos and stuff like that. So I just figured out. It took me this long, but I was always on and off. If you look at my old videos, it was always like on and off videos. Like literally like 5 years ago, it was always on and off, on and off, on and off. Like figure out, oh, I want to do a podcast, I want to do this, I want to do that. It was just all on and off until this year. I started barely figuring it out. Like it's just crazy how like it's so crazy how like it took me this long to figure this out. It took me. That's why I hate myself. But I want to see when he tries to serve the papers right here, because it's a legitimate case. Yeah, the scar was really bad, yeah. But hey, it is what it is, you know. And it's redacted too. Fuck, alright. Yeah, it's just redacted. It is what it is. But yeah, we'll know more about it in part 3, guys. So we'll just wait for part 3. Oh, the track me. I remember this case, guys. We're not gonna go too much into it, guys, but I remember this. Camaro Anthony will walk free. Isn't that the guy who stabbed the kid? Isn't he guilty? Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm getting like.
It may be the biggest trial this year in Texas. A story of two
Really?
high school athletes on a collision course at a track meet that ended with new attention on this case ahead of trial. Jury selection's underway right now, and I'm going to bring in Cody Thomas from Court TV in a moment, who's outside the courthouse. We'll talk through what we can expect this week. We have been told they've been.
I mean, gonna be honest, how can you walk free even if it's like a defense case? But doing it with a knife is not longer no longer self-defense. Isn't that like going a step forward, like in general?
Going through roughly 600 potential jurors in this case at their high schools. Metcalf
didn't feel like who have taken this case in, and of course that has brought about this tension here, but the judges laid down some ground rules inside this courtroom. I mean,
related to this case, but what are you seeing out there right now just as far as
guys, this case is gonna be crazy. It's gonna be like it's gonna be bigger than I think the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp shit. Like I'm telling you guys right now. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into it, guys. Maybe we'll watch a video in the future about it, but we're not gonna get into it because it's very like political and racially motivated in both sides. So we don't do that in my stream, guys. We just do our thing. All right, guys. All right, let's see what we have in our little playlist, guys. Do you have any more oh no, I do have any more comic book stuff today? Because we watched 2 comic book videos today, which is very fun. And then we talk about the Supergirl trailer already. Let me see, let me think. And then yeah, so I don't want to watch any more crime stuff though. Let's see. Oh, let's watch this. Evil is happening soon, guys. Let's watch this video. Street Combat, the worst fighting game. And let's start working on this. Sorry. Did I miss something?
Welcome back, Warriors, to another chilling chapter of the worst fighting game, the eternal tournament where I seek out the very best of the very worst. And speaking of worst, look over there, up a dangerous streets. Makes me sick just looking at it, mocking us all from atop its insanely creepy ivory tower. Yeah, you heard me! Anyway, if they think that...
Oh my god, about this. Remember the case of 4 students that tried to break into a guy's house? They were armed, and the homeowner opened fire on them. The parents tried to sue the homeowner, and the cops were like, "It's self-defense." That really did happen. I remember that. I actually, bro, that shit was so stupid. It's like, bro, they're the ones who broke in. Like, that doesn't make sense. You know, like that doesn't make that makes zero sense.
Their streets are so dangerous, why don't we fight them on their own level by visiting a completely different street with just as many weirdo characters and a lack of any real fighting game mechanics. I present to you 1992's Street Combat. Yes,
Street
somebody
Combat.
actually called the game Street Combat. What, was Mortal Fighter already trademarked? This particular stinker was farted onto the SNES by IREM and represents that bottom shelf style Street Fighter clone that most of us would have avoided in our local Toys R Us or Blockbusters of the day. Like if you or someone you knew in the 90s thought Fatal Fury was a Street Fighter 2 copy or Deadly Moves was a ripoff, then y'all should have seen Street Combat. It's that special off-color fluid at the very bottom of the 16-bit fighting game barrel, alongside such specimens as Doomsday Warrior, Battle Blaze, or Double Dragon 5. God, I'm still so mad that last one got a numeral at the end of it. But unlike some of those, I'd be surprised if many of you have even heard of this one. But that dark...
If you guys like saw this in arcade, how much money would you willing to pay for it? Would you willing to pay your last quarter on it? Like, you know what? I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try.
Horse status might be just enough to knock dangerous streets into a smelly, poorly designed dumpster where it belongs. But we won't know for sure until we get it in the ring. Now, a fighting game can be defined in a few different ways. It's typically seen as a warrior's proving ground, a crucible of combat, or a contest of champions, and there's few champions more heroic than those from the Marvel Universe. So that's why today's episode is being sponsored by Marvel Contest of Champions, which is available to play for free for sponsors. As previously mentioned, IREM was the publisher and developer of this one as far as I can tell, and honestly, their rap sheet wasn't too bad. They started the R-Type franchise, Gun Force, the arcade version of Hook, Undercover Cops, Ninja Baseball fucking...
Oh, really? Ninja Baseball? Really? Bro, I love those cool artwork. You know what we're missing today in today's era of video games, man? We don't get this type of artwork anymore, man. We really don't. You know, we really do not get this type of art at all. Look at how crazy cool this artwork is. Like, I love these type of arts. Who do you think is the king of the hand-to-hand combat games? For me, it's between Street Fighter, Tekken, and MK. Oh, that's tough. I think Street Fighter. I think Street Fighter just knows their they know their audience. They know the characters people want. And the combat system is just great. Because again, with Tekken, it's like more of a 3D arena, obviously, because it's like to walk around and stuff. And then MK, man, they're hit or miss at this point. I don't blame Mortal Kombat 1 failure on NetherRealms, by the way, guys. I blame Warner Brothers. It's their fault that that the game failed, by the way. Because they have great things going on for the game. It's just the biggest problem with MK, I would say, they keep changing the fighting game mechanics all the time. You know how, like, instead of like building off of it, they take away almost a lot of things and then start refresh. That's like a weird way of going about things. Because, you know, in Tekken, you have similar things you could do in Tekken 7, but they add more stuff for Tekken 8. In Street Fighter 6, you have similar stuff that you could have done on Street Fighter 5. Obviously, change it or like add some new stuff for Street Fighter 6. The problem is with like Mortal Kombat is that they don't have really of an identity when it comes to their fighting game style or even music as well. Like, it's crazy how they don't have any great music in Mortal Kombat. They don't go for like the rock music, the Doom-like music. It is insane how they don't go for that and make an insane fighting game. Look at Killer Instinct. They built off of their game from their Xbox game. They built off of the old games and they made it and they added new stuff to it. They don't take away what's the identity of Killer Instinct. They add more to it. That's like my biggest problem with Mortal Kombat. I love the characters. I love the lore. I love the boss fights. I love a lot about Mortal Kombat, but I don't like to keep changing the goddamn fighting game style. Yeah, that's true too. Well, I mean, I like the lore of like the basic lore. You know what I mean? The Mortal Kombat tournament, Earth World Heroes, NetherRealm, you know, all this kind of like different realm stuff and all that. I love that. I love Shao Kahn. I like Shinnok 2 Point. I mean, he's not very popular, but I like him. Quan Chi, and you know, like I like all them. But yeah, they keep changing it too much. They keep changing it. It sucks.
Batman, like, they put out some quality stuff. But as soon as you turn on Street Combat, you'd immediately be hit with a, oh, something went very wrong here type of feeling. There's no intro or story setup at all, but what we do know is that there's this one main character called Steven, who looks a lot like Kevin Stryker / Penn Masters from Street Fighter 2010 The Final Fight, who has to defeat a bunch of other goobers because of reasons. To make sense of this,
why is the robot on a hoverboard? Like, what? Why is he on a hoverboard?
let's refer to the instruction manual because I'm sure that'll clear everything up. Top secret. Our sources have uncovered a dastardly plot. A highly secret organization of the most ruthless villains is planning to assassinate a global leader. Target VIP will be attending Street Combat, the world's biggest martial arts tournament. This is where the attempt will be made. Head assassin, codename, is CJ, a master at hand-to-hand fighting and combat weaponry. Your mission is to enter the Street Combat. Use your fist, feet, and armor to battle 6 henchmen. Locate the ringleader CJ. Eliminate him. You will face the ultimate test. The world awaits the outcome. Okay, you get all that? I mean, makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah,
is something I would say if it did. Okay, look, so if this is the biggest martial arts tournament ever, as you claim it is, why are there only 7 participants? If you know that this CJ is the head assassin and he's in this very public worldwide tournament, why not just arrest him? And finally, why is Steven, this alleged scientific genius / combat master, in the game twice? You can play as him with body armor and for reasons that defy logic, without. Like, huh? Is this the start of some DB Fighters Goku situation?
What?
And what's weirdest of all is that in both of his suits, his moves are the exact same, but also slightly different. This feels especially pointless on top of all the regular pointless. The manual here says that he developed 2 different types of body armor, but one of them isn't armor at all. It's just jeans and a tank top, so I'm just really confused. And I'm gonna have to level with you here. I barely did any research on this one because I just didn't want to. So give me a sec. Let's just take a quick peek here and oh no.
What? Bro, like, they didn't like hire any of the designers. So like, yo, this what's his name, Steve, whatever his name, Kevin guy, like, why is he so generic? You know what I mean? Like, why is he so generic? Like, why is there nothing special about him? Oh, he has body armor? Oh, okay.
Alright, so I have something to share with you all. Something that may shock and horrify you. And that thing is as follows. Street Combat isn't Street Combat at all. No, it's actually Ranma 1/2 Chunai Gekitu Hen, or Neighborhood Combat Chapter. Its developer was actually Messiah, and IRAM decided for Western markets and needed all that anime shit completely stripped out, leaving the bland basic fighting game you see before you today. So that's why Steven has 2 forms, as he actually accounts for Ranma's male and female half, along with all the other terrible changes they also made, which I will shit on now. Genma was changed to Tyrone, complete with inexplicable Heihachi haircut. Shampoo was turned into, Lita.
What? If that's armor, then Johnny, your Pikachu hoodie, it gives you a plus 20 armor.
Kodachi went on to Clown College to become Dozo, while Principal Kuno and Tatewaki were given a robot and army guy makeover because, of course, they did. So then, through the process of elimination, CJ, the master assassin mentioned in the...
Is that Daredevil? Wait, Daredevil was in a fighting game, guys? Bro, that's Daredevil.
Manual earlier is in fact Ryoga, but hell if I know how they made that jump. Going from straight-laced martial arts rival of Ranma to an unlicensed Dollar Tree version of Daredevil is, man, people were just doing things in the 90s. Strangely, and against all odds though, Happy or Haposai was somehow retained in the Western version, with his design being altered a little bit, but regardless, I can't fathom why they even bothered. His appearance in a Ranma game makes perfect sense, but in Street Combat, he lacks any and all context. He's just this little weirdo that shows up for 2 random bonus rounds. The graphics, as you can see, just look off, almost as if the sprites were completely different characters and then just sloppily and quickly traced over, which I suspect is because that's exactly what happened. In the Ranma game, they're pretty decent, especially for early on in the SNES's life, but in Street Combat, they look so stiff and awkward. Moving on, stage backgrounds were mostly retained, although some elements were removed, like in the jungle stage, while the very cute-looking Tokyo City street was replaced by a filthy American-style one where gun violence can break out at any second. None of them are particularly bad or anything, but without the Ranma license, many of them feel completely at odds with the characters you fight in them, like scoring off with G.I. Jim in a Japanese garden. Now, is there anything I liked about the presentation? Well, there is, actually. Yeah, I was surprised too. And even more surprising is that it's one of the changes they made over Ranma. The portrait art for each character has this very ahead-of-the-time art style, where heavy comic book-like black shadows are applied that make the characters pop. I mean, these freakers.
Oh, wow. I actually like their portrait artwork. If this was Timo made, I respect it more. Bro, the artwork for the portraits for the characters are not bad. Why is there more personality on these art portraits than, like, you know what I mean?
Zoids all have terrible designs, that doesn't change, but the art itself is very clean and you never saw this type of stuff in the 90s, so it's kinda neat. Back to the sucking now. Sound effects are a big fucking issue because, and I know I'm sounding like a broken record at this point, is for whatever reason, they decided to switch out all the attack and impact sounds, and guess what? They're all now way worse. In Ranma, they all sound suitably punchy and appropriate, but in Street Combat, they sound like soft little baby farts, which makes the fighting feel limp and lifeless.
What?
Voices were obviously removed too, but the ones that were added for Dozo and a few others are just plain irritating. As for music, well, it's just there. It's the typical stuff you'd hear on the SNES in 1992, nothing too egregious, so let it pass. There's plenty more that's messed up anyway. Like the arcade mode endings. Well, endings is a little much. I think there's only one, because I just beat it with Armored Steven and his stupid looking Cyclops visor, and I wasn't going to do it with any other characters. Well, I mean, I would if I could. Yeah, arcade mode only allows you to select Steven 1 or Steven 2. And then, after beating CJ, you get handed a trophy by, I don't know, Brooke from Aliens, with some gormless NPCs in the background looking on, whereupon you then get challenged to defend said title and then sent back to the IREM logo, without a hint of all that earlier story setup. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, what happened to the assassination plot? The shadowy cabal of hitmen? Was Steven a secret agent or something? What does this random trophy have to do with anything? At least in Ranma, you get a few fun screens featuring all the characters doing Ranma things. But Street Combat instead does what it does best, being a cheap, basic-ass bitch.
What? Who used to play and pay for this? Yeah, I mean, they tried it, yeah. I'm pretty sure kids tried it.
For all our sakes, as well as for brevity, both Street Combat and Ranma share the same mechanics, so I'll be able to save some explanation time, but I'll also save even more by the fact that they really don't have any interesting mechanics to begin with, so that's great news for us. Before I dive into the nothing though, let's quickly dissect the available modes. There's Versus, CPU Fight, and Options, which is always a delight to have. And yeah, that's obviously quite the pittance. Now, this was in 1992, so I don't expect a training option, but it would have been cool if there had at least been a time or score attack or something. As mentioned before, in the CPU arcade mode, you can only select between 2 Stevens or 2 Ranmas, which is very lame, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that you can input a code that will allow you to select any character to battle against the CPU, so at least there's that. Oh, but of course, that code is only available in Ranma and not Street Combat, so a swing and a miss once again. Ranma also has 2 secret characters, Happy and Colon, and no, Street Combat obviously doesn't allow you to play as either. Okay, the mechanics. So, they're honestly a mess. This is one of those rare fighting games where pressing up on the D-pad does nothing, and like literally nothing. Unlike deadly / power moves, which let you move around the arena a little bit, Street Combat said, screw that, and just placed jump on one of the face buttons, and then called it a day. Blocking is also weird in that holding back does not block, because that would have been too simple and straightforward. So instead, Masaya thought, well, why not move that over to the L and R shoulder buttons? We're crazy. The other 3 remaining face buttons, I'm not really sure. I think one of them is supposed to be kick and one of them punch, but pressing different directions on them yields kicks on the punch button and vice versa. And the same goes for when you're in the air, so maybe they're supposed to be hard and light strikes? The 3rd button seems to be only for special moves, except for when it's not, because it also does striking normals in the air for some characters. I mean, I just do whatever you want, I guess. Pressing this special button while on the ground does perform said special, but there's also other special moves by inputting universal commands, which means everyone kind of plays the same. Pressing punch and kick together produces some type of get off me attack, while rapidly tapping punch usually gives a lightning legs or 100 hand slap variation. And that's kinda it. 3 specials per character, no dashes, no taunting, and no supers. Although there are throws, although all of them are the exact same throw regardless of who you selected. If I'm gonna be honest, despite the poor control scheme that really takes some getting used to, mechanically, there's nothing too stinky here, but at the same time, there's nothing here at all. But rest assured, there's absolutely going to be some bullshit when I talk about the...
Oh my god.
So, if you're playing the Japanese Ranma
let's see. Oh my god, Google doesn't even recognize this game when I asked how many titles they Street Combat sell. Google's like, did you mean Street Fighter? Yeah, no, I think Street Combat was only released on the Super Nintendo, I believe. Let me check real quick. Street Combat. Let's see. Yes, so yeah, it was only released on Super Nintendo. Yeah, it was just a reskin, dude. Yeah, because the reason why you keep bringing up the Ranma stuff is because that was the original game, and so they just reskinned it and called it Street Combat. It's just like I don't know. They didn't really thought about anything very special about it. It's just very weird, man. Very bad. Very, very bad game.
Version, things feel okay. There's a decent amount of animation, which makes most attacks feel fluid, but it's not over-animated either, where it takes some things ages to come out and feels unresponsive because of it. Fortunately, the speed of the combat also strikes a nice balance. Again, not feeling too squirrely nor too sludgy. Street combat, though, feels significantly worse because I guess during the process of redoing all the sprites, some corners were cut and additional animation frames were removed or not animated in the first place, which makes everything feel both stiffer and shittier. It's like when you make a copy of a copy, it never really feels or looks quite right when compared to the original work. Kind of like AI art. Oh wait, no, not exactly like AI art. What really blows though is that a lot of the attacks here don't have close quarters variations, which means 75% of your offense whiffs if you're too close. You know how in Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat or almost any fighting game, if you get really up close and personal with your opponent and press an attack button, it often turns into a quick knee or a body blow? Yeah, that doesn't happen here, which means your wacky attack just goes through your opponent and you're left just standing there looking like an absolute dingus, or even more of a dingus if you're playing Street Combat. The combination of these two things, the limited amount of animation frames and the lack of CQC normals, really makes Street Combat unsatisfying to play. It doesn't feel finished, and within a single match or two, you'll get bored, which is actually worse than Dangerous Streets a bit, because at least that game's weird as fuck. But with all that said, where will Street Combat land on our tier list of terribleness? Will Steven 1 and Steven 2 knock out all these other uggos from atop their wretched throne? Well, it's time to find out.
Alright, let's see. Where is it at?
It's kind of shocking how a game that's pretty decent in Ranma could wind up being so much worse after a pretty significant localization. Like, I'm assuming Masaya weren't given that much time, but still, how do you botch things this badly? Like, they couldn't have gone on to do anything else after this, did they? Yes, they very much did. I guess in response to the very vitriolic response to Street Combat, they just localized their next fighter, Ranma 1/2 Hard Battle, as Ranma 1/2 Hard Battle in the West. And despite the war crime that was the changed localized box art, it's still a much better experience. Hell, they also graced us with these sweaty biceps and rippling bulges of the Cho Aniki fighting game as well. So big ups to them. They may have bungled Street Combat, but they definitely went on to bigger, better, and more erect things.
That's a unique game.
As for our match today, well, I think with everything I've outlined here, Street Combat will be right at home with the dregs.
The dregs?
Because just like its SNES compatriot, Battle Blaze, its greatest crime is the fact that it can act as a powerful horse tranquilizer whenever you play it. But its game feel, as awful as it is, still doesn't match the lunacy of Dangerous Streets. And as lame of a moron as Steven 1 and Steven 2 is, I mean, how do you expect them to rival the off-putting nature of any of these jackasses? I mean, any of these characters needs to be put on some type of list. But, damn it, that means their reign will continue for another day. But if you out there know of any other contenders that could possibly end said reign, shout them out in the comments below or enter the Fighting Temple.
I mean, that's funny, man. Street Combat is a funny game, man.
That is my social media.
Oh my god, dude. It's a fun series. That's why I've been watching some of his videos lately. It's a fun little series. But that's funny. Street Combat, man, greatest game of all time, guys. Oh, do you guys remember this one movie called The Kids? 1995. I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't know about it. I saw it like, I think like in the 2000s. I think 2010. No, 2010. No, it was like around 2008, 9. I think. It's a very controversial movie for good reason.
So here we have the project that started it all. Just over 30 years ago, one of the most controversial films of the 90s hit the world, and people are still debating it to this day. I guarantee someone—
Oh, if this movie came out today, guys, people will get canceled. Okay? I'll tell you right now, if this game came out today, the studio will get canceled.
will stumble across this video and call anyone praising the film in the comments a weirdo. This is another one of those ones where you might get strange looks for saying you liked it. Get ready, because Kids isn't considered disturbing because it's gory or anything, but a lot of people find it uncomfortable because of the themes of children having and using. Critics over the years have questioned the ethics behind casting such young actors and placing them in potentially inappropriate situations. I'm sure many parents had a heart attack seeing these 10-year-old kids smoking a blunt. Some even felt as though it was exploitative considering their ages and life conditions. Many didn't like the idea of a much older man spending so much time with these kids and making a sexualized story about teenagers. If you thought I was joking when I said that Larry was having a midlife crisis, hanging with a bunch of kids at the park all day, I wasn't. He was actually 52 years old, going to these skate parks, disguising himself by throwing on some baggy clothes so he could blend in when he was looking for the cast.
My very first impressions of Larry when I first saw him around taking photos was just like, yo, who's like grandpa? Who this old dude?
Coming to hang out with these young guys, and he's making himself look like them so they would accept him. You know, growing up, like, why does this guy want to hang around all these kids? I always thought he was a little funny or something, you know what I mean? Because I always thought, you know, Larry, why does he want to take pictures of us? Bringing people to his apartment and buying them beer and, you know, weed and shit. I always thought it was funny.
Another big part of the initial controversy was that this was—
Larry needs to be investigated. Oh, I'm telling you right now, the movies that he made, you'd be like, what the fuck? I think it was called like Hugo was another one, I think.
Filmed during the height of the AIDS epidemic. Many people were unwilling to accept the harsh reality that anyone having unprotected sex could be at risk of catching HIV, and placing children at the center of that conversation brought in some pitchforks. The realism of this movie was so convincing that it evidently became a thing where people thought it was a documentary and not a fictional work. To this day, there are still people who don't realize that these are just fictional stories, because I see comments like this fairly often. Kids was established photographer Larry Clark's first time directing a film, and Harmony Korrine's first time writing one after Larry approached him at Washington Square, a popular hangout spot for skaters, with the idea of creating a movie focused on teens who spread HIV over the course of a 24-hour period on a random summer day. He also wanted to weave in the skateboarding culture that surrounded the park into a story that would shock the world, creating something that would showcase the kind of things kids get up to when their parents aren't around, calling it a wake-up call to the world. Harmony felt that he had been approached with an opportunity that he had been waiting for his entire life, and finished the script when he was just 19 years old in 1992. This movie opened the door for Larry's catalog of films about reckless, out-of-control youth, and this would eventually lead to Harmony making his own strange and questionable movies, even one about dudes humping trash cans. At the time, no one involved in the making of this movie were really known, and if they were, it was local. You can spend years finding endless stories online from people who lived in the Lower East Side or that frequented places like Washington Square, the Brooklyn Banks, and Union Square about their time hanging out with some of the cast when they were younger. Kids was the career starting point for everyone involved in this movie. Some went on to find large success, while others who weren't so lucky felt that
there were like two actors that got very big success, and I think that's like it was this actress right here. It was these two right here. Yeah, those two became the most successful. They're part of the film. The one with the red dress, and then her in the end. So she got very successful, and she also got very successful. And this started from Kids, guys. That's the first film.
Success, while others who weren't so lucky felt that they were left in the dark after the camera started rolling. Once the movie was released, the director, Larry, who had spent years hanging out with and studying these street kids so he could make the movie as authentic as possible, would go on to do some press conferences with Harmony, who many of the kids also looked at like a friend, but he would also fade away after getting his own movie deal. Larry sold all the photos he took of the cast throughout the years in an art gallery and went to go get the milk. Stay tuned after the scene-by-scene breakdown because we're going to talk about what truly makes this movie so impactful, including some stories from the documentary The Kids, also sometimes called We Were Once Kids. Prepare yourself because everybody in this movie looks musty as hell, and you're gonna need a shower by the end of this. We start off the day with Telly, a kid who's maybe around 17. Telly decides to spend the entire summer getting busy with girls much younger than him, thinking that only seeking out virgins meant he would be exempt from catching any diseases. All you really need to know about him is that he's a nasty gremlin. He always rubbed me as the type to put his boogers on the wall. The first victim of his sorry game looks like she can't be any older than 12. Somehow he's able to convince her that she should let him be the one to take her virginity, telling her all kinds of lies about how much he loves her and wants to make her happy, until she finally gives in. Luckily for
which is like, guys, it's a very uncomfortable truth, but that's how we were in high school and even in middle school to some of us. This movie, it's so old, but it's still relevant to this day. Believe it or not, especially like how much like sexual content is out there more than ever. Like this is like way more relevant today than it is later. Director Larry has been arrested twice in his life. Yeah, once for late 17 for shooting a man in arm, and resulted in a 19-month prison sentence. And once again, for physical assault. Yep. So Larry is a goddamn character. Okay, Larry is the character. He is a weirdo. But I gotta say, the kids movie, I saw it. It was a movie that's like, bro, like if you watch this movie, you're gonna feel really, really uncomfortable. And I think obviously that's the point. I mean, that's what I got. Like, that's the point. And also showcase like, you think this is bad? You I don't think parents realize how much bad stuff these kids get into when they're growing up in high school, middle school. Because like, I don't think they even realize those things, dude. That's why I'm like, yeah, this film was a really big eye awakener and a very uncomfortable thing. But it's like these things do happen. These are real things, whether people like to admit it or not. These are real things. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, it's like a very uncomfortable movie. It goes from drugs, from young people, like obviously they didn't showcase that for good reason. Hooking up, to even R wording. It's like so bad. It's like it shows the rawness of the youth, pretty much.
This was before Dateline with Chris Hansen became a thing because he was working on getting put in an episode. I doubt he would have stopped after his birthday. After successfully spitting his weak manipulation at somebody's daughter, Telly catches up with his homeboy Casper and relays all the disgusting details to him. And you soon realize that Casper is on the exact same timing as he is. Right off bat, they don't hold back with the tone in these conversations. It's exactly how you'd expect some teenage thugs to talk with one another.
Nice.
Casper is one of those homies you can't hang out with if you don't know how to fight.
Grab his dick. What you say, this dick? He said his dick, motherfucker. Don't you understand English?
The way he talks to people, it's a miracle he hasn't been shot
passed away,
yet.
by
For
the
the
way,
rest
actor.
of the day, all Telly and Casper really worry about is finding another spot to get high and lining up their next play. And it's evident that they either don't have parents or their parents just aren't too involved in their lives. Casper is sitting here frying his brains off the nitrous in some trap house. Meanwhile, there's this girl Jenny. Telly took her virginity and straight up disappeared afterward. Apparently, he used the same weak game with Jenny that
Brand,
he
what
used
the
on
hell,
that
dude?
12-year-old.
Bro.
Jenny, I like you so much, and I promise.
Because I like you. I promise. Stop the cap.
Her friends sit around having this painfully long conversation about their past hookups, and at the same time, the guys are having this exact conversation on their end. And of course, both sides are saying some out-of-pocket stuff. Telly starts going off about how he hates using condoms, and then one of their boys jumps in talking about how AIDS is made up. They all laugh and hype each other up with this, if we die, at least it'll be for some coochie chant.
You don't want to die anyway.
That's
Fuck it. I'm
fucking
going to
weird.
go out. Fuck. Hell yeah, motherfucker.
Fucking weird,
This
bro.
girl Ruby starts talking about how she went to get a checkup at the clinic last week with her friend Jenny for some emotional support, and today was the day they would both get their results back. Jenny went ahead and got checked too, probably not all that worried.
And she did it as a friend, and then she found out that she's the one who has the disease, not the other girl who was more sexually active. Because it's true, it could just take one time. especially if the guy's a disgusting person. Meanwhile, Animan is making a name for himself in my
about it, seeing that she'd only had sex one time with one person, Telly. Ruby, on the other hand, has a whole roster going on and can't really answer a lot of the questions clearly, saying things like, I'm not sure, when asked how many people she's done some not YouTube friendly things with. Despite Ruby having unprotected sex with multiple people, her results came back negative for HIV. Unfortunately, most people are never this lucky, Jenny being one of the less fortunate. Even though she only had one partner, that one time was enough. Sometimes that's all it takes. In 1995, unless you were Magic Johnson, HIV almost always advanced to AIDS and ended in death. And because of that, it was a race against time to warn Telly, so he wouldn't spread it to anyone else. We could also assume that the girl from the beginning now has it as well. These two dirty, greasy bastards finally leave the trap house and head back to Telly's spot to steal some money from his mom's dresser. Probably to go buy some more drugs or something before heading to the park. But on the way there, Telly says he's had his mind on a 13-year-old girl named Darcy, and now he's on a mission to find her. This journey back to Telly's spot would be the only humanizing scene these two really had, with Casper giving some change to a legless man, even though he clearly didn't have much to give himself.
I have no legs.
Washington Square serves as a common meetup spot. It's 1995, not like they could just shoot each other a text, so everyone just kinda hangs around this park all day. It's funny because Harmony even says that this story wouldn't have made sense if they made it today because Jenny would have just called Telly. But anyway, after giving us a tutorial on how to roll blunts, a gay couple minding their own business catches a stray for no reason. You can imagine how much blame they were catching during that time because of the whole AIDS panic. This park must have been harboring some bad energy that day because everybody was ready to throw hands when Casper accidentally bumped into this guy. Even after apologizing and giving him multiple chances to walk away, Milk Dud kept pressing the issue and ended up getting his ass whooped by 50 goons, taking turns knocking him upside the head with their skateboards. Clearly all that weed they've been smoking ain't working. This is the scene that really showed me how weak these dudes were. Like, I kinda get it, he should have walked away, but Telly spitting on him was some coward shit. By the time they were done with him, it looked like he was dead. Jenny continues her search for Telly and finds herself in the back of a cab. The driver noticed that she looked sad and gives her some nice words of encouragement, talking about how it's a beautiful day out and the sun's shining. Of course, not knowing the severity of her situation, but it was enough to make her smile for a moment. It's kind of funny how you can be going through something life-shattering, but everyone else is having a nice day, and somebody's grandpa just tells you, like, you know, it'll be alright. But still a sweet moment nonetheless. The kids start questioning whether or not the guy they beat up in the park was actually dead, but they're really not all that.
Yeah, it really is Russian roulette. Yeah, especially back in the day where, like, the cure wasn't as known or was as affordable compared to, like, because, like, Magic Johnson, I think he was, like, one of the first people to survive AIDS, because at the time AIDS was either like you survive or not. I believe AZE died from AIDS, right? And so it was just like a hit or miss, man. It really was.
Worried about it. They're actually just clowning on him at this point.
Yo, I think we might.
Oh, there's no cure. Oh, just control it or something, right? So I don't mean no cure. I mean to control it.
Killed him.
Nah, man. We didn't kill him because when we were through, he was all twitching.
By the time Jenny gets to the park, it was too late. Telly had already left and found his next plot, where him and Casper would impress some girls by breaking into a pool. Telly starts lying to Darcy, sweet talking her about how he was trying to find her all day long. Somehow these girls keep falling for his tricks, but then again, they are 13. Jenny keeps searching for Telly, thinking he'll be at a nightclub, which was an actual all-ages club that practically anyone could just walk in. Everybody in this club is even more freaked out than Telly and Casper combined. Harmony makes a cameo as a kid named Fidget and pressures Jenny into taking some unidentifiable pill. While Jenny's killing time looking in all the wrong directions, the whole crew ends up in Steven's apartment. At this point, there was even more chaos happening on set. People started acting out and walking off. Some people started actually showing up high, and you can feel it. Casper's talking crazier and crazier, just spiraling.
That's not your real name. Nobody's name is Casper.
That's my real name, bitch.
There's a lot going on in this spot. The blunt tutorial dude is over here throwing up, and this group of little badass kids show up and start smoking a blunt.
Bro.
Apparently, this was just a random moment they decided to just throw in the movie, and they were just improvising. Some of the cast later said it seemed like Justin wasn't ready for the movie to be over and go back to his real life, which kind of adds this sad energy to the slow wind down in the final part of the film. Eventually, everyone just passes out. Jenny finally gets the drop on Telly, but it was already too late. One of the saddest scenes for me is on the way there, when Jenny tries to soothe herself by repeating that she's not gonna die. But knowing the death rate of HIV, especially back then, you can't help but realize she's powerless to change her circumstances, and her death was likely inevitable. By the time she got to the apartment, Telly was already mid-act, delivering the same recycled script he used on every other girl, and unknowingly passes the virus to Darcy. That's the part that really messes with me. The fact that he didn't know he had it. Jenny had been searching for him the whole day, but by the time she finally reaches him, she's out of it from those pills she took earlier, and then she walks in on it actually happening. At that point, all she could do was just accept defeat and cry herself to sleep. Casper seems to be the only person not ready for the night to end. He's been drinking and smoking for 12 hours straight at this point. How he hasn't fell out yet, I have no idea. Upon stumbling on a passed out Jenny,
and then this is where the movie ends in a fucked up cycle.
And that no one would be able to stop him, as everyone else was likely out of it after a long day of binge partying, he would decide to force himself onto Jenny. Something I want to point out about this part is that every time she kind of wake up out of her sleep, "Don't worry, Jenny, it's me, Casper. Don't worry, it's me, Casper." Almost if to say, "You know who I am, it's okay because we're friends." And there was really nothing she could do to fight back, especially after taking that pill at the club. There's a lot of guys like Casper waiting for a moment just like this. Someone you might think is your friend until he's not.
Oh, yeah,
that definitely
100%.
would make experiencing something like that even more confusing to accept, knowing it was your own friend that took advantage of you, not just some stranger. Not only did he violate Jenny, but this sealed his own fate as well. Casper unknowingly gave himself HIV in the process. Talk about some immediate karma. The nihilism of kids really comes through most clearly in Telly's final narration. His entire worldview is reduced to his pursuit of fleeting pleasures. He admits that without sex, he has nothing else. Telly, Jenny, Darcy, and Casper are all left infected with HIV because of this self-destructive obsession with sex. The movie ends with us knowing that these kids have signed a death contract before they've even had a chance to begin, all because Telly and Casper made pleasure their only purpose. I think the quote that really stands out to me the most about this entire movie, though, is when Telly said, "When you're young, not much matters. When you find something that you care about, then that's all you've got." I mean, he found something that he loved and he died in it. Well, maybe not really, because we all saw what happened in Bully. This nigga is in jail. He survived it. The next morning, Casper's reaction when he wakes up from his drug binge perfectly sums up how most people probably felt when they finished watching this movie.
Jesus Christ, what happened?
The wildest part, that moment wasn't even scripted. It really shows how crazy being on set must have been. Where do I even begin with my feelings about this movie, man? Ever since the first time I watched it,
It's a fucking crazy fucking film, man. It's one of the craziest films ever come out.
in 8th grade, I was infatuated with what went into the making of it and the people involved in creating it. I always considered Kids to be sort of a hangout film. Of course, it has its disturbing elements, but let's be honest, if it weren't for the HIV part, I'm sure we could all say we've been in some situations similar to this movie, or that we've known people like Telly and
100%.
Casper. I will say that they had some funny moments in this movie. Like, I mean, even something as silly as the part where they stole the 40 out of the corner store, and then the guy outside starts cursing to himself after realizing Casper stole his fruit. You know, the man yelling about how he has no legs. Just those random goofy moments. Even though there's some dark element to it, or, you know, they're just being dickheads for no reason, it just sticks out in your memory. I knew the very first time I watched this movie that these people had some interesting stories to tell. So seeing these kids close to my age just posted up on a couch, smoking a blunt without a care in the world, and you know, trying to put myself into their shoes was just mind-blowing to me. Like, damn, how are they really living to end up in a movie like this? That thought never left me until I got to watch the documentary. I really just always used to find myself questioning more about these people's lives, especially people like Justin Pierce and Harold Hunter, which I'm about to get to in a second. But another thing that really stands out to a lot of people about Kids is the soundtrack. It's not just background noise. Like, this music actually perfectly captures that gritty mid-90s vibe. You know, you've got the song Casper the Friendly Ghost by Daniel Johnson, which at first might sound like a lighthearted tune if you're only paying attention to the instrumental, but it's playing over this guy.
It is 100%. If you release this type of movie today, yeah, you 100% will be looked at and arrested.
Getting beat within an inch of his life, and the lyrics at the same time are perfectly mirroring who Casper the character is. And one lyric I'll use as an example for this is, he was smiling through his own personal hell. So Casper is seen as like a jokester, a loud character, but underneath that carefree act he puts on, you can clearly see that there's some type of self-destructive spiral he's going down, constantly drinking. Casper's charm is part of what makes him so dangerous, because I mean, nobody around him seems to have a real issue with him. It's almost like the things he says and does kind of just gets brushed off by everyone, or it's seen as normal, even when he's doing terrible things. And it just goes to show, like, those self-destructive people that might seem fun to be around, you know, they got some deep shit going on behind the closed doors. And the Casper the Friendly Ghost song parallels movie Casper as someone who hides deep sadness behind recklessness, and, you know, maybe gets dismissed as a lazy bum, a thief, walking up in the store, just a bum, you know, and then he only gets remembered or respected after the damage is done. It's almost like the soundtrack is foreshadowing how Casper's story will end, you know, tragic and
pretty much, yeah, all of them are gonna die, yeah.
remembered for all the wrong reasons. You know, those same guys that was doing that, you know, we gonna die for the coochie chant, probably was like, yeah, man, you remember Casper? Yeah.
Yeah, he dead. Like, bro, like, hey, you guys remember Casper? Yeah, he dead. Yeah, maybe I don't want to do that.
Yeah, man, he got that AIDS pack for that coochie, I understand. And then there's bangers like Low Down's Mad Fright Night, which you already know, I absolutely spam that track as background music. But it's not just the music, even the clothes. If you look close during the fight at the park, one of the skaters is actually rocking an original Supreme shirt. Here it is, immortalizing Kids. Even Mac Miller would be heavily inspired by this movie.
Oh, yeah, this mixtape is actually pretty good.
Naming his mixtape after it. It's things like that, the music, the fashion, the authentic acting, that just makes this.
Because I'm telling you guys right now, like, it's the fucked up movie that's still, like, other than the AIDS part, it's still relatable today with the youth, because a lot of us had experienced this when we were younger. Not all of us, but a lot of us experienced similar things to this. Like, all right, let me ask you guys this question. How many of you guys experienced this? Hanging out with your friends, just people drinking, doing drugs, you know, sexual encounters, all that kind of stuff, around high school time, when it's all crazy shit, when you're not really thinking about the future or anything like that, you're just going with the flow. Like, how many of you guys like experienced this? Like, it's you? No.
This movie a time capsule. If I'm able to watch this and be nostalgic for a time I wasn't even around for, I can imagine how much that burns for someone who actually grew.
Bro, I knew like when I was in high school or middle school, one of those two. It was freshman year or 8th grade. I knew there was kids around, like, they were young as 12 years old smoking weed already. They were smoking weed, partying it up. They're doing all that already.
Up around the time that this came out. But lastly, before I wrap this up, I finally want to talk about the We Were Once Kids documentary. As we all know, names like Chloe Sevigny, Rosario Dawson, and
Yeah, they
even
became
Leo
very
Fitzpatrick to a point would find their way into bigger and better roles and move on to other things shortly after the movie was released. Even with Kids grossing $20 million, you have to keep in mind that most of these actors were young and either from the projects or halfway homeless. Not knowing any better, they would sign some papers and take the $1,000 given to them for participating in the film, which might have been fine for the people who only had one line, but in my opinion, that's pretty scummy for everyone else. While the cast did start to gain some attention from fans while out on the streets, there was unfortunately not many real opportunities for someone like Harold Hunter, who was already a pro skateboarder at the time, but still lived in the projects and wanted to further his career into acting. There was no publicists and no interviews to promote their stories, and no one really knew what to do once the movie was released. Some of them started picking up on heavier drugs and stayed living in those same old project buildings, even after being a part of one of the most culturally impactful independent films that we know today. Justin Pierce, who played Casper, who you might recognize as Roach from Next Friday, was just getting started with his career. And since there's no autobiography for you to read on him or extensive interviews, a lot of information out there about him has been inaccurately presented over the years, but it's largely understood that he had a rough start in life. It was initially believed that he had just started acting out one day as a result of his parents getting divorced, but as it turns out, that wasn't exactly the case. His mom left her life in London behind shortly after having Justin and moved to New York. Justin had always wondered where his father was, and it wasn't until 35 years after Justin was born when both he and his mother.
Lewis says that even American Pie could get you in trouble and it was made today. Really? Why is that? Is it because it has to do with high school and nudity and stuff? Or is it because some actors are actually young?
Had already passed that his biological father would learn he had a son he never knew about. Justin often talked with his friends about how he felt neglected and abandoned at home. Justin felt that he had no choice but to run away, and he started couch hopping in a friend's basement after dropping out of school. He would also occasionally get into fights with his castmate Leo, who played Telly, in the middle of shooting scenes, and would even be arrested for fighting someone else at one point, delaying the final day of filming.
I think Justin saw that the end was near with the film and he didn't want it to stop. He got arrested. I think that was his way of saying, like, I don't want this thing to stop.
When you're a 14-year-old, 15-year-old boy, you never even knew your biological dad. Mom remarries, you don't connect with him because he's abusive.
But all that aside, he definitely would have gone on to do some great things. Towards the end, he was getting better roles, and a lot of people really liked him in Next Friday. Justin was a big piece that kept this whole movie alive, and to this day, people still talk about him. He always seemed like a fascinating person who people were eager to know more about. Unlike the character he plays, if you watch the documentary, you'd find out that in reality, these kids treated each other like family. Some of Justin's friends even declined to participate in the film, feeling that its sexual themes and some of the brash dialogue didn't accurately reflect the nature of their real-life relationships. In the movie, Casper comes off arrogant, swiping fruit off a street vendor right after disrespecting a store owner. But most of the time, they didn't even have enough money to eat, so stealing food turned into a community thing, a way to share a meal and keep themselves occupied when there wasn't much else to do. Even people like Hamilton, who played only a minor role in the film, being the guy rolling the blunt at the park, or even some of the girls that played supporting friends for Jenny and Ruby, they were all close to and had a similar story to Justin. Just some runaway project kids out on the street all day to keep their minds off of things back at home, who happened to come across Larry one way or another out on the streets or at the Washington Square. When you really think about it, it's amazing how fragile the making of Kids really was. I mean, the production could have easily fallen apart. The schedule was always tight, the cast kept getting into trouble, and on top of that, they had to be tracked down every morning just to start filming. I mean, someone could have ghosted the project, skipped out on Washington Square, or lost their beeper and been impossible to reach since many of them were homeless. And like I said, Justin Pierce even got arrested during the shoot. I mean, hell, the police could have even came in and put a stop to filming, considering there were some real kids on set actually doing drugs. And I mean, with all that chaos, it's crazy this film didn't just collapse before it ever saw the light of day, let alone for it to be released in theaters and profit $20 million. This is by far my favorite Larry Clark film, with Bully taking a close second. I always find myself rewatching it every few years, chasing that same feeling I had the very first time I watched it. If I remember correctly, I think this was one of the first cult classics I ever watched, which is probably why I glaze it so much, because, you know, anything I consume between the ages of 8 and 15 has a permanent little trophy.
I mean, this is the cult classic film, dude. It's a crazy film. Due to cultural norms that was accepted back then, which is not accepted today. Ah, okay. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can totally see that. But yeah, this movie was fucking crazy, man. It will never be repeated for obvious reasons. And yeah, man. Was it PSA? It was raw in real life, like a lot of kids. For a lot of kids. Yeah, I mean, again, it showcased a lot of things that people still do to this day, other than like the AIDS stuff, because not as crazy anymore. But yeah. Yeah, this movie Kids is like Euphoria in the 90s, but even Euphoria was not it's not as crazy as the kids film, which is crazy. You know? Have you guys ever watched Euphoria? Yeah, it's like Euphoria is like a kids version of Kids. If that makes sense, because like Euphoria is crazy, but it's not as like the kids show. If you watch Jaws in Rewind, it's a wholesome movie about a shark giving limbs to the save of. Oh, really? I never heard of that one, but interesting. Is that like a documentary or is it like an actual film?
Oh man.
Was the movie oh, I thought it was Jaws in Rewind. I thought that was the I know Jaws, but bro, I'm a fucking idiot. I thought Jaws in Rewind was the title. But like all right. All right. All right. I'm a moron, all right? I'm a moron. I'm a goddamn moron. Oh my god, dude. Let's see. What? The Columbine film that the journalist with the journalism can't? Was it Columbine? Was that the shooting? Was that like one of the first shootings in schools? Well, if it gets too dark,
Year's 1999, and 8-year-old me is obsessed with the game
GoldenEye. Load a rumble pack.
So obsessed.
GoldenEye was fucking sick, man.
That I drew pictures of some of the guns.
I hated the small butler though.
And taped them to my 3rd grade desk. When my teacher, Mrs. Sandberg, saw the picture, she nervously told me that we probably shouldn't have pictures of guns on our desk. You know, because of Columbine. This was the first time I heard that word, and I had no idea what it meant. But very quickly, Columbine was all anyone could talk about. The 24-hour news cycle was in its infancy, and this story was a gold mine. People couldn't look away. A report from that time gives us a glimpse into the 90s dystopia that was mainstream media.
They cornered students in the cafeteria and the library, where there was nowhere to run. Witnesses say they laughed as they fired their weapons, executing their classmates who begged for their lives.
Then spontaneously started shooting people.
It's so tone-deaf and disrespectful that it feels like satire. The graphic looks like a movie poster for a bad Tarantino ripoff. Cameras are shoved in the crying, swollen faces of victims after they've just escaped. And news anchors sound like they're describing the plot of Die Hard instead of reporting on a tragedy.
And there were the outfits, the dark coat and boots associated with Hollywood's more violent scenes.
America desperately needed adults in the room, people who could portray tragedy with both compassion and objectivity. We needed an antidote to the callousness of the 24-hour news cycle. We needed the soft hands of an artist.
Do you think it's a little dangerous handing out guns in a bank?
What?
No, an artist.
I thought that drama could
They're selling guns in a bank. What the? What?
do something that maybe the journalists couldn't necessarily get at. You know, it could get someplace that the journalists wanted to, but it was difficult for them to get at.
There we go. The approach needed to be empathetic but not melodramatic, realistic but not callous, violent but not exciting. It needed to proclaim that human tragedy is not for your entertainment. Gus Van Sant had directed Good Will Hunting a few years earlier, a feel-good drama nominated for 9 Academy Awards. He knew how to pull heartstrings and make an entertaining movie. Elephant, on the other hand, was nominated for 0 Academy Awards, but it was appreciated by people who understood the assignment. Roger Ebert wrote, Gus Van Sant's Elephant is a violent movie, in the sense that many innocent people are shot dead, but it isn't violent in the way it presents those deaths. There is no pumped-up style, no lingering, no release, no climax, just implacable, poker-faced, flat, uninflected death. So how did Gus Van Sant accomplish this? And what exactly was this thing he was getting at that journalists couldn't? Elephant creates the subjective experience of being in a school shooting, but it does this through an objective, observational style. For example,
yeah, by the way, wasn't there a song about school shootings that came out with Pumped Up Kids? What was it called again? I think I have it on my phone actually. Yeah, it's like better run, or something like that, like your shoes or something. Yeah. Oh, it was the song called "Pumped Up Kids." It's from Foster the People. Yeah, it was called "Pumped Up Kids." Yeah, Pumped Up Kicks was about a school shooting. When they asked about Marilyn Manson, what would he ask the shooters of the Columbine shooting? Marilyn Manson said, "I won't ask them anything. I'll just sit and listen to them expressing their issues in school." Bullying is crazy. Sorry, I'm not going on a place. Yeah, school bullying is crazy. I had to deal with that like my whole school life in a way. It wasn't physical. It was more words than anything. It was some physical, but it was very rare. But it was more words. It was just nonstop.
20 minutes of the film, or roughly 25%, consist of follow shots. No dialogue, no drama, just long, uncut shots that follow a character as they walk from one place to another. If you'd like to learn more about follow shots, I highly recommend this video from Film and Media Studies, link in the description. The psychological effect of follow shots is something that resembles empathy, but not quite. Because we're denied the character's face, we don't empathize with them so much as become them. We observe and react to the environment as if we're literally in their shoes. They become an avatar that we embody. It's similar to the effect of a third-person video game, but instead of having agency, instead of directing the character,
hey, look, let's keep it smooth, homie.
We're dragged along, tethered to characters. We have no idea where they're going or why. They just walk. This shooting style completely flies in the face of typical narrative storytelling, where the most important thing is communicating to the audience what a character wants, what causes them to take action. Instead of being drawn into the world through a character's goals and motivations, we're drawn in because we know that this ordinary world is about to be destroyed.
Horrors like Columbine terrify us, and we need an explanation. So even if we don't have an answer, we find one. And we find it really too fast.
After Columbine, everyone wanted to know why. What caused this tragedy, and how can we prevent it from happening again? This is the question that Bowling for Columbine and a slew of other films and books have tried to answer.
It's in our interest to identify the reason why, so that we can feel safe, you know. We
Like
can
have a
identify
reason.
the reason why.
There's no reason. It's crazier.
We're
It's
not
crazy.
part of it, you know, that it's demonized.
Elephant, on the other hand, does not want you to feel safe.
Hey, you got...
It wants you to feel what it's like to be in a school shooting, wants you to experience what happened, not why it happened. And in order to feel what it's like, we need to experience a realistic portrayal of the normal world that existed beforehand. And so instead of using professional actors and working from a script, Vincent casted normal high school students and worked from an outline.
I wouldn't even think that like I would ever be in a movie. It's like, it's kind of weird because you just look at the people on the screen and you're like, wow, that's awesome. But you never think one day you could be one of those people.
And instead of dictating their motivations and actions, he instead created a realistic high school environment and let the students improvise and react to that environment in long, uncut shots. All of this creates a sense of immersion that you simply don't get in films that skip over the quiet in-between moments in order to focus on plot and character motivation. And this leads us to the most important quality of this film, its use of time and space. Most of the film takes place in the 10 or so minutes leading up to the shooting, but we experience those 10 minutes from various perspectives. What this means is that while we're following one character, we see other characters that we had previously followed. So, for instance, when these three characters cross paths, we experience it 3 different times from 3 different perspectives. Like all of the events in this movie, it doesn't carry any story significance. But I can't emphasize enough that this moment and moments like it are incredibly important for creating immersion. And it does this in several different ways. First, it allows us to form a picture of where each student is located in the moments leading up to the shooting. Second, it gives us a more accurate picture of the layout of the school. Students who have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours walking through their school know exactly where everything is. You can't replicate that amount of knowledge in an hour and a half, but long continuous follow shots that cross each other in time and space give us reference points for forming a mental map of the school. And third, how students interact with each other in these exchanges gives us a picture of the social connections that exist. John, for instance, seems to know everyone, but doesn't belong to any specific group.
Oh, he was in Lord of the
Even the
Dogtown.
shooters know him and actually warn him not to go in the school. Eli has fewer social connections, but is well connected in his photography niche. And Michelle seems to have 0 social connections. The only interactions she has are with teachers. If we look at an overhead map of the school, we can actually follow the path of these 3 students and the interactions they have in the moments before the shooting. And all of this leads to the anomaly, the reason the movie exists, and the reason we're watching these mundane interactions. Right before the normal world is destroyed, something interesting happens. The presence of guns feels so out of the ordinary that people have a hard time processing the danger. This failure to process danger was present during the Columbine shooting as well.
Really?
I convinced myself that it was paintball, it was a senior prank, and he started spraying the ground in front of us, and you could kind of hear it and see it, and Dan went down, and I felt like a sharp pain in my foot, and then seconds later, maybe at the same time, my knee felt like it went out, and then this knee like got hurt, and then it felt like somebody punched me in the chest. And I put my hand up to ask for help, just figured it was paintball, it hit a nerve, whatever. And he said, sure, I'll help you. And I looked up a little bit, and he didn't grab my hand. And so I just laid back down, and he put the shotgun right behind my ear and pulled the trigger.
Wow.
This reaction feels relatable to me. I think that we all have, to some degree, a refusal to believe that something like this could happen to us. And this makes us disconnect from the event and downplay it. And from the outside looking in,
yeah, because it's kind
my
of weird
instinct
just
is
thinking
to
that
treat
it's
it like
actually
a problem
happening,
that
you
needs
know?
to be solved. Even writing this now, I
I'm
catch
sure
myself asking,
from Survivor's
what was
Guild,
their
like, why me?
motivation?
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
did they do it? But the reason is elusive, like trying to explain
'Cause
why
maybe
a
he was
tornado
cool with
hits or a
them.
volcano explodes.
You know?
If we were positive about reasons why we thought this happened.
Because like when you think about it, it's like there are people that these psychotic people like were cool with, you know? Because did they ever find out what was the reason? 'Cause, like I haven't like done I haven't like researched anything like this like at all, or like I just don't remember it. Maybe I did in the past, I just don't remember it. But did they ever find out like the reason they did what they did? With like the extra like find out like, oh, they did it because they got bullied. They did it because they just wanted to experience it, I guess. Weird that sounds, but yeah, like was there any like an actual big reason? Or I remember a video where a girl said a black kid was shot because he was black. Of course. Okay. All right. All right.
Happened specifically that we probably have put them in, you know, but it was always so elusive exactly why, that it's almost like it could be the weather, you know. And so we show like the clouds, you know, and it could be madness, you know. So we show him holding his head, and it could be the video games that they're playing. It could be things being thrown at him in the classroom.
A lot of storytellers try to make immoral characters relatable, the tragic anti-hero. If we can understand why, we can forgive what. But there's no justifiable reason to shoot up a school, and that's an uncomfortable position to be in as a storyteller. It's why there are so few films about school shootings and even fewer good ones. How do you tell that story without making it either morbidly entertaining or nihilistically tragic? There's no greater good, no lesson learned, no redemption arc that makes it make sense. But random, senseless violence is a fact of life, a fact we'd rather ignore. And what Elephant gives us, what journalism can't, is the experience of what it feels like to be inside a meaningless tragedy. The recognition that the victims were just like us, that meaningless suffering can happen to anyone. Journalism that diagnoses problems and policy that tries to fix them are essential. I don't want to diminish that work. But if mass shootings are increasing, not decreasing, maybe it's because explaining away a tragedy isn't enough. Sometimes a tragedy needs to be witnessed. Sometimes it needs to be felt. And the victims, and yes, even the perpetrators, need to be seen as people, as one of us. Because there's really no reason why it couldn't be you.
Well, well, well. Who it is?
Dude, come on, don't do this.
Eeny,
Stupid fuck.
meeny,
What are you doing?
miny, mo.
This
Catch
isn't
it?
something you want to do.
Tiger.
Bro.
By his toe. If he hollers, let him
Sick.
go.
Don't do this.
Eeny, meeny, miny.
Fuck, dude, that's crazy. The FBI concluded that Harris has exhibited psychopathic traits, including narcissism, lack of empathy, and unconstrained aggression. Cabo was diagnosed as a clinically depressed, angry individual with suicidal tendencies and a vengeful attitude. Let's switch to standard and weight. I mean, you don't know how people are gonna react to something like this because it's just like a gun pointing at you out of fucking nowhere. You're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? You know? Of course, always it's easy to say it, but like when you're in that moment, it's different. You know? So it's kind of crazy how like John Kid was let go. You know, like yeah, if one of them didn't have no empathy and all that. You know? Well, let me see if I like. There's got to be a video about it, right? Wait, my son was the Columbine shooter. What the fuck? I won't watch the whole thing. Don't. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. I'm just curious about some things.
bomb blast, hundreds of students ran for their lives, stalked in their own school by two of their own classmates who went on a rampage.
Jefferson County 911. Yes, I'm a teacher at Columbine High School. There is a student here with a gun, and the school is in a panic.
Zombie King was becoming a friend of Harrison Cabal's shortly before the shooting.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Oh God. Stay on the line with me. Oh God. Hey, just stay down. Do we know where he's at?
He was becoming a friend.
Okay. I'm in the library. He's upstairs. He's right outside of here. He's outside? He's outside of this hall.
Wow.
Serving nearly 2,000 students. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold take a decisive step. Too young to legally purchase firearms themselves, they obtain guns through a friend. It is a turning point, the moment their ideas begin to move beyond talk. Soon after, they started experimenting with homemade explosives, researching and gathering materials as their plans expand. What began as a dark conversation is now becoming preparation.
That's a fucking slug. Imagine that in someone's fucking brain.
All the while, life around them carries on, unchanged. Friends, families, teachers, and neighbors remain unaware that behind closed doors, two students are quietly setting in motion events that will lead to one of the darkest days in American history. April 20th, 1999, 7:30 a.m.
Yeah, weird.
The school gates open
Dylan
at
and
Columbine
Eric?
High. Students file in
ghost?
for what
Okay, don't
feels
say
like
that.
an ordinary spring morning.
I know you're trolling, but
The
please don't say
halls
that.
fill with chatter. Lockers slam, and another routine day begins in the quiet suburb of Littleton. Arrive at Columbine after a late morning departure. They pull into the school parking lot strategically, positioning them to flank the cafeteria area and its exits.
Oh, wow.
Outside,
They were separated?
Harris encounters Brooks Brown, an old friend. Though they had disagreements in the past, they are on good terms. As they talk, Harris
They're
urges
legends, what are you
Brown
talking
to
about? No,
leave
they're
the
pieces of
campus.
shit, man.
Feeling uneasy, Brown complies, a decision that would ultimately save.
Yeah, the people that consider them as legends, they are disturbed. Very, very disturbed people. Those that got to the Wembury, it's on the Earthshot Field, but it's like psychology thing, I believe. Psychology? Wait, what? Like being able to know the difference between just for fun. Oh, okay, I see.
His life. 11:14 a.m. Harris and Klebold moved deliberately toward the west entrance.
I knew
Heavy
about this shooting, but I
backpacks
never
weigh
like
down their shoulders.
learned exactly
They
what
are
happened.
wearing trench coats. Beneath them, an arsenal of weapons is concealed. Investigators later found that they were carrying 2 sawed-off shotguns, 2 9mm handguns, and 99 homemade bombs.
99?
Some students noticed them, but dismiss it as a typical senior prank, unaware of the horror that is about to unfold. 11:19 a.m. On the grass near the west entrance, Rachel Scott and Richard Castaldo, both 17, sit quietly, eating lunch.
This is where the term trench coat mafia came.
Oblivious,
Really?
They don't see the 2 boys approaching. A few 10 seconds pass. Then, without warning, Harris fires. Richard is critically wounded. Rachel is killed, becoming the first victim.
Go ahead.
Look, I don't care what you say. If you ever touch him again, I will freaking kill you. I'm gonna pull out a goddamn shotgun and blow your damn head off. Do you understand?
Eric Harris was born in 1981 in Wichita, Kansas. Because of his father's military career, his family moved often during his childhood, before eventually settling in Littleton, Colorado. While the family lived in stable, middle-class neighborhoods, far from crime or violence, the constant relocations left Harris feeling unsettled. In a home video later recovered by investigators, Harris blamed his father for forcing him to start out at the bottom of the ladder each time they moved.
Really?
At Columbine High School, Harris was often perceived as an outsider. He frequently complained of being harassed or intimidated by athletic students.
There it is.
Experiences that seemed to fuel his growing resentment toward his peers and the social dynamics around him.
I hate most people.
By his junior year, classmates observed that he was quick to anger and occasionally made remarks that they found disturbing. Peers also recalled his growing fascination with war, destruction, and power. Investigators later found he kept a notebook where he poured out his anger, writing detailed and aggressive scenarios about people he disliked, passages that, in hindsight, hinted at what he was planning. He also ran a personal website where he openly directed hostility toward members of his school, creating a public record of rage that at the time was
some believe that these two never met, just could have never happened. Yeah. It's like I get the bullying, man, but like fucking hey, dude. Kind of crazy. Like how like they just like, you know what, fuck it, they just kill everybody.
not
Crazy.
fully understood. "11:21 a.m. The attackers move toward the outdoor staircase on the west side of the school, firing at students as they flee up the hill. Daniel Rohrbaugh is killed, and 2 other students are injured as chaos spreads across the campus.
Emergency? Well, we just got a frantic call from my daughter saying he's chasing us with a gun, and then he hung up the phone, and you could hear the screaming in the hallways. We just heard a bunch of gunfire, saw the explosions, and saw a bunch of kids run and hide behind the building.
One person was hiding behind the building?
And some people said they saw people falling down.
11:22 a.m. Inside the building, teacher
Like,
Dave
spitting each other.
Sanders
Pretty
hears the
much.
gunfire and
Because
immediately
you're like talking with your quote unquote friend, and you're like talking about all these crazy ideas, and then you find out that your friend doesn't think you're crazy. He actually likes your ideas. It gives you more of a reason, like, you know what? Let's continue talking. Let's continue to see where this goes. Yeah.
begins directing students to take cover or evacuate. His actions helped many escape as confusion and fear take hold.
Hi, Captain Boyd. We got a shooting at Columbine.
What do you have?
Numerous injuries. I have no idea what is going on. 71's under fire right now. Somebody in a black trench coat with a shotgun just shooting at the school.
Dispatchers struggle to understand what is happening, unsure whether the shooter is a student.
I don't feel sorry for what they
multiple
went through.
students,
Any good?
or
They
an
may have
outside
been is down.
intruder.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Inside the cafeteria, fragmented information and rapidly spreading rumors intensify the fear. At approximately 11:24 a.m., Harris and Klebold enter the school through the west doors, moving quickly down the hallways. They deploy improvised explosive devices, filling parts of the corridors with smoke and making visibility difficult. While
Damn,
guiding
dude, they really
students
thought
to
him up.
safety, teacher Dave Sanders is critically wounded. Despite his injuries, he continues to assist others until he collapses. In the hallways, several students are
Crazy.
shot at or injured while escaping, though many managed to get away. Sanders later succumbed to his injuries.
What a hero, man.
By 11:28,
Okay, oh my
Harris
God.
and Klebold make their way towards the library. Inside, Patty Nelson, an art teacher, and approximately 50 students are hiding beneath tables and
I
behind
got it on eBay.
bookshelves,
It came from Loot
trying
Crate.
to remain as
Victoria
quiet
Lewis.
as
It came from Loot
possible.
Crate. But you can buy one on eBay. Just look for Pikachu beanie, and it should pop up.
Jefferson County 911. Yes, I am a teacher at Columbine High School. There is a student here with a gun, and the school is in a panic. And I'm in the library. I've got students down under the table, kids. Heads under the table. Kids are screaming. Some of the teachers are, trying to take control of things. We need police here. Okay, we're getting them there. Police here. Who is the student, ma'am? I do not know who the student is. Okay. I just want you to stay in the line with me. We need to know what's going on. Okay. Okay? I am on the floor. Okay. And you've got the kids there? Library, and I've got every student in this library on the floor. You better stay on the floor. Is there any way you can lock the doors? Smoke is coming in from out there, and I'm a little afraid. The gun is right outside the library door. Okay? Okay. We've got help on the way, ma'am. Okay. Okay. Oh, God. Stay in the line with me. Oh, God. Hey, kids, just stay down. Do we know where he's at? I'm sorry? Do we know where he's at? Okay. I'm in the library. He's upstairs. He's right outside of here. He's outside? He's outside of this hall.
Fuck, dude.
Dylan Klebold was born in Lakewood, Colorado, and grew up in a stable, supportive
So what
household.
was this fucker's reason?
In terms of his childhood development, he was a remarkable child, an adorable child, a precocious, clever boy, and he was adored. All the pictures I have of him, he's being hugged, he's on people's laps.
So what the fuck
This
was
is not
his
a child
reasoning?
who was deprived of love.
That's the mom, by the way. I saw
Friends
the
and
TED
teachers
thing.
described him as painfully shy, often fidgety or withdrawn when interacting with new people, and extremely nervous
Mason was blamed for the
around
shooting.
girls.
He expressed that
In his
I'm
teen
only a
years,
music artist.
He got
Like many
a
of
little
them,
more,
I am not to
testy
blame for what others
and
do.
a little bit more, you know, how teens are. They get more independent, a little more argumentative, but we still enjoyed him. We still did things together. You know, went on hikes and watched family movies and all the things that we do with kids, go out for dinner.
He and Eric Harris met in 1993 in middle school and gradually formed a close friendship. By high school, the two were frequently together. Classmates
Really?
said they often sat alone at lunch and kept to themselves, existing outside the school's social core.
Really?
In his final year, those around him noticed a significant shift. Dylan became short-tempered, prone to sudden bursts of anger, unlike his earlier quiet demeanor.
Goddamn piece of punk ass shit! Do not mess with that friggin' kid! If you do, I'll rip off your goddamn head!
Over time, his anger and isolation began to feed into Harris's rage, each reinforcing the other.
Yeah, that was the thing. Yeah, you didn't think my ideas was crazy? Oh shit.
Dylan had gotten into trouble in his junior year. He had a cluster of problems. He had been arrested. He had gotten suspended at school for scratching a locker and getting into the computer system. And he was in a diversion program. And I was concerned. I asked the diversion counselor, does he need counseling? What's happening? And Dylan said to us at that time, I don't know what that was, but I promise you, I'm going to get my life on track. I am going to do everything I need to do. And he did. So during the 14 months that transpired, there was this young man doing everything that he was supposed to do, going to school, holding his job, being part of school plays, going to the prom. You know, there were no behaviors there that I could see that indicated to me that he was a
Or
danger
stand up
to
against
himself
bullies?
or
Yeah, pretty
anyone
much.
else.
Yeah, that was
Both
for sure.
boys
Yeah.
were part of the school's media and film program, where they made homemade videos that increasingly reflected violent themes. They were strongly influenced by the film Natural Born Killers, often referring to it using the initials NBK, which they later adopted as a codename for their attack plans. In later reflections, Dylan's mother would say that Harris's intense anger, combined with Dylan's self-destructive tendencies, created a destructive dynamic. Together, the two fed off one another, accelerating a path neither was able or willing to escape.
I saw him, he was wearing black. He didn't look very large. Male student. Okay. We've got help on the way, ma'am. Okay. Okay. Oh, God. Stay in the line with me. Oh, God. Hey, just stay down. Do we know where he's at? I'm sorry? Do we know where he's at? Okay. I'm in the library. He's upstairs. He's right outside of here. He's outside? He's outside of this hall.
11:29 a.m. Teacher Patty Nelson remains on the phone with dispatchers, trying to convey what is happening inside the library. For those on the line, the situation is difficult to follow. Shouts and terrified voices come through, but the details are fragmented.
The teacher came running in, screaming at us that there were boys outside with guns to get our heads under the tables and hide. And for just a split second, I took the time to think, there's no way this is really happening. But the panic in her voice made it clear that this was real and we needed to get down and hide.
Okay, I just want you to stay in the line with me. We need to know what's going on. Okay. Okay? I am on the floor. Okay, and you've got the kids there? Library, and I've got every student in this library on the floor. You better stay on the floor!
A few minutes later, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold enter the school library.
You could hear the first shots coming into the library. And at that moment, I felt like I got punched in the stomach. It was like this rolling feeling across the floor, and I felt so sick to my stomach. And I just started praying. And I just prayed, God help us.
Dispatchers hear the sound of the attack in real time, but are unable to intervene, forced to listen as events unfold.
What's your name, ma'am? Patty?
The boys were yelling, shooting, pipe bombs were going off, they were laughing, they were telling us all this was our day to die.
This becomes the deadliest and most harrowing phase of the attack. Students are trapped.
Want to know something messed up? There was a game on Steam that had you play as the shooters and reenact the shooting, and I heard about that. They shut that game down, didn't they? Yeah, I heard about they were going to release it, but they shut it down. Like, Steam shut it down.
With nowhere left to run, many hide beneath tables, holding hands, whispering prayers, trying not to be seen. Others lie wounded, pretending to be dead.
I turned around behind me on this side to see one of the shooters knelt down pointing the gun at a boy behind me. He was so close. And I knew that boy didn't have a chair next to him to protect him. So I turned around, plugged my ears, knowing my shot was coming next. He killed the boy who was hiding behind me, turned the gun on me, and I remember hearing the shot that hit me. And he was maybe 5 or 6 feet behind me.
Panic and confusion spread through the room as students struggle to stay out of sight. In the span of minutes, 10 students are killed in the library. Many more are injured.
There has been a terrible shooting at a high school in Littleton, Colorado. Because the situation, as I left to come out here, apparently is ongoing, I think it would be inappropriate for me to say anything other than I hope the American people will be praying for the students, the parents, and the teachers. And we'll wait for events to unfold and then...
I think it blocks how's it going?
11:30 a.m. As the killings go on in the library, police arrive at Columbine High School and begin securing the perimeter. Gunshots from the library are clearly heard and reported from the officers outside, who are just tens of meters away. As officers gather information, a student who managed to escape provides a critical detail. He recognizes one of the shooters as a Columbine senior, 18-year-old Eric Harris. At the police station, officers run a background check. The results raise immediate concern. Harris has a prior police record, and within his file appears another name, 17-year-old Dylan Klebold. As more students escape the building, additional accounts begin to confirm the suspicion. What began as uncertainty now sharpens into clarity. The attackers are students known to the school and acting together. As police begin preparing to enter the school, Harris and Klebold make their way back to the cafeteria. Security camera footage later shows them firing at several unattended bags.
Fuck.
Eventually, one of the bags containing a homemade pipe bomb ignites, setting off a fire that triggers the sprinklers and activates the fire alarm. Students who had been hiding under tables are now forced to run for their lives. Investigators would later discover that these bags contained 2 large propane bombs intended to explode during the lunch period, but the devices failed to detonate as intended.
Fuck, dude.
After this final attempt, Harris and Klebold make their way back upstairs to the library, moving into the last phase of their plan. At approximately 12:06 p.m., a SWAT team enters the east side of the building. Their goal? Move toward the source of gunfire and neutralizing any perpetrators inside.
Hell,
a second team enters through the ground floor window near the cafeteria, planning to evacuate as many students as possible.
Bro, that all happened within like what? Very few minutes? As much as it sounds, first time I heard about this, I was like, why aren't they the bullies laughing anymore? Were their bravery to bully others? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
As they move cautiously through the hallways, they encounter hundreds of students and teachers who have barricaded themselves inside classrooms seeking safety.
17 students right off of the lunchroom area. Okay, tell them to stay where they're at, right? Stay locked down.
Officers begin evacuating them, guiding students out in small groups, clearing rooms one by one, and assisting those who need medical attention. The process continues methodically as areas of the school are secured.
To get these students to a safer place, so what they are using is police cars, apparently one at a time, and they are putting 4 or 5 students in each car at a time, and then they will take them from this area. Here comes another police car, so the shuttle to freedom is underway.
3:22 p.m. Over 3 hours later, police finally enter the library.
Damn, that long?
There, they encounter a devastating scene, marked by the bodies of students and staff who were killed or wounded. Officers then find the bodies of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, confirming them as the gunmen.
Oh, oh,
Both
wow.
are heavily armed, surrounded by weapons and explosive devices, and they have died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds.
Oh, dude.
Good afternoon. This is News 2, and we are following a breaking story today, a shooting at a high school in Littleton, Colorado, that's near Denver. Here is what we know so far. Witnesses say 2 gunmen dressed in black trench coats with black masks opened fire at Columbine High School.
Investigation into the high school massacre is slow-moving and dangerous. The 2 gunmen who went on the rampage booby-trapped the building and even themselves.
Amid the gunshots and bomb blasts, hundreds of students ran for their lives, stalked in their own school by 2 of their own classmates who went on a rampage.
With the gunfire finally silent, the reality of what has happened begins to settle over Columbine. News helicopters circle overhead, as emergency broadcasts interrupt regular programming.
Two killers belonged to a group of students that named itself the Trenchcoat Mafia.
They wore black trench coats, combat boots, and some wore Nazi crosses. The question is, why didn't anyone know they'd turn so
they
violent?
just said about the trench coats, guys.
Conflicting early reports flood the airwaves, fueling a media frenzy as the nation watches events unfold in real time.
The clues were here in Littleton long before the deadly violence. The yearbook pictures with handwritten captions about insanity. This alleged Trenchcoat Mafia website shut down shortly after ABC News took these pictures. It even had a so-called hit list, mentioning jocks and one substitute teacher as potential targets.
Wow.
Across the area, parents gather at designated reunification sites, including nearby libraries and community centers.
Over here at the door of Leawood Elementary School, there's a list, lots of lists on the wall and the door here. Up there on the wall, you can see all the white papers that have been taped up and posted. Those are lists of names of students and where they are.
Many wait for hours, clutching lists of names, searching faces, praying to see their children emerge. For some, that moment never comes.
Never came, yeah. It still boggles my mind, man. It's like, the
Bodies
fuck?
have not yet been removed. A total of 15 people are believed to have died here, 12 students, 1 faculty member, and the 2 young killers. Investigators say this attack appears to have been carefully planned for a long time.
As casualty reports reach families, the focus turns to those left behind. Parents whose children did not return, confronted with sudden, unimaginable loss. Survivors later described the aftermath as surreal. The confusion, the silence after the sirens, the weight of realizing who was missing.
People were getting shot all around me. There was a guy at a table right next to me and her, and they just shot him and then walked away, and then he was just sitting there in a pool of blood.
For shooting anyone of color wearing a white hat or played a sport, and they didn't care who it was, and it was all at close range.
Oh, that's what they're
Many
kind of
struggle
picking
to
target?
process what they witnessed, dealing with anxiety and the reality of what had happened.
Like sportsmen, or like
I'll never
sports thing?
forget, and I
Wow.
don't think anyone can ever forget that. It's so deeply touched everybody.
After everything happened, you say to yourself, do I ever want to teach again? That crosses your mind. Do I ever want to go back?
If anyone could ever stand and say it would never happen here, this is the community that would say that. We are living proof that it can happen to anyone.
In the days that follow, memorials appear almost immediately. Flowers, candles, notes, and crosses line fences and school grounds, transforming everyday spaces into places of mourning. Vigils draw thousands, uniting a grieving community and a grieving nation.
Talking about a GBA? That's the
for
inspiration for
meaning
this
behind
shadow.
what happened. As investigators began piecing together what had happened, a clearer and more disturbing picture emerged. The attack was not impulsive. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold had been planning it for months, carefully and deliberately, long before the morning it unfolded.
Go ahead.
They acquired weapons, constructed homemade explosives, and mapped out how the violence would unfold.
That evidence revealed to me that I had been living in a fantasy world.
Wow.
Knowing Dylan, knowing what kind of a human being he was, I did not believe he was capable of murdering people on purpose. You know, and so, sort of in my mind, I was thinking
Like
maybe
a
this was
coping?
accidental, or maybe he found himself doing some kind of a prank or a performance and found that he had live ammunition. I mean, I know this sounds so ridiculous, but you have to understand that's what denial is. It protects us.
Their preparations went beyond logistics. They rehearsed ideas, tested devices, and documented their thinking in journals, recordings, and videos.
when I finally went to the sheriff's department and I saw their report of what had happened and how it occurred, I was in just a real state of shock. It was completely foreign to anything I expected to hear. I was already making the assumption that he was not responsible for all of these things. So yes, that was a horrible shock, and it really started the grief process all over for me, because the child I'd been grieving for was the perfect one that I had in my mind, and to realize that I had missed all of these things, it was just a horrible shock.
Now, police have been interviewing the family members of the two teenagers responsible for the shooting. We now know that one of them also posted violent lyrics and recipes for pipe bombs on the internet. And his final entry in an AOL chat room, which was posted yesterday morning at 8:41, read, "Today is my last day on Earth."
Wow.
I do know that Dylan was experiencing thoughts of suicidality, and in one of his writings, closer to the tragedy in time, he refers to it as maybe doing this thing with Eric might be a way to break free. And I think Dylan was wanting to die and wishing that he could die. And I think that Eric gave him a mechanism through which he could do that.
Among the most significant discoveries were the so-called basement tapes, a series of videos Harris and Klebold recorded in the months leading up to the attack. In these recordings, they speak directly to the camera about their plans, their anger, and their worldview. The tapes also revealed that they had intended to take their own lives during the attack, showing that the plan was meant to end in death.
It's a difficult thing to try to articulate, because I don't want to write off what Dylan did and say he was ill, he didn't have a choice, because I don't believe that. There was choice involved.
What's Triple T?
But I believe that whatever he was experiencing limited his capacity to work through it, to problem solve, to find ways to help himself through it. And I believe that whatever he experienced over time worsened and worsened. So it was sort of like a cancer that got to stage 4. His mental issues reached a stage 4 situation where he became very lethal, both to others as well as himself.
What the hell are you doing to my sister's bike?
And that's sort of the way I perceive it. I believe that Dylan was a victim of his own pathology, and I believe that Eric was a victim of his own pathology.
No. Okay, dude. Hey, that's the most intense video I watched for your shadow drawing. Yeah, really is. I didn't know. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I knew about the Columbine shooting, but I never actually watched a documentary about it or learned more about it. I just never And then today we were talking about it. How did we got to the Columbine shooting topic again, guys? I think it was the video I watched, right? Was it? Yeah.
May 22nd, 1999. Just over a month after the attack, graduation day for the Columbine High School class of 1999 arrives. The ceremony is meant to celebrate students' achievements, but the mood is quiet. Absences are felt, and the recent events linger in the air, giving the day a bittersweet tone.
Because of what occurred on April 20th,
did they show them the high school?
I'm beginning to see what my personal window must reflect in order to fit into the larger window. I must live life with a concentrated purpose and a dedication to each moment. I must recognize what I have learned, to love deeply and to appreciate every word and every gesture of every person I love or will love.
The events of April 20th, 1999 left a profound mark on not only the Columbine community, but the entire nation. Schools across the county began re-evaluating safety protocols, introducing lockdown drills, security measures, and new approaches to responding to active shooter situations. The tragedy also prompted widespread public debate, including demonstrations and protests calling for change to gun laws and greater accountability around firearm access.
I think there needs to be.
Well, they got their guns to the black market, in the underground market. They didn't get it from a store, right? Didn't it say they got it from a friend or something because they were underage?
Change. I think that gun laws need to be put in place so that these things don't happen and innocent lives don't get lost.
13 lives were lost at Columbine, and at the time it was the worst shooting. And in the past 5 years, we've seen more and more terrible shootings that have taken countless lives. And we know that we can do more to stop this violence. We know that there are laws we can pass that will assess risk before it becomes a mass shooting.
So this is happening during assault weapons then? It's
The
very hard to
PTSD
ban guns because
and
you just
emotional
buy it
mental
underground.
trauma of it
The black
has
market.
almost been more difficult than the physical battle. And it affected my everyday life all day, every day, for years. The PTSD looked like nightmares, panic attacks for any reason. A car backfiring could send me into a panic attack. Somebody wearing all black could just set me off in a panic attack. For the first 5 or 10 years, it would be something where I couldn't recover. So if I was at the grocery store and somebody walked in and for whatever reason, it sparked a panic attack in me, I had to leave and go home. The day was ruined. I could not recover in that day.
Yeah.
Survivors carry scars that cannot be erased. Yet many have found strength in their experiences. They speak publicly, engage in advocacy, and participate in debates over gun control, school safety, and mental health awareness.
If there's one thing you want people to know 20 years later, what is it?
What Columbine represents, when I speak to the communities from Parkland and Santa Fe and Sandy Hook, I said Columbine represents hope. And even though the road's going to be tough, it's going to be a tough journey and you're going to be kicked down, you got to get back up. And we're all there, and we're all part of this club, and we could all help each other. But I truly believe that the Columbine community is stronger today than what it was almost 20 years ago, and we provide hope for others.
Yeah.
Their resilience has helped turn personal tragedy into a voice for change, even as the shadow of Columbine inspired other acts of violence
in South Africa.
that
Really?
continue to challenge society.
Thousands of laws have passed since then, and it's only gotten worse. They never attack schools where the teachers are armed.
Would really set me back.
I mean, that'd be
I couldn't
something
watch
that's
the news.
sad,
It
but
was really
it has to happen.
traumatizing. But now it just makes me sad. I mean, it makes everybody sad that it keeps happening. But the way I see it isn't just the way another person who's been unaffected by this sees it.
Is it mostly on in the United States that
these
things happen? By the way,
and it's not over in 2 weeks when the media quits caring about that specific event. These people's lives are changed forever.
In February 2025, Anne Marie Hochhalter, a survivor who sustained life-altering injuries in the attack, passed away due to complications related to her wounds.
Anne Marie will be remembered as someone that was a bright light.
It
with
took
a
that
lot
long?
of inspiration and incredible
Crazy.
attitude, and also someone that wasn't afraid to speak her mind about the issues that mattered to her. She lost the ability to walk in the high school shooting, and then her mother died just months after that shooting in 1999. But she truly was someone that touched so many people's lives and was a pillar of strength.
the jocks. Like, looks like they're mostly going for the jocks or people that play sports. But no. Actually, no, I thought it were, but no, they went for everybody. Because look, this kid doesn't look like a jock. This kid doesn't look like a jock. A jock, like, no, these went for anybody. That's crazy, dude. I never knew anything about the Columbine until now. That's just crazy. Crazy. This came out 2 months ago. Bro, this video came out 2 months ago. What the hell? As of mid-April 2026, there have been at least 21 shootings in the United States, resulting in injuries and deaths. Oh yeah, we know one of them. We were, the one that happened in Texas. You know about that one. You know about that one. I just wrote a check for the Panda Fest movie. Oh shit! I bet that was expensive. The Crazy 21 within just 3 months. Yeah, yeah, that was one of the darkest times. Yeah, that's just crazy. Oh, your cell limit? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. Do I have anything positive to end the night, guys? like, do I have anything positive? Like, holy fuck, I went dark. I went super dark tonight, guys. I'm sorry. I am very, very sorry, guys. I went completely dark tonight. Let's see. Is it 5 o'clock already? I took way too long on this. God damn it! All right, let's finish this painting. Yeah, that was a last minute thing, guys. I wasn't really planning it. Like, it just popped up. Like, oh, just check it out. Like I said, I never like looked into the whole like Columbine thing. Oh, you know what? Listen, no, you know what? Listen tonight, right now. Like, so I could go extra longer tomorrow. Wait, what's today? Thursday, right? Yeah, yeah. You know what? We'll end it. We'll end it like right now, guys, because I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna stream tomorrow like early, and we're gonna go a little bit longer so we could be ready for a Summer Game Fest reaction, guys. All right, if you guys want to join me on Summer Game Fest, I am a uh official co-host, I guess you could say. So I will be watching Summer Game Fest, guys. And yeah, so if you guys want to check out the reactions with me, I will go full screen when we need to. My mic just muted. Sorry, my mic just muted. It just happened out of nowhere. I don't know how long I was muted. What I was saying is, we guys enjoyed the painting of the shadow. I will be painting Sub Zero and Scorpion. I'm gonna try to finish the sketches today. So today we could start on those two paintings, and then maybe not finish fully Scorpion or Sub Zero, and finish them on Summer Game Fest, which will be on Friday, guys. I'll be reacting to that. We'll be doing a new painting on that day. And then what we're gonna do is also, we're gonna do the reaction, and then later on that day, we're gonna work on another painting. And then next week, here's the thing. Next week, guys. Next week's gonna be more unique. We're gonna do a skateboard painting. We're gonna do a binder painting, and we're gonna do two spray can paintings. Okay. The other binder painting, I'm thinking about doing it before we go to Evo. Before we go to Anime Expo. So I'll be back from Evo on Sunday, and but like I'll be back like fully like rested and everything on Monday, and I'll do a stream on Tuesday, like early stream because again Wednesday I have to leave. So I'll do an early stream on Tuesday and finish a new binder art piece, and then on Wednesday I will set up my art booth. Thursday I'm gonna stream Anime Expo. Like we are gonna do RL streaming, guys, for the first time. So we are gonna do some RL streaming for the first time. I'm excited for a Comic Con South Africa. It's gonna be my second. Oh, really? Who you gonna cosplay as? Crazy thing, Zub and Score once were allies. I know, right? They've actually made them into brothers. Batman. Yeah. So like, by the way, we are RL streaming. I'm gonna start making promos for that, like soon as possible. I'm gonna start promoting my my art shows and also my RL streaming. So hopefully you guys can support that. Like I said, we're not gonna be done streaming when I'm away, guys. I'm actually gonna be streaming extra content while I'm there, like on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I don't know how long the streams will last. Maybe like 2-3 hours around there. And then yeah, we'll do that. We'll do like a 2-3 hour streams, either like when the show's picking up, or not by the end of the show. I feel like the end of the show would be like very slow and stuff like that. So around like the middle-ish or so. I'm gonna see how it goes. I'm gonna go as Umbrella Corp Elite Soldier, not Hunk. Just oh really? Why not Hunk? Hunk is like the legit. Did you see Hunk in the latest Resident Evil game? He's still alive, by the way. He's not dead, guys. He's not dead. Oh, you don't have a Hunk mask. Okay, I see. Okay. All right. Well, all right, guys. That's pretty much it for me tonight, guys. Thank you for watching. I really do appreciate it. Sorry, we went a little bit like too dark tonight. I do apologize about that. Was not planning it. But I will be back later on today. We're gonna do some cop bingo. But I'm gonna try to find some different videos away from like cop stuff first, so we don't like go too much into it. So sorry for all the body cam footage. I guess, well, it's not really body cam footage we watch, but yeah, I'll watch. I'll find some positive stuff to watch first, and I mean, there's the cop fan footage. By the way, there's some of them are really funny. Not all funny, obviously, but some are really funny. Um, and then yeah, like I said, we'll plan to stream out more better and everything. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the painting. Like I said, it was really fun. Here's the Kazuya, by the way. Um, so I hope you guys like them. By the way. These are supposed to be quick paintings, nothing too crazy. Just get the idea out, and and then you got Shadow. For spirit, yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, so yeah, oh yeah. Also, let me know what do you guys think about this, real quick. Should I print these with black outline, or was like my red outline? Like this is more of like a design choice, by the way, for a new art print. So I just did this like I just wanted to experiment. I kind of like the red outline because it gives it more designy. If that makes sense, compared to the black. I know the black gives it like more of deep, like you see everything more like clearly. But I like the red because it's more designy. So what do you guys think? Like, should I go black or should I go with my design choice? So there's like more reddish outline, and there's all black outline. I kind of like this more. I like how it looks, like the feel of it. You know. So Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, these two prints will be in my store, guys. They'll be in my store. We also got let's see. We also did this one as a new one. Sasuke Uchiha as well. Right here. Yeah. That's what I'm kind of going for. I'm going for artsy. It's not like a super detailed art piece. I feel like artsy is better for print, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? You know, like I don't know. I just feel like I feel like black is cool, but I feel like artsy is gives it better for an art print, especially for my art style. You know, I think I'm gonna stick with the red one, guys, because I do think this is great, but I feel like artsy like the artsy style with the red, it just gives it more feel of a cool art print. That makes sense. What up, Nikki? How's it going? The band girl. Oh yeah, they do have an awesome art style with characters. Oh yeah. All right, let's see. Let me take this out. Actually, do I still? I'll do this off screen. But all right, guys. All right, we're gonna end it here. I'll be back later on today. We're gonna do Sub Zero Scorpion, but we have other ones too, just in case. We have I'm not percent sure with Tifa yet, guys, but it's a maybe. And we also have Metroid. We're also gonna do Chainsaw Man too. By the way, I'm gonna try to sketch him out right now too, or later on today. I'm gonna try to sketch out Chainsaw Man. I'm also gonna try to sketch out some Yu Yu Kaisen. I do have one. Wait, where is he? Wait, where is he? Huh? What? Oh, here it is. So here it is right here. What do you guys think? Cool? What do you guys think? This is my art style, so I think we'll be drawing him too, or painting him. The reason why, because I gotta work on more fighting game characters and also more of anime characters for the shows. So yeah. Anyways, all right, that's enough. That's enough. I'm sorry. Sorry. All right, guys. Have a good night. Peace out, much love. I'll see you guys later on today. And yeah, thank you guys again for watching. Thank you guys for giving my content a try. Check out the short right now, guys. Yeah, check out the short today. Check out the videos, all the good stuff. Really appreciate all the support just by watching my content, giving my content a chance. I'm gonna try to make better content as I grow and as I keep going forward. Hey. And yeah, hope you guys enjoy the content, guys. All right, bye everybody. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. Nice meeting you guys all. Remember, guys, we stream Tuesdays through Thursdays. If you guys want to join the Discord, join the community. I would love to have you guys on there. I'm posting more often there, so I'm trying to get more of a more active with my Discord, so you guys could join the community. And I spelled Discord wrong, son of a bitch. Why am I keep doing that? It's the second time I did that, and I don't know why. There we go. There you go. All right, guys. Good night. Peace out, myself, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everybody. Good night, guys. Have a good night. Bye, everybody. Good night. Good night. Or good morning.